Hey, how's it going? I want to apologize. We originally had this scheduled for yesterday, and I thought I moved it, but apparently it didn't. That's never happened before until yesterday. But hope y'all are doing well. Hope you're all having a great week. We got the Michael B. Jordan movie, which should dominate the box office this weekend. Good luck finding a ticket in a major city if you haven't bought one already. Um, but just give me a second. We're gonna get started. Hey, how's it going? Hope you all having a great week. Again, I'll repeat it. Um, we were originally supposed to have this yesterday, but I needed to move it to today. I forgot to move it to today until like late last night after like the airtime or whatever. So that's never happened before. Usually I move stuff and I thought I had moved it. But anyway, let's get started with this. I think, let me see. I think we could start maybe with some pop culture stuff. I think there's like a lot to show, actually. Let me just try to find it. So let me get my little notes together real quick. Let's see. So let me share something. Let me put the fair use on. Let me get my stuff together. Okay. So it's probably gonna bore the shit out of y'all, but I'm gonna show it anyway. I think it's interesting. It's interesting, at least to me. And I wish I would have saved the picture, but we'll have to Google it. So give me a second. So this might have happened a few weeks ago. Fair use, by the way. Um, let's not play it with audio. I don't think we need to hear that. But ultimately, I thought this was interesting. Dire wolves, which apparently had been extinct for like 10,000 years, they brought them back. I think this company that brought them back through, I think they modified wolf DNA, and they've got two dire wolves they've brought back two dire wolves, and I think they're going to try to next bring the woolly mammoth back next. So that's interesting. Again, like this is a breed of wolf that's been extinct for 10,000 years. So I think that's interesting. Personally, me, I love animals. The next thing we got to do is we got to Google. I think that's what really brings it back to see how significant this is. Let's see, like dire wolf size, and I got to find that picture that I forgot to save. I think it's this one. So let's see. Let's go to Facebook. So this kind of shows you, without having to log in, this shows you how big they are. They're huge. They can grow up to like 7 feet long. They're bigger basically than a human. So I think that's significant. I think that was like really interesting to see, like that they're bringing dire wolves back. People that watch Game of Thrones, they're familiar with dire wolves. They were kind of featured throughout the dire wolves. I think all the Starks had a dire wolf. So let me see what was significant other than that. There was a lot of stuff going viral on social media about AI filters, like the little cartoon filters and stuff like that. We're not going to show that necessarily. Let's see what else. Ashton Hall. Since the last time I had a live stream, because I've been doing them like every 4 weeks now for bandwidth purposes, Ashton Hall blew up. unbeknownst to me, he was already kind of a big thing. He just kind of exploded on social media. So like, we gotta play that. We gotta play that video. I gotta share that. Let me show that real quick. Let's make sure the fair use is still on. Hold up. This isn't the video. Let me get the video together, or at least one of his videos. I got to do this justice. Okay, we're gonna go. I'm gonna share the screen right quick. Let me present this. Fair use. If you haven't seen this before, welcome to the internet. For the last 3 weeks, this guy's been blowing up. This shit at first annoyed the shit out of me, but now I know he's actually kind of funny as hell, and I love that he's willing to make fun of himself. I think that his shit goes over the top, but it's funny as hell. It's extremely at first, when I first saw this shit, I was like, wow, look at this performative masculinity. And it is, but at least it's funny. So let's watch this shit. So he made, spoiler alert, he made Saratoga Stillwater, which I've never seen in person in my real life. I want to find one. He made Saratoga Stillwater and bananas and ice cube water trend. Well, let's go and watch this. Fair use. Love man. Thank you. We've seen enough of this, but I'm just saying that shit's funny as fuck. Let me find another one. There were some parodies. I'm not going to go through. I'm gonna spare y'all to watch all of them. But give me a second. We're gonna watch at least one. No, this is not enough. This is not the funny one. We got to find a really, really funny one. Let's see. There were so many parodies. Give me a second. Okay, we're struggling to find the exact video. Okay, we found it. Let me share the screen again. We'll play one parody, and then that's going to be it for Ashton Hall. This shit was hilarious. Fair use.
Which makes this forest a haven for a climbing cat like me.
I think that's enough. We don't have to watch the whole damn video. Okay, that was funny though. Like I said, Ashton Hall, he went super viral. He inspired everybody to make like morning routines and running with your shirt off, looking like you're training for to join the Avengers or some shit. So that was funny. That was like a good 2 weeks of stuff. And surprisingly, there were some people that never had seen that, never saw any of his content, even while it was going viral, the weeks after it went viral. So that was funny. I think, let me see. I gotta show this one too. This is a nice little funny TikTok. I think this is funny as hell. Let's see. And then we're gonna get into some more meaningful content in a little bit. We'll start off with fuckery. Okay, hold up. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let me share this real quick. This will maybe this video and maybe another video, and we'll get into some real content. Let's see.
Go ahead and sit down for me just a little bit. Beautiful.
I can't, man.
Down by the river with the hanky panky.
All right, we're done with that. That's funny. Let me see if there's like something else to like show that was funny. I thought that let's see, maybe like one more video that was funny, and we're going into real stuff. So most people probably haven't seen this that I'm about to show. I noticed it maybe within the last few days. Let's go to it. Give me a second. Actually, you know what? No, we're not going to watch it. It was deplorable. Let's get into the banners, actually. So let's see. I think one of the things that I've been noticing the last few weeks, this woman that I've been dating and we started to notice there was a growing concern about erectile dysfunction, about I think the Black community, I think just the country, society is covering it up. I think it's a really serious issue, specifically with Black men, and it's just not being talked enough. And the woman I've been dating, and I speak of the devil, she's calling right now, but we made this joke saying we might apply for a grant to make a documentary about older Black men and erectile dysfunction, and how it is not being talked about enough, how it's being swept under the rug, and just kind of gain some more insight into that, because it's like we started. I don't know if I really want to tell you how we got to this conclusion. Actually, I think I will. We started by kind of like, I don't know how we got to it, but we started looking at prawn and started to look for like, Black. I think she wanted to look at like Black elderly prawn, and we couldn't find it. And then we started making this conclusion that like, this might be a serious issue for Black men. It's just gone. And that's, like I said, that's what it segued into, like the joke about like how, maybe we're going to apply for a grant to try to make a documentary about, Black men post 60. I think they're out the paint. So I think I wanted to kind of segue that and say, like, inspire men, take your health seriously. I think as my dad, who's a nephrologist, a kidney doctor, he always told me that, good health and drinking, drinking has no part in good health. I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. I'm giving up drinking. I think it's one of the, I'm really trying to focus on health and stuff like that. So like I said, I'm going to stop drinking. What else was I going to say? I think some of the other issues too, like that people aren't talking about enough about, like hypertension, cholesterol. It's been said that smoking weed can kind of like lead to erectile dysfunction. It's quiet as it's kept. ED is really starting to affect Black men and just men of all races, specifically Black men at younger ages now. And as I think, I don't know if I said it on a previous podcast, Black men lead all men in erectile dysfunction. The manosphere is not going to tell you this. They're going to talk about women's BMI. They're going to talk about hair, weave, and nails. They're not going to tell you that Black men are the least healthy men of all races. They're not going to tell you that they lead in as erectile dysfunction, but they do. And I think one of the things that I saw to kind of land the plane was I looked at a video from Dame Drops, whatever his name is, who's like that food YouTuber, and he was talking about how he has diabetes. That's another thing I didn't mention. Diabetes, high blood pressure. There's different little things that kind of knock that out. And I'm finding it more and more shocking with every woman I meet. They have had an experience or they have some knowledge about men and erectile dysfunction. And it's just at young ages, 40, 30, whatever. But going back to the point, I was watching this video from Dame Drops, and he was talking about how he has diabetes, and he was talking about how, it's just gone. And I don't know about you, like for me, that they say like a woman's hair, a crown is her hair. Use your imagination. Like men have a crown too, and it's like that's extremely important. And so I'm just saying trying to stress the fact that like guys need to take their health seriously. It's not normal. Men should not be experiencing erectile dysfunction in their 20s and 30s and even 40s or whatever, but it's happening. It's a thing. And I think we need to promote men living healthier lives, or just, Black people just living healthier lifestyles. I'm gonna get off this, but I just wanted to kind of like sprinkle in a little bit of like the medicine of like, erectile dysfunction it's really affecting men. It's, quiet as it's kept because it's not being brought up enough. I think people are being quiet about it. And like I said, we're not promoting lifestyles that are going to lead men to success. And I think I said it like months ago, cardiovascular fitness. Take that very seriously. Let me move on. So we had that Carmelo Anthony story. It's still developing. I think for the people, I'm probably sure everybody probably knows it by now. I still need to kind of continue to watch more videos about it. But apparently it was like this young Black guy was being bullied. I think this was high school age, bullied by two white men. And I think he stabbed one of them to death that was on like a football team. He's out on bail. It's kind of like, creating kind of like a really a divide between, I think, white people and Black people, because I think there was like for a lot of different reasons. One, because of the GoFundMe that he got in terms of support. But it's gonna be interesting to see how that develops, because I don't know how long ago it was, but there are so many different, examples to refer back to, Kyle Rittenhouse, and others, where they might have gotten off for unaliving somebody as they tried to propose it as self-defense. So it's gonna be like I said, it's gonna be interesting to see like how this one ends up. But I think to me it brings back the notion of like, we've got to stop this culture of bullying. It kind of ties into like the red pill, misogyny, patriarchy, where patriarchy, not saying this is a direct correlation, but I'm just saying patriarchy kind of like tries to steer men towards this pinnacle of manhood, and anybody who doesn't reach that is on a lesser tier of a hierarchy. And it overall it kind of encourages bullying, which I'm not against that. Some people can handle that, some people cannot. And everybody's mental health is different, everybody's emotional stability is different. So I'll move off that story. But I think it has to be mentioned. I mean, especially me, creating content, I can't get on these live streams and there's, huge stories like the Carmelo Anthony thing and just like act like it didn't just happen. Act like, oh, let's just talk about Ashton Hall. No. We have to, the Carmelo Anthony is going to, case is going to be a story that's going to be talked about. And we're going to continue. I'm going to continue to talk about it as we get new developments and things like that. But I just want to at least acknowledge it. Let's see. I think one of the reasons for the title of this live stream, I wanted to kind of get into it a little bit later, but like I might have said this in the past. Let me take a little swig of coffee before it gets too cold. But ultimately, the weird thing about the manosphere and the red pill is they want to get rid of patriarchy. And I was thinking about it like a day or two ago. I was going to ask y'all, between feminists, between male allies to feminism, between just women in general, alpha males, red pillars, incels, who wants to get rid of patriarchy the most? And we could have gone further down that list. And quiet as it's kept, the red pillars and manosphere dudes, they want to get rid of patriarchy. They don't want it, and it's hard to tell because they really want some of these benefits. They want to be the leader. It's been, humanity has always kind of preached that like men are the leaders just as a birthright. I don't agree with that. I think it needs to be earned. I don't see what the problem is of earning that. I was telling the Lapeef chat, I was like, I don't understand why on these relationship panels, a lot of these dudes are screaming from the mountaintops about leadership, but they're just dating. What is there what opportunities are there really to lead where it's that's that serious that you need to be screaming about it on a podcast? Yeah, there's opportunities to take the lead. You can plan dates, you can anticipate people's needs, but like you're not leading another person for real. They're not depending on you in that sense of leadership. So I don't understand why these people are stressing so much about that. And I just think it's that, part of it is like a society that has left these men behind. And I was thinking about maybe like earlier today, I was like, I feel so sorry for these conservative dudes, bless their hearts, because not just any conservative dude. I mean, like the de facto leader conservative dude, the patriarchal conservative dude, the low earning patriarchal conservative dude. Your hearts, you got to tip your hat to them, because like life is really hard. And for them, life's hard for everybody, but life is especially hard for them because it's like they don't want to acknowledge that they feel insecure if they sacrifice any of their leverage, any of their power, any of their, change any of their gender role. Not because of respect being lost from that spouse, but like respect being lost from other men. And that's so pathetic. So it's like I start to look at these panels a little bit differently now. It's just a bunch of conservative dudes bitching and complaining about how nobody wants to take the deal that they're trying to offer. If you make enough money, no one's going to turn down, getting able to, stop working. No one's going to turn that down. But people aren't going to feel secure unless you're making a ton of money. I don't want anything to do with that sole provider lifestyle unless I'm making like $250. And I mean like a really solid $250. But life can change. You can lose that job and you got to like bake in that flexibility. But it's just like, going back to the point, the manosphere dudes, the red pillar dudes, they want to get rid of patriarchy. They don't because, that's, when you hear them talk about the 50-50 dates, when you hear them talking about how you start hearing them complain about there's no safety nets for men, there's all these safety nets for women. Nobody cares about a men's emotional distress or their feelings. That's not true. That's patriarchy, and that's misogyny that pushes that. And I'm not saying that doesn't get reinforced through other men or other women. It definitely does, but not everybody. And even regardless of how many people believe in that or push that, doesn't mean you have to. But there's a lot of people that are followers. There's a lot of people who feel like they need to step in line, fall in line, and do what everyone else is doing. And they're struggling because they're looking to the the misogynistic leaders to give them some type of like yellow brick road to navigate life. They don't know how to like step out on their own and start feeling confident in a changing world. They're losing their confidence, which I think is also pathetic. But again, they want to dismantle patriarchy, but it's like they're trying to do it in a way that they frustrate women enough to get them to actually say, you know what, we don't care about having leaders anymore. And those red pillar dudes, they're not going to fight it. They're not going to fight it if it gets signed into law, or if it gets, you know, adopted in society that, hey, the new normal is men. No one cares about men being providers. The manosphere they're not going to care. They're going to accept it. But until that's accepted, they're going to still fight until their dying breath to uphold patriarchy. But like I said, I think it's really cute. It really tickles me to see men in the manosphere, red pillars. You know, they try to ruffle feathers with the hair, weave, and nails, but they reinforce it with stuff like, hey, but women have all these safety nets. And it's like, wait. Why did you keep bringing that up? We get it. You're trying to frame it that men have it harder. Okay. Why did you have to tell us every single example? We're going to get into those examples. So I started doing some Googles today, and they say like, oh, women, there's always a shelter if they don't have somewhere to live. And we can all agree, the red pillars and manospheric dudes and misogynistic dudes, they're not saying that women should not have shelters to go to. They're not saying that. What they're saying, because they have common sense enough to know that there are situations where women are truly in emergency situations, like they have a child and they got kicked out of they get evicted, or they get a man just kicks them out of the home, or there's a domestic violence situation. There are situations where there are truly emergent situations. What they're really crying about is the thought that men maybe don't have as many shelters targeted for them. It's not equal. It doesn't mean that those resources aren't available, but how many men are actually taking advantage of those resources? So I did some Googles. First and foremost, there are shelters that men can go to. I needed to continue to do some more research, but it seems like there are hotels that if a man is in a really hard situation, they will put you in, put you in a hotel, or they'll put you in situations where you can have some shelter. I need to look up those requirements. But one of them, the bigger ones, was that they love to scream about Pookie's going to jail. A man will go to jail if he doesn't pay his child support. Let's be clear about this. A woman can go to jail for not paying her child support too. Now, sure, that's a very much smaller circumstance, but I'm just saying anybody who's on child support and doesn't pay it will go to jail. But the problem that the manospheric and red pill men don't tell you is that they try to frame it like one missed payment will land you in jail. That's not what happens. I did my own Google because I'm like, you got to like really check these dudes. These dudes want to try to frame it as one missed payment, you're going to jail. You owe $100, you forget to pay it the day it's due, you're going to jail. That's not how it works. The courts are trying to keep men out of going to jail. It's like a third strike type of situation, and they have to kind of like, I think the judge has to like order it to be paid. You have to be you have to just not pay it, and after probably different hoops being jumped through, you can get sent to jail. But like I said, the manosphere's not telling you that. They're trying to do everything they can to pull on your heartstrings, and there's so much nuance that they can't get from stats. The people who are going to jail for child support, they're not telling you that maybe some of those men are just intentionally denying employment so that they don't have to pay child support, or they're ducking people trying to serve them, or they're ducking they're hiding so they can try to dodge having to pay child support. So it's like the other thing I looked up too was that the people who go to jail for child support, it's only 14%. So that's another thing that's kind of like annoying to me about these manosphere and red pillars. Is like they look to these extreme cases that are like 2 or 2 or 6 or 10 or 14 or 15% chances, and they want to project it to all men like, oh my gosh, like as a man, you can go to jail for child support. Let's be clear about that. You got to start doing some Googles. How many black men, what percentage of black men are on child support in the first place? It's kind of cloudy. I think I saw some figures around like 40%. Again, it's not a majority. But again, like these people will try to project all these fears on top of you. Oh my God, you can go to jail if you don't pay your child support. And who wants to go to jail? No one wants to go to jail. So like the title of the show is like, I'm getting down. I'm seeing through the bullshit that these red pillars and these manosphere influencers are trying to do. And it's like, I'm not actually against it. They want to stand up safety nets for men. Okay. They want to get some laws changed so so men can have a softer life than what they've had in the past. Okay. I'm not against that, but I think it's kind of weak that y'all coming at this angle of let's bash women and act like they're the reason why why the situations are the way they are. No. Men put these things into law. And like I said, it's not that. The funny thing is, like, these are guys who are anti-government. They're like, hey, if a woman leaves her marriage, she shouldn't get child support. Child support needs to be adjusted so men who are super rich don't have to pay as much. So they're kind of anti-government, but then they want the government to change things so men can have a softer life and have more resources. It's just weird. But these misogynistic men, they're not willing to let go of double standards. And that's kind of like a theme. I was looking at some of the Lapeef live streams, and you can tell it. I think every man has to kind of ask himself or check himself. One of the ones that I've seen was some of these misogynistic men or these traditional men will feel like a man has every right to have a roster. But how dare a woman have a roster? Because if a woman has a roster, that man is putting forth a lot of effort, and he feels like his time is being wasted. His effort is being abused or not acknowledged or disregarded if she has a roster or she's entertaining other guys. Mind you, she's probably just trying to get to know them. She's not fucking them. But to guys, these misogynistic dudes, they think every woman is fucking everybody who's in their roster. Mind you, those are same guys who are pro rosters for men, but they just cannot stomach the fact that a woman could possibly have a roster. It makes no sense. And then they'll take the stance of, oh, a man can be intimate with more than one person on his roster. It's so problematic. And I think that one of the biggest problems with the manosphere and this gender war is, one, it is male driven. It's male attention. It's a male attention seeking movement. And it's going to be so hard to come to the table and find solutions when you have I think the majority of women see that the society is changing. It's affecting them in ways that maybe benefit them. It's affecting them in ways that's maybe not benefiting them, or maybe putting some more pressure on them. It's affecting men the same, not the same to the same degrees on all those things. But I'm just saying, men and women are, living today are living in a society where it is changing. It is forcing men and women to be in circumstances that their great grandparents or their parents didn't necessarily have to live in, economically, socially, gender role wise, whatever. And I think the problem with some of these major things with the manosphere, whether it's boys and their education, that started to trend the last couple of weeks. That Howard said, hey, only 24% of our enrollment are black men at an HBCU. The manosphere has no solutions, and they don't care to solve that because it doesn't have anything to do with women. And they got no answers for it too. They're not going to be stories like that can come around, and it's kind of like whatevs to them. They don't care, but they're okay rehashing the same hair, weave, and nails conversation. But going back to the point is, like, to actually find solutions, you have to come to the table actually respecting the other party, respecting where they come, their standpoint, respecting the things that they want in life too. And you have to be willing to compromise. And these manospheric men are coming to the table with fear, in a sense of like they don't even believe that women are telling the truth. They don't believe that. They still want to hold on to the belief that, oh my gosh, if I'm not 6 feet, the woman doesn't really want me. If I don't have 6 figures, the woman doesn't really want me. And it's all built on lies that men have stood up. Let me find some more points. So I thought I had some better topics. Let's see. Let's find something else. So let's find something better. Let me see. So yeah, I'm like, on that same note, black men in the manosphere, they're screaming about don't date single moms, don't date a woman with a high body count. And as we've seen through these live streams and this environment, that number for them is like any woman who's been intimate with more than like 5 or 6 men. That like I said on the banner, like it doesn't reflect the black community at all. Like we're talking, no offense, like black men are probably some of the most promiscuous men. Like they have children earlier than any other race. They marry the least. They wait the latest to get married. They wait. So I think to the banner's point, they want to wait forever and a day to get married. And when they wait forever and a day, I'm not saying all black men, but I'm saying the average, they're expecting they're expecting those women to still be 20 years old. They're expecting those women to not have any children. They're expecting those women to not have any, I don't know if I want to take the trauma angle. But maybe we can take it. They don't want, like I said, they don't want those women to have a certain number of sexual experiences. Let's just go with that one, which is it's illogical. It's irrational to have a lot of these beliefs. I was saying kind of like on the Lapeef channel that these men are, let me see how I want to say this. They kind of like the banner says, like the things that they're asking for don't resemble real life. I think I forgot what I wanted to say, but I just remembered it. I think a lot of black men, specifically the conservative ones, they're not willing to take account for what the black community is, good and bad, dating from the good dating, from culture, from everything, good and bad. They're not really willing to take responsibility for what their forefathers have left behind. They're not willing to entertain the conversation that probably the average black man throughout time was not the man that they claim they are, was not the kind of guy that was not leaving around a single mom. And I think that's a whole nother conversation. It's like we're looking at single motherhood as, oh, it took 2 to tango. It's not a male's problem. It's not a male problem. How is it not? Because the woman stuck around. So they want to look at it. They want to roll it back and said, well, she got pregnant because it took 2 to tango. I'm not. There's nothing wrong with that. I get that. I agree with that. But it didn't end there. And I think these conservative dudes, they want to act like it should have stopped there because she could have made a different decision. But that's right. That statement right there is illogical because that's not a solution. But bring it back to the thing, it's like I think that these modern black men, and this is probably something throughout time, they're trying. You've got. I could just speak for myself. I don't understand how these manospheric men can look at the black community. I understand the world is trying to shit on your culture, try to pin you down as an underclass, trying to tell you that your women are not undesirable. You don't have to accept that. I am not accepting that. I look at it and I see in that specific statement, I see white supremacy, I see racism. I'm not going to let someone say that about black women. I'm not going to accept that. But how can you as a black man, specifically living in some of these major cities, like specifically like Atlanta, like myself, how can you look at the black community that they're only married like sub 30%? How do you not see a golden opportunity there? How do you not see it? How do you only look at the black community and only cling to the negatives? I just don't look at it like that. You can't try to project all of the possible negatives on every person. And I think that that's what the manosphere kind of really excels at doing, is they try to say all these women are sexy red, or if they're not sexy red, they're boss babes and they're going to abuse you another way. Or if they're not that, they're going to divorce you 60% and they're going to take half. So they're always going to do these negative things. So it's like, I think I had a banner for it, but it's just like, we're going to find it. Where is it? Let's see. Hold up. It's kind of like this. We'll find the other banner, but it's like, I want these men, specifically black men, to stop being a victim of your circumstance. Like I said, like the black community, like you have a choice to look at things as a glass half empty, glass half full type of thing. I don't see how you don't see it's a golden opportunity. Like, they have, misogyny and patriarchy tries to push this crap about women only want men who are 6 feet tall. Black men under 6 feet tall aren't getting married. Black men under or over, they're not getting married. So like, how do you cling to that? I've said that for like years. I'm like, if you as a black man want to, regardless of how much you earn, if you're willing to get married and be a family man, you are an outlier. You do not have to make $200,000. You do not have to be 6 feet. Yes, other men of all races, specifically your same race, will try to punch down on you, try to size you up, try to make you feel less than, because maybe they're able to attract more women. Maybe they're able to attract the 20-year-old smoke show. Maybe they earn more money. Maybe they drive a fancier car. Maybe they have a bigger house. Maybe they have more muscles. They might be terrible in relationships. They might have left 1, 2, 3 single parent households in their wake. So like you like all these paradigms of who the pinnacle man is really, in a lot of cases, a terrible person. Like, you have to have that, like, that confidence has to come from within. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's so sad that, like, when we talk about, like, man, like, kids growing up in this day, they didn't get to know what it was like to go out and play outside and all this other kind of stuff. They also aren't going to know what it was like to see black men actually being hyper confident. Like, the black men today, regardless of whether they were the big man on campus, they're aligning with this victim mentality. They're finding a way to gaslight you and sell you these wolf tickets that, man, these black women don't love you. They don't trust you. They don't love you. They just want Pookie. I'm trying to think of all the other reasons. They're gonna try to take half. They don't really love you. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. They just want Chad at the end of the day. Shit, you shouldn't even appreciate the intimacy that you achieve with said woman because she fucked Pookie or Chad earlier, and she's probably doing it on the side according to them. It's just so much gaslighting, so much negativity being spread where you can't even enjoy what the things that you have naturally, organically achieved in life because you didn't do it in a way that appeased other men. It's just toxic. But just like in a nutshell, like all these red pillars, like they're a victim of circumstances, and they're using statistics which the the statistics don't give you any of the nuance. They don't give you any of the reasons for why things happened. They you can use a stat like saying, oh, black women file for divorce and marriage is 60%, and black marriages end by a lion's share way more than any other race. And the manosphere has convinced the black men to feel like, oh no, don't even don't get married to them because it's just going to end in divorce. I don't see why you can't look at that and see like I said, a golden opportunity. Let me see what else. There was this, and I'm going to get into something else. Let's see what this comment says. Hey, what's going on? Good to see you. Good to see you again. So I want to go back to this. People who have something on the brain can look at the red pill in the manosphere and see it's a cult. Their claim to fame is, I'm here to teach you just the reality of the world, and that's it. I'm here to tell you about women's nature. That's it. That sounds like gaslighting. That sounds like a cult. You as an adult, if you can't think for yourself, and I wish I had the timestamp to the video who said this, you're allowing someone to think for you, which is sad. Hold on one second. But like I said, the claim to fame for the red pill is we're going to teach you about women's true nature. It's a coincidence that they're only telling you negative things. They're not telling you that what a woman's love is like, how, specifically as a black man, like the majority of these women are intentionally dating. At least the women I'm attracted to, they're intentionally dating. They want families or extending families. They are tired of the riffraff. If they've entertained any riffraff from themselves, they're past it now. They're not. So the red pill is not going to tell you that. They're only going to spin these negative things. They're going to spin a lot, like I said earlier, spin a lot of different things that when they're talking about in the manosphere, child support court, alimony, child support. Let's break those down. Alimony is only happening in like 7% of black divorces, but it has scared men, specifically black men, to feel like, oh my God, I'm going to be giving up half if I get divorced. What's the point of doing that with all the stuff I built? I haven't even built stuff yet, but I need to be worried that that's gonna happen. The child support. One of the reasons, this is my opinion. One of the reasons why the child support is such a big issue is like these are people who never got married. These are people who had, in a lot of cases, a lot of these cases, it might have been two sexually irresponsible people. Specifically, and specifically, the guy could have prevented that. But like I said, the black culture, in my opinion, does not promote, specifically black male culture. It does not promote sexual responsibility. It's promoting hookup culture. It's promoting, they want to complain about baby mama culture, but nothing about black male culture, in my opinion, is trying to shut that down. It's trying to tell women that they need to not have rosters. It's trying to tell women to have low body counts. It's trying to tell women to pick better. But it's telling men to do the exact opposite. It's telling men to just really go out for sexual conquest and sexual experience. And I think that's dangerous. I think that, again, on the child support tip, a lot of these guys are not going to be impacted by child support. You marry the woman, you settle down with that woman, you interact with women that you see a future with, and you don't necessarily have to go down that road. You shouldn't plan. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen, but I'm saying you shouldn't plan to go down that road. So I think it's also kind of dangerous, in my opinion, that the manosphere, the red pill, they want to focus on child support. They want to get the child support system laws changed. Why don't we focus the mentality of how we interact with people, with women, and not be so sexually promiscuous as black men? let's not start our family through the family courts and then complain about said family courts. Let's have a little bit of sexual discipline on the men. But the manosphere it doesn't have any expectations on men to be sexually responsible. It doesn't have that. It's looking for women to do that. So it's like the problem is that the solutions that the manosphere wants to find, a lot of it's gonna come through the work that men have to do within themselves. And what I'm noticing is men want to be given the role of the leader just as a birthright. They love accountability as long as it has nothing to do with the men, specifically themselves. They love accountability and humbling people as long as it means humbling the woman. And I'm not speaking about all black men. I'm just saying this red pill, they're selling some of the biggest wolf tickets of all time because they're getting men, specifically black men, to buy in on a similar experience. They're trying to get men to buy in on, man, there's no opportunities. There's no wives. Have y'all gone to church? Have y'all gone to a dating mixer, a speed dating? Are y'all part of a social organization? Have you gone to a cocktail lounge? Shoot, do you have a job where you can go into an office and meet people? There are women that work there too. But are you getting out of your house? Are you on these dating apps? I could go on and on and on. Let me go to the comments. I'm gonna keep going. Let's go. Oh, okay. We'll see. Okay, baby. Okay. Let's look at these comments. They spend the negative. Yeah, I agree with this. Like, they're grifting, and that's why I don't. I lose respect for them because it's like underneath it all, there's a lot of men who are hurting. There are a lot of men who are insecure about their place in masculinity and society. I understand that. But when you see these fresh and fits, when you see these pickup artists, when you see these charlatans making a name off of you, when you see people like Charleston White make a name for himself off of you, and you still think you're on the right side, like I said, Austin Hallman too. They I agree with you, baby. It's like they there's definitely a sector of people who are trying to grift hard and make money. A lot of these dudes, what's also kind of funny is they want to throw up the fact that, hey, women in their 30s and 40s, the boss babes, they're on antidepressants, they're on all this medication, they're not happy with their life. They really, at the end of the day, they just want to be barefoot and pregnant. They just want a guy who's 6 foot and who's a provider and all this other crap. I'm not saying that some people don't want that. What I'm saying is it just sows this fear into men that, like, you're not good enough. She wanted someone else. And some of these guys are really just ultra conservative men, and they want to see the market crash so that women get discouraged from, oh my God, I can't go on this career field. I'm gonna make too much money. I'm gonna intimidate men. Oh my God, I can't do this. I gotta lower my self-esteem. I gotta give up on my career so that to make this man feel like the man. And that's disgusting. I think we've reached this crashing point where it was growing up. It was always weird to me how dudes would say, man, I just can't be with a woman who makes more. And there might have been, the economy might have been such that men could earn enough to find women to get away with that type of thinking. You could always find a woman who maybe made less than you. You had an economy where you could take care of someone on, I don't know, $70,000. Can't do that in 2025. So a lot of these dudes who feel like, man, I could never date a woman who makes more than I do. I could never date a woman who doesn't treat me like I'm a sole provider or doesn't allow me to make all the decisions, being a person who makes poor decisions. They're struggling. Those dudes are struggling. Let me go to this. Let's see. Yeah, it's this right here. It's like it is it's incredible to see what women are doing. And there's probably a lot of different factors for it. One of them being the one you're talking about is like, um, men have this saying of men built the world. What have men, these modern men, what have modern men built? And I want to say this too, because I'm gonna show a video about it, maybe about this men built the world stuff. The men who did build maybe some of these things when women weren't allowed to work, I don't think that they built those things back then with the intention of shaming people for the future, that um you wouldn't have this if I didn't build it. That was just their livelihood. But men in this day and age, these modern men want to shame women who are just flat out successful. Well, you wouldn't have this house if a man didn't build it. You wouldn't have this car if a man didn't build it. Let's be clear. If you Google like Jeep car plant, you'll see some women, building some cars. And a lot of these cars are being built by machines for the most of the part. So it's like these guys who feel like they're trying to they're sad that this protect and provide crap is like, it's kind of becoming these are secondary expectations. It's like, listen, survival is one of these. Yeah, let's go to this. Yeah, black women have always worked. Black women are, I think I'll have to check the statistics, but they say something about, and maybe it's a certain context, but black women are like the financial head of household in most black families. I think marriages too. I'll come back and quote that, correct that if necessary on the next stream. But like, historically, black women have always worked. So this notion of, I'm gonna have a Stedford wife, I want women to go back to being traditional. Do they understand that traditional was both the man and the woman working? Do they understand? Did they even come from that household? I tell people, somewhat often, I came from a traditional household in that sense. My mom assisted with my dad's practice. She gave up her career for the most of her life, and went back to college, got a PhD. But taking that time off of work really hurt her career. But the whole family was really blessed that my dad was able to provide in the way that he was. But growing up in that household, the problem is like a lot of these manosphere dudes want to go back to traditional, or so they what they think is traditional, and those men aren't misogynistic. They are doing everything they can to empower their daughters to get an education, to open up doors and make things easier for them. Like I said, for me, if I ever have a daughter, I don't want her to have to depend on a man for her livelihood. If that man makes enough money to retire her, that's a whole nother story. And that's a choice she will have to make for herself. But I don't want her to skip college or put herself in a position where she doesn't make enough and she's going to be susceptible to some of these bullying tactics of the body count, I don't care about your degrees. In this economy, sir, yes, you do. But I love these quotes. Let's see, black women that worked as domestics in the 1900s. Okay. Let's see. Wacky World of OTV. MANOSPHERE state men built the world. They state that in response to feminists to promote. No. They do. And let's put. We'll post. I'll play a video in a second. Wacky World. We don't have a lot of no one. Let's address this, Wacky World. No one really is attacking men's gender and saying it's insignificant. No one is saying that. That is men making other men feel insignificant. We've seen this on this channel, how men will come at me and try to make me feel insignificant. I haven't had a single woman tell me that. It's just the sad truth about it, Wacky World, is men are not insignificant. Even the provider guys who are low earning in this economy, or they don't earn enough to really justify being sole providers, they're not insignificant. It's economic obsolescence. Like, it has nothing to do with women saying like, yo, you're not enough. You need to make 6 figures because I just need someone to buy me a bag or something like that, or a car. It's not that. It's just like, it's a matter of survival. It's a matter of people having their own standards and how they want to live. It's really these guys feel some type of way that you can't just say, I'm a provider, I'm a man, let me lead. I'm a provider, give up your career, let me lead. You got to have the numbers to back that up. It's also kind of, as I was saying earlier, it's like these men, those skills are not enough anymore. It's great to have those, but what it truly means to be a protector, listen, we have so many tools and so many resources to protect people. So that notion of, I got to be able to lift 500 pounds, I got to be able to I got to be able to throw a car, I got to be able to run like Ashton Hall. No, you don't. You can buy pews. You can do a lot of different things. So this notion of the protector doesn't mean you have to be. It's not necessarily genetical anymore. If that's even a word, I might be messing it up. But it's not necessarily genetic anymore. There are ways to. There are other qualities. It's not just the protect and provide. The provide. Listen, that has been something that for decades, for centuries, that men have strived to do. But I think the problem with it is that they're selling this wolf ticket to all different men. The Black community looks completely different to some of these other communities, whereas within the Black community, women always worked. Most Black men did not have stay-at-home wives. They didn't have that. But the manosphere is trying to promote, I mean, a woman should be a stay-at-home wife. That's never really been the case. But again, going back to your point, like this narrative you said, like this narrative of male gender being insignificant, it's not. It's just because they're asking for different additional things or to be loved a different way, or they're asking for different things to be truly happy, and they are trying to step outside of the traditional gender role. That doesn't mean that you are insignificant. It means that it's more so that you're not caught up with the times. And that's not a slight. That's not them telling you. That's not a slight. That's not them telling you that you are less than. It's, you need to, if that's what you want to be, Wacky World, you need to accept that as the pool shrinks for you, that's not you being dissed by women. That's your share of opportunities being, getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Women didn't throw that in your face. They're not rubbing that in your face. They just don't want to take the deal you're giving out. That's not them, rubbing in your face that you're insignificant. So it's evolution that you're rejecting. It's not being told that you're insignificant. I want to move off that point. But let's see. Traditional, where they can take the female's check and claim to be providers. Yeah, I agree with this. Yeah, and see, this is what I'm trying to get to Wacky World. It's like, the days of, there are some households that women might make just as much as you, maybe make more, and just give their whole check to you, and have a household that runs like people did in the 1950s. People don't have to do that. So the men who are looking for that, God bless them. I hope they find happiness. But if they're not able to find happiness, they need to stop being mad at women. They need to kind of be mad that they need to adapt and change. You can't get mad because people don't find what you're trying to sell attractive. Let me see. Hold on. I'm not saying this. I am not saying this, Wacky World, that there aren't women who perpetuate internalized misogyny. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying the problem is, one of the bigger problems, Wacky World, is these dudes who want to be traditional, they don't got the funds to do it. So there's a couple issues. They don't have the funds to do it. And then they also want the women who don't want anything to do with that, yo, I'm willing to have a sole provider who doesn't earn enough in this economy to actually justify it. So they want the woman they want doesn't want their lifestyle. Because if those men had enough money to justify it, I don't see how anybody turns that deal down on enough to be material. I don't see how someone turns that down, but they don't earn that much, or they are not. Their mentality might be messed up. They might not be really, or their personality might be messed up. They might not be, good people to be around. So it's like, I'm not saying, and let me break your statement down one more time. I don't think the people you're talking about are feminists. I don't think that feminists are making men feel insignificant about their lack of providing, the lack of maybe even protecting. Like I don't know if you've ever been on this channel and seen Zed talk. Zed doesn't believe in that. Zed is not telling men that they're insignificant if they don't make six figures. She's not telling them that. Yes, there are going to be some women who are going to say that. They're probably not feminists, but women, yes, there are women who will say, "Hey, you are not enough." Every man's going to hear that. No man on this earth is going to be able to attract every single woman on this earth. there's gonna be women that are going to tell me and you, no, you're not enough. Hell, I dated the married woman last year. It didn't work out. I had to move on, but these dudes don't want to move on. And I think as I said on some of these podcasts, they don't know who they truly attract. That's the problem. We're gonna get into that in a second. All right, well, put one on the scoreboard for yourself. Let's see. Yeah, finances is big, and as we showed on this channel, like black men on average earn like mid 40s throughout 30, 40, 50, whatever. That's exactly the bankruptcy, the car repo, the foreclosure. So it's like I said a little earlier, the guys who are hell bent on, I'm not dating a woman who makes more than I do. Oh boy, like they have to be very high earners to even justify that anymore. And like I said, the average black man is not a very, very, very high earner. No disrespect. So it's like they don't have the funds to be able to justify that some of these patriarchal or misogynistic statements. Misogyny is not good, but I'm just saying, these guys don't have the finances to be able to fund the lifestyle they want. Like, let's break that down, Wacky World. To be a sole provider, I want you to type in the chat, Wacky World, how much money do you think you need to be a sole provider and raise a child in this economy when eggs are like damn near $9-10 and just things are exploding? It's just crept up on us. It takes a lot of money. Like I said, everybody's got a different number, Wacky World. I think a year ago I was saying I don't feel comfortable. I don't think I would feel even the beginning to feel comfortable under 160. I wouldn't feel comfortable at all. And that's a lot of pressure, Wacky World. That's the other thing that I need to mention. A lot of these dudes who want to be a sole provider, they're just saying that because they've heard that that's what a man should be. They are not speaking from experience. They have never stepped in those shoes. They don't know how to understand how stressful that is. That's a lot of stress. That's what's up. That's what's up, baby. Exactly. Yeah. Listen, applause to this. This is goals. Let's see. I want to have a man in my life and struggle. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think a lot of this that that Wacky World doesn't want to acknowledge is like black women, and I'm happy for them. I love this for them. They are tired of struggle love. They're tired of it because Wacky World, the manosphere, they're being shamed. The birth rate has plummeted. It's had an impact. It's they're being shamed for being single moms, so they're tightening. The birth rate has plummeted. They are tired of probably tired of the baby mama culture. I've spoken on some of these podcasts, like this notion of, she's just going after Pookie or Chad or Tyrone. She might just be you just might have gotten eliminated. Some of these women have been, they haven't dated in years, and it's not because they don't want to. It's just that the pool of men that they've seen, the experiences that they've seen and experienced have just a lot, they've decided, hey, I'm just going to fall back. If this is what I have to settle for, I'm just going to fall back. But men in their mind think that, oh, I lost to Chad or Tyrone. And when my friend told me that years ago, man, Chad and Tyrone, they're fucking everybody's girl. I was like, that sounds, the manosphere sounds very convincing if you don't turn your brain on. If you think, okay, well, a guy who's muscular, he's 6 feet, he's super attractive, he's fucking everybody's girl. All right. And but you turn your brain on and you start thinking, wait. Hold on. Let me just Google how many women are in Atlanta. Let's see. How many women are in Atlanta over the age of 25? I don't know if I'll get it. Let's see. Hold up. The percentage of women in Atlanta are 51. I'll have to maybe bring this back, but let's just say how many women are in Atlanta? Sorry, I got to do this. Like I said, you just have to turn your brain on. Atlanta population, this is probably just Metro Atlanta. It's saying 256,000. So if we just take that number, how in the fuck are Chads being intimate with every one of those 256,000? How? Because Chads are supposed to be rare. But like I said, my friend told me that he was just like, the women who are 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10, all the way up to 10 out of 10, they're all able to get sex from Chad. They're not giving men on their level a chance. It's all about women need to come down to their true level. And like I said, when I turned my brain on, I started thinking, I'm like, whoa. Let's turn our brain on here. So you're telling me if the Chads are sleeping with all the women, they have all the STDs, then that you start doing the numbers, they're probably intimate with like 10s, 20s, 40,000 women apiece. It doesn't make any sense. So, like I said, the manosphere is a bunch of dudes who are not turning their brains on. They're not really thinking for themselves. They're just taking facts that they hear, and they're just, as I said on the Lapeef network, they're taking a stat that could be from like OkCupid from like 1998. Where online dating is dominated by men. It's like probably like 80% male or whatever the heck. And they're saying, oh my God, dudes aren't, the only people who are getting chosen are are Chad and Tyrones. They try to extrapolate these stats and make a whole like Tubi movie out of it. They're just like, oh my God, like, because there's that narrative of the women are overlooking all the smart guys in high school. And then they're going with Pookie or Tyrone. And then after like 20 or 30, then they want the Urkel or whatever. It's just a love story for men. It's just like a romantic love story for men. They're being sold a dream. Let me get these chats. I've been just rambling. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any children either. Let's see. Okay, I like this. I love that. I wish women, I'll say this too. I wish women wouldn't have to. This is what I've been hearing this a lot from a lot of women. That's like, I would love to have children, but I just haven't met the man. They didn't want to do it alone. I'm kind of similar in the sense of like, I'm 42. I would like to become a father by 45. When they tell men, oh, you got all the time in the world to start a family. No, you don't. As I said you're taking so much for granted. Those men who are telling you that, they're not telling you that. They're thinking that all things are equal. They're thinking that you're going to be healthy through your 40s, 50s, 60s, blah. They're thinking that they're assuming you're not. They're making a lot of assumptions. They're assuming that you're not going to pass away. They're or have a catastrophic car accident or something like that. You're not going to run into ED. So you're taking a lot for granted. You've wasted, just on the surface level, you've wasted a lot of golden years that you could have spent with your family. I'm speaking from experience. A lot of people my age at 42, they probably got someone in college, or at the very least, like doing some college tours. So like, I am starting it late. I had that realization. I made the statement a few months ago. I was like, yo, people should be having their kids in their 30s and 40s. Their 30s. they shouldn't be starting at 40. It happens, but that's not what you should, as a man, should be doing. But yeah, I mean, I love that for you. I don't want to be a baby daddy. I don't want that at all. Um, I want to be able to start a family, and I want it to work. And that's knowing, having gone through a marriage and knowing that that's very difficult, and sometimes you can impact that yourself with the growth that you've yet to embrace. I'm sure, becoming a father or a mother is going to be, offer its own challenges in that realm. And like I said, I don't want that to end up with me being a baby daddy at the end of the day. But I'm definitely not going to. I definitely don't want to start that with the intentions of, well, I'm not going to get married to this woman. I'm just going to be a baby daddy. Hell no. Let's see. Yeah, I love this, CC. Like this, I've been trying to say this on the whole damn stream. Like, black men, I think I said it with the comment. I was like, black men are trying to, they're victim of their own circumstances. They are trying, especially on the manosphere part of it, the red pill, the conservative side of things. They are trying to shoot. I wanted to find that. I wanted to find that banner. Yeah, it was this one. That I was trying to say the same thing that CC's saying. It's like, black men, they're being disingenuous on these panels. A lot of these black men on these panels are conservative men. You have every right to vote however you want to vote, but if you are conservative, nothing wrong with that. You've got to accept that, specifically dating in Atlanta, a lot of these black women are liberal. They want nothing to do with you as a conservative. You've got to accept that. So they're not slicing this and saying, hey, of the conservative women or liberal women who want to date conservatives, this is the problems that I'm facing, stuff like that. They want to project all these problems on all women. They want to, like I was saying earlier, they want women who are, they want to wait forever and a day to become a family man, be fearful of that, be scared to death of that, expect that woman to have a low body count. Why that matters, I don't know. They want her to have no children. When they want to settle, they want to be able to be 40 plus, 50 plus, and settle down with a 20-year-old. That's not going to happen. The 30-year-old's going to have a kid, but they don't want her to have her. They don't want to have a kid. They don't want her to, like I said, they want her to have a super low body count. It's irrational. And it's not just, I don't think it's just a black culture thing. I think it is just misogyny. Misogyny is kind of like, it's setting this expectation of like what a woman is. And it's like Regency period-esque. It's like she should only be how do I want to say this? She should be saving herself for her husband. But you're not asking, but them as black men, or just them as men, are not carrying themselves in a way of, you know what, if I'm going to be intimate with this woman, I'm going to get married to her. They're not acting like men from the Regency period. They're acting like very modern men. They're acting like men who are very content with hookup culture and promiscuity, but they expect the opposite. And like I said, I can't unsee that, how they have these double standards. And like, if men really want to push society forward, you got to get rid of the double standards. I understand it's very comfortable to have a double standard, but we've reached this. It should have never existed, but especially for the men who want to hold on to it, that are struggling to find relationships with the people, presenting as the people that they want to be. They got to realize something has to give. So like I was saying a little bit earlier, it's like, how hard is that conversation? How annoying is that conversation going to be with, just even them and people that they're dating? They're coming there with all this animosity. They're coming with all this fear, with all these assumptions of how this person is going to screw them over. But like I said, I'm rambling. I agree with you, CC. They're confused. And part of that confusion is like, I want to ask them, CC. I think I made a banner for it. Like, these things that men have been taught, body counts, The notion of a woman is less than, she's ran through if she's over 30, she's ran through if she's been intimate with more than 5 men. She's what are some of the other ones? The men can have rosters, women can't. Where did they learn that from? Did they learn that from their dad? Did they learn that from their mom? Did they learn that from their brothers? Did they learn that from their sisters? Or are they learning it from their friends and other men in the community that they interact with? Or is it a combination, as Drake would say? Combination. What was it? Because I would like to believe that they're not learning it from their fathers, unless they really, if they did, I really feel sorry for their upbringings. But yeah, they're confused, and I think that they're trying to model their lives in the image of patriarchy, and they don't realize that white men aren't living up to. They're not even remotely living up to that standard that they put upon other men, specifically black men, to feel burdened that, man, I'm not a man if like my woman isn't like able to wear white on her wedding day, or if she works, I don't feel like I'm a man. And they're confused and they're extremely insecure. I was saying it on like Lapeef Network. The black men are hypersexual, they're hyper masculine, they're hypersensitive, they are hyper emotional. And to your point, they're confused. I'm not speaking about all black men, but I'm just like there's this tribalism that they need to break free from. This notion that like, and we're gonna try to show a video later, that black men, they feel like I gotta be so tough. They gotta feel like they got something, they gotta prove it to everybody that they can't even cry or they're gonna be less than a man. We gotta let go of that. Let's see. Yes. I mean, like I might get down to this point. I'm not saying down is a bad thing, but I don't know, in the next few years, I might settle down and say, you know what? Maybe I don't need to have any kids. I would like to, but I know that becoming a parent, it's going to be a huge sacrifice. It's going to financially, bandwidth. All I've known is to be a childless man. I don't know. Maybe I might ride off into the sunset and just keep it that way. I don't know. Maybe I might just pair up with someone and we just be childless. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out, but the direction I'm trying to go in is I'd like to start a family. We'll see. But yeah, labradoodles. Being childless, baby. I've had multiple women come to me and say, I am jealous. Mothers, mind you, come to me and say, I'm jealous, Chris, that you are childless. I'm jealous that you can wake up, lollygag, cook some ricotta cheese pancakes, at 1 p.m. and you don't have to like be, you don't have to think of anything else for the day. That you can just go as you please. You don't have to really sacrifice your career and all that kind of stuff. And you don't have to like take care of someone who just goes up to their house, to their room and plays Minecraft all night after school. And they've been trying to sell me on don't have kids. I mean, I don't know if they're right or wrong. I don't know. Yeah. I got some content I want to show about that. Yes. And like, I agree with this. It's a blessing that women do make men feel better in their mediocrity, and they get shamed for it. You should have chose better when you were trying to support this guy and try to see a vision in this guy. They get shamed for it when they do this, but then they're also going to beg for it. Like their standards are too high. That's the manosphere. They're like, the women's standards are too high. They need to bring them down. But when they bring them down, you're going to shame them and tell them that they need to choose better. So they're confused. That needs to be a whole title of a live stream. But yeah, like I agree with this. I agree with this. And I don't think that men specifically, men in general take a stock of how much they're benefiting from that woman being in their life. Like they say they want to slam these women for, having sexual experiences and saying, they got trauma. Well, how do men ever know how much trauma they're bringing to a relationship. And I don't think they do, because the woman is just being accepted. She is taking that on, understanding that man has some I don't know what I call it. He's got some quirks about him. He's got some pros and he's got some cons, and they're dealing with the cons and kind of like loving him through it. Being maybe even being his friend and his therapist, knowing that he might has to be bringing some baggage. Like, men are not acknowledging the baggage that they're bringing to relationships. That's what I'm trying to basically say in a nutshell. Let's see. Hold on. Even if we're getting with only Chad, so what? I agree. I talked with this 52-year-old white movie producer. We're gonna go see was it the Ryan Coogler, Michael B. Jordan movie? What's it called? Sinners tomorrow. Everybody needs to go see Sinners. If you're a movie person, it's gonna dominate the box office. I'm gonna go see it 2 nights in a row. But I was asking this 52-year-old white movie producer, and she was like, I was like, hey, the manosphere is kind of shaming women for like saying that they're only sleeping with in their 20s and in high school and college, they're only sleeping with chads. And she was like, I mean, why would we want to get with someone who's awkward and didn't know how to fuck? And I was like, I understand what you're saying. I hate the stereotype for nerds, but I'm like, these manosphere dudes really want to police who women sleep with. Like I was saying maybe on the last stream where they say like, hey, all these women could have got married, and they're speaking about black women, if they just would have like moved past, ignored their hot girl summer, to assume that every black woman had a hot girl summer as a wild accusation, egregious, even. And they say if she just would have looked past her hot girl summer and just focused on an MRS degree and married till she carried, she would have had a husband in her 20s. When black men don't get married on average till 30, 31. So they'll talk on both sides of the neck. They'll say men are the gatekeepers to relationships and marriage. If that's the case, then why are they getting married on average at 31? The average man gets married at 30. But I'm just saying, like, we have to be honest. Black men aren't trying to get married. Most men in general aren't trying to get married in their 20s. I did. I got married at 24, and I'm not bragging. I'm just saying I got married 24, 25 the next week. One of my ex-coworkers, she introduced me to one of her sons. She's white. And he was like, he got a job at Delta. I don't think he went to college, but he got a job at Delta working on planes. And he was just at brunch talking about, man, I just want to find a woman and just get married. He was like 22, 23 or something, 21, 22, 23, something like that. And I was trying to tell him like, hey, you take a little bit of time. Don't wait as long as I did. But like, it was a little bit refreshing to see like, there are some men out here who do want to have a family. Like growing up, I always wanted to have a family. It has dwindled down from 3 kids to 2 to 1 and adopt 1 to now just 1, have 1 or adopt 1. And it might even go down to 0. But yeah, so like going back to the Chad's point, who cares who these women are, being intimate with? They have every choice to do that. Cause like women are not, if women said, hey, why don't you stop going for these type of women and just go with the woman who has her head in the books? They know they don't want to do that. We've had other guys on this panel, and I appreciate the honesty. They'll come up here and say, that woman's lame. They don't want a woman who is studious. That's lame to them. So, it's got to be natural for women to feel the same way. Like, some of them are not going to, at different periods of their life, regardless of where they're at, regardless of their age, they don't stop trying to force these women to be attracted to stuff that they're not attracted to. So that's where I agree with what you're saying. Men, yes, they're not entitled to any women. We've said that on these podcasts. Like, we've had Fearless and Ronan come up here. Fearless, the book of his biography is going to be called The Third Date Rule. How he feels like, things need to be, moving in a direction of physical intimacy, at least from a verbal confirmation after the 3rd date. I don't agree with that. And we have the tape of that last year with the married woman. We'll get into that at some other point, maybe not tonight. But let's see. Hold on. this is I got some I'm stepping over so much content, but the dumb thing about male culture sometimes is like, especially with the red pillars and the manosphere, they'll quote the animal kingdom. We are not lions. We are not tigers or bears. And they'll be like, yo, what are the lionesses? Who do they go hunt for? Listen, who are you trying to tell that to? I love watching apex predators. I love watching their videos. Let's spoiler alert. The lionesses are not letting the male lions eat first. That's not how it works. Like, they go hunt for the pride. A lot of times they're hunting for the children first. A lot of times it's a free for all. If you do see that male lion eating, I hate that we're going to the National Geographic. It's my fault, but I'm like, it's not out of a respect thing. It's not out of this, yo, we gotta wait till the man eats first. They have clearly not watched a lot of like apex predator videos. But yeah, I went off tangent. Observe the animal kingdom. It's the female's right to only choose the best mate. Yeah. Okay. They have to fight to the death sometimes to secure a mate. Okay, I'm gonna push back a little bit because I understand that and then maybe there was a period in time where that was like life or death. In the Black community, when people are getting married, like I think Black women are only married like 24, 26%. Is it really a fight to the death when Black men are only married like 27? It's not really a fight to the death. There are opportunities being squandered. So like that's what I'm trying to say is like Black men cannot sit up here and cry about, man, I gotta fight to the death to try to get a date. I gotta fight to the death to be able to have children. 80% of Black men have children by 40. Is it really a fight to the death? It's not. They want, like I said, they're overselling this. But I agree with what you're saying on theoretically, if for a certain type of woman, yeah, it's an extreme competition to exactly what you're saying. But like the opportunity to say that like this is not like the animal kingdom in the sense where like apex predator, like let's say lions. If a male lion goes over to another pride and kills the leader of that pride, he's going to go kill all the children because he wants his lineage to be only his children. That's not what's happening over here in the human kingdom. That's not what happens. So it's like for a Black man to have a wife, he does not have to kill anything. He does not have to fight anything. He does not have to get muscles. He does not have to drive a sports car. Depending on the competition he's trying to get, it's going to vary. I mean, the type of the woman he wants to get, the competition is going to vary. But when you're dealing with the Black community, with men who just in general devalue women of a certain age, which I think it's a crime against humanity, it's really not a fight to death. If you are a 30-year-old man, a 40-year-old man, 50-year-old man, it's not a fight to the death. It's not a fight to the death to have a relationship. I think some of these men get carried away with it. But yeah, like I said, I agree with you on some level about that. But yeah, see, this is it. It's the double standard. And we've got to break this out of our community. The notion of sow your wild oats, it's toxic. You got men out here 30, 40, 50 who are engaging with women. And this is the most heartbreaking part of it. Engaging with women with just the intention to take sexually. Like these women of a certain age, 30 plus, they are intentionally dating. They are trying to intentionally they're trying to intentionally date with the people that they're intimate with. And then a lot of them might be dating with a lot of men who are coming across. Like I think one of them who I was dating said a lot of women, some of these women have thousands of men in their inboxes on like Tinder and Bumble and Hinge and all that kind of stuff. But I might have like 100, 2, 3, 4, and some men might have less and whatever, 10s, 50s, whatever. But with those women who have thousands, they already know off rip that those dudes are here for one thing: use your imagination. And that's sad that men at like mid-30s, 40s, 50s are still doing that. It's sad. Let's see. Yeah, I agree with this. CC, I agree with this. They have been brainwashed with these conservative, these traditional values. Like that's what they model manhood after. They're hyper masculine. And they can only see one, I guess, archetype of being a man, and I think it's sad. I said on some of these older podcasts, I was like, if you are naturally stoic as a man, okay, cool. But if you're just being stoic because they said that this is what women want, that's lame. I mean, be who you truly are, in my opinion, as a man. Oh wait, women don't need the whole pig to get a little sausage. Wait, explain this. I'm slow. I think I know what you're trying to say, but hold on. Yeah, exactly. I think I might have tried to say that. Like, I'm open to adopting. The last woman I dated, like the married woman, that was all that was on the table. She had a son. She said medically she couldn't have any more kids. It's not that she couldn't. It'd be a high risk, and I had to accept it. And I was like, I mean, I'm willing to consider adopting. It's expensive to adopt, but I'm like, hey, I considered it. I moved over to like, do I really need to have my own kid? Like, if my if the kid I had didn't look anything like me, didn't act anything like me, does that how is that any different than adopting a kid? And I have a baby sister who's adopted. That's where I kind of like and a grandmother who was kind of adopted. It's a whole story. But her mom died at childbirth. I guess I'll give you some of that story. So like she was adopted. I think her mom died at childbirth. We're gonna give you the whole damn story with this. And her father, for whatever reason, abandoned her. And I think her aunts raised her. So it was a traumatic situation where she grew up at some point in her childhood realizing the kids in her class put her on game and said, hey, your family those aren't really your parents. She didn't know that. But when she found out that was facts, it kind of like broke her to an extent. And she realized, no, these are not really my parents. Blah, blah, blah. But like, yes, with the last woman I dated, I know, and the on and off again ex, like, who is 5 years older than me. I started to really embrace the idea of maybe I might just adopt a kid. Like with the married woman who I dated last year, I said, as long as I adopt a kid and he or she has my last name, I'm fine with that. Like I said, I have my baby sister who's adopted. I don't think of her as adopted. Let's see. Yeah, see, I've heard that from women. They're just like, they are jealous. And I'm sure that maybe some of the guys with kids, they're kind of jealous too. But like, I know it's a huge sacrifice to become a parent. So LB, I'm glad that you're in the chat. I wanted to ask you this. So I had one of these stories. I'm trying to find the banner. I'm trying to restate it again. Shoot. This. OB, I want you to answer this in the chat. Where are men learning about it being necessary as a man to have a roster or purity culture, or a woman needs to have a low body count? Where are men learning this? Are they learning this from their mom, from their brother, from their sister, from their dad, from their uncles, from friends at school, from other men in the community? I just want your answer. I want to start asking men this. I don't think it's their family. Let's see. Okay, we got I'm not gonna say her name, but we got Luther Gonzalez in the chat. What's up? Man, I'm just like, this is like, I'm being really chatty tonight, but like, let's see. Okay, but yeah, let me go back to this. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said, people are they're telling me they're jealous of me being childless. But let's see. Put you in government assistance. Okay. I get it. Okay. Baby, if you really knew who Luther Gonzalez was, I know who he is. He's doing really well for himself, but everybody would love to be on government assistance. But see, so I guess Luther Gonzalez, I see what you're saying. Let me address that. the reason why I was saying that was that when you hear the red pill men, the manosphere men, the men's right activists, they'll complain about they try to slam women, they try to slam single moms. That's how they make their money. But underneath it all, they complain about you'll hear like people like just pearly things. You'll hear things like people like forget someone Fresh and Fit, or hear some Coach Greg Adams, some of these other people. You'll hear them say, men will go to jail. Men will go to jail if they don't pay their child support. Women have all these safety nets. Men don't have safety nets, which is a lie. It's maybe women women embrace their safety nets more than men, because men feel like they got to have their chest stuck out all the time, and they can't be they'll be less than a man if they accept these things. But I'm just saying, I'm making the claim that these men's rights activists, they are really advocating for the laws to change and safety nets to be stood up. And it got me thinking, and I'm like, wait, they're basically advocating for men to get government assistance in different forms, whether it is protections from going to jail for child support, for marriage laws, divorce laws, and child support laws to change, for safety nets so men, if they kind of mess up or make mistakes or fall in hard times, that there's more resources for them to come to. And listen, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm just saying they have a problem with women having it. And they're advocating, I think when they're saying these things about like women have all these safety nets, okay, are you guys saying like are you trying to act like we don't know that? They're saying that because they want they want things to change and things to be more equal for men and women, but they also feel insecure to say that because they got to give off this persona that they are like masculine, alpha men. Like, what kind of alpha man is going to say I want to have some the same kind of things that women have? They want women to kind of fight for that. They want the government to fight for that. They don't want to come out and say it. So they want to start the conversation without advocating for it. Like the people who, in my opinion, Luther Gonzalez, who really want to dismantle the patriarchy, the people who want to dismantle patriarchy are men's rights activists. They just don't want to say it because they gotta, like I said, they want to keep up this front of being this alpha male. But they know they're struggling in this economy. They know they're struggling. They know that they don't even like that role either. So like all this, bitching and complaining about the role of being a man, they really want things to change. They just don't want to fight for it because, like I said, it's embarrassing for them to advocate it to other in front of other men. So yeah, I got to watch this show, Adolescence. I think everybody needs to watch it. It's based off a true story about how Andrew Tate and some of these men's rights activists in the manosphere is affecting men and young children in the UK, not 40-year-old, 30-year-old, 20-year-old men, but like children and adolescents. And there was a situation where a black kid in the UK unalived. I'll have to read the story, but unalived another person, and they've reenacted it for Netflix to try to with blatant call outs to the manosphere and stuff like that. So I need to watch it myself. But yes, I'm glad that the red pill and the manosphere kind of stuff is getting put into content now. It's a serious issue. It's a really serious issue. That specifically men, they want to scream about single moms, but like these men's rights activists, these manosphere dudes, they're doing more harm to the community. Patriarchy is doing more harm to the community than the people who they think are doing harm to the community. Let's see this. Yeah. Me too. I said it last year. I said, I love me a smart woman. And I was saying like a long, long time ago, my on again, off again ex, we're going to hang out Saturday and go see Sinners. But she's like, I joke with her and I say like, she's mental. She can pull like a mental level manipulation on me where it's like, when we went on our first date, she was downplaying. She was telling me that, without giving her whole business out here, she on her dating profile, she said that she was a certain type of profession, but like in a generalized version of it. And it wasn't until I got on the first date and I realized, I started asking questions and I was like, whoa, wait, you went to law school and you graduated and you passed the bar. Wait. This you're in the inner circle to this executive position. I started to see her for who she was. I was like, don't you ever downplay your intelligence. Don't you ever do that. But like for whatever reason, she felt like she I guess needed to do that, or it wouldn't come off as attractive. I love me some of that because I'm like a woman who's intelligent. She's gonna influence my child. Um, uh, I don't want a unintelligent woman. I don't want dumb kids. Yeah, let's talk about this. So the woman who I'm kind of dating now, like she was opening my eyes to this. Like this is a big problem. Like she was like dudes straight off connecting on dating apps, they will send these type of pics unsolicited, or you'll break up with them and they'll send these pics unsolicited. They'll continue to send these pics. And I'm like, why are they doing it? And she's like, I think they want acknowledgement of like size, or acknowledgement of how good it looks, or they want some kudos, they want some instant gratification, they want a response, they want an attaboy. And it's like, and when she told me how certain women and maybe women on average are circulating their pics, these dudes who are sending these unsolicited pics, I don't think they know or maybe they don't care what they're getting themselves into. But yeah, it's a problem, baby. And I hate that for y'all. Because like I said, like our experiences, that's not happening. Like I remember on this like friends with benefits site, this woman was like, hey, do you have any spicy pictures? I didn't have those. I don't really have those. I don't want to send those. And I'm like, I gotta really tighten that. I'm not gonna really send that. Even if it's asked for, because some women will ask you, but let me move off that point. Let's see. Facts. Okay, I get what you're saying now. Okay. They don't need to be in a relationship. Exactly. And I think men are super jealous about this. I think that's one of the reasons why they hold that body count stuff over women, where it doesn't make any sense. Because they're jealous. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I might. Like I said, the people in my pool league, Luther, the guy a couple guys from our pool league were trying to talk me down from adopting a kid because they were like, "It's not gonna be your child because you're raising somebody else's child." I mean, nah, I don't look at it like that, because like it can be a little bit more complex than that. Like I know of my adopted sister, we adopted her when she was 1. I'm less than 1. She's 10 years younger than me. I got to basically see her throughout all the stages of her life, like just minus the exact birth. And she is, to my knowledge, she doesn't know her parents. She's never gone out and looked. And I think with that adoption, like you do get some of those adoptions that can be negotiated, where the mother gets to get pictures, or maybe the mother gets to kind of have some type of interaction every once in a while, or just at least the information is there to be contacted. But similar on what I'm trying to say for myself is like, in this situation, assuming that I have the same situation that my mom and my dad had, where maybe the child doesn't reach out to that parent, it's like I'm always going to look at my sister as my parents' children. They raised her basically from birth. So I don't get this notion of like, that's not your child. That's not your blood. It's like, it's so much deeper than blood, honestly. But yeah, I did the research, baby. Like it's adoption is expensive. It's I really don't like that it's that way. I think that the research I saw was like, if you know the barf mom and you just need to go to the agency to get all that stuff done, it's like 10 grand. If you don't, it's like 50 to like 80. Some of them have like stipulations that you need to be married first. There's maybe some little extra hoops you have to jump through, but like that might be something I do. Like I've really considered it, and I'm at the point now where I'm like, I've been telling like the people on this panel for the last year, I'm like, to hell with it, not to hell with it, but having your own biological kid is not the end. Not being able to have your own biological kid is not the end of the world. It's not. Like, because I've seen, like, especially with my baby sisters, like how you can adopt a kid. And I think that I want to like ask my dad. I asked my dad last year, and I was like, yo, I was having this conversation with him about like adopting versus having your own kids, and he was like, I'm gonna try to do the best I can to paraphrase, but he was like, it's not the end of the world if you that sounds horrible. Let me try to say it better. That's not how he said it. He was basically trying to say like, it is not anything different. It's not anything different it's not anything less it's not anything different to adopt a kid. Like if he has 4 kids, if he would have adopted all the 4 kids, it's not really that important. It's about, because you make an impact to that child, whether that's a stepchild, whether that's a biological child, whether that's a biological child. So he was trying to tell me like that. Trying to remember the point. He was trying to tell me that like fatherhood is a complex thing. It's not just, a lot of these men think that fatherhood is just, it's purely biological. It's not. We had the story with Builder of Bridges last year, where he was talking about how he is a father to only a adopted daughter. And we saw Fearless and Ronan specifically Fearless having a fucking fit about, well, what if that daughter says you touched me to her mom? They want to throw out all these horror stories, the worst case scenarios, to scare men, just like how they do with marriage, and don't get married because she'll take half and you'll be paying all this alimony and blah, 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 blah. But no, there's nothing. You are no less of, I think what my dad was trying to tell me was, you are no less of a father if you are a father to adopted children. You're no less of a father. And I've accepted that for myself. I was really, gung ho about it on the last person I dated, the married woman. I was willing to accept, like, yo, I'm willing to just adopt. It doesn't really matter. I would, and as growing up, and in my heart of hearts, I would love to have, a kid that kind of looks like me, kind of acts like me a little bit. But if I don't have that, it's okay. And your kid can still still act like you if it's an adopted kid. That's what I think what people are losing the fact of. I saw my baby sister, and she's adopted some of the traits and characteristics of my mom and my dad by how she was raised and what she has learned from them. Yeah, I agree with this. Okay, so you say loner culture. Okay, all right. Yeah, I agree with you on this. Loser men always existed. Misogynistic men always existed. That's why I said I always push back on these men like Ronan and Fearless, who are like, man, there's something wrong with this generation. No. This generation, the men in this generation always existed. It's just that patriarchy is being challenged in a way that it never has because of the economics changing. These men want to listen. Every man would love to be a stay-at-home, a provider dad, sole provider. Every man would love to be a sole provider. I would too, if I had the finances to justify it. I'm not going to just do it. There's no reason to work yourself to the bone when the economics when the economics and the math isn't mathing. Like, there's no reason that if you find a woman who's like a doctor and you're just like, man, I'm in love, but she makes more than I do, I got to break up with her. Are you serious? No. Like, the real win, like I said, having been married, having been divorced, the real win is just being happy, having something that works together with someone who cares about you, someone who loves you, whether you have children or not, with that person, and you're successfully able to like live life with that person. The problem is that as a man, they put all this pressure behind you. You got to get a baddie. You're divorced now. You need to go get you a 20-year-old. You feel pressure to kind of get the baddest woman and all this other youngest woman. And it's like, who knows? That woman not even be attracted to you. You, as Money Travel said, love the one who loves you, not the one you love. Like, find the win. I want the men to find the win. and stop trying to impress the other men. Find the woman, find that woman who loves you, that you love, that you can, do life with. Fuck the other dudes and fuck society and what they say you should choose. Choose the one who makes you happy. Let's see. Yeah. Yes. It always did. Like misogyny always existed. It's just that it has a easier and stronger reach now with the internet, and these men, like I said, they're dealing with economic circumstances that their fathers and great great grandfathers never had to deal with. It's, to your point, I think a lot of these men in the older years would have been just as insecure, just as uncomfortable had they dealt with the same economic standpoints of women excelling, dominating education, the economy being really expensive, and really, you can't get a house. It's not as easy to get a house anymore. It's really tough the job market sucks right now. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna get to that CC note comment in a second. You watched the documentary you mentioned about men moving to Colombia. Yikes. I mean, I hate this for them, but yeah. Shoot. Yeah, I mean, I get it. And from what I'm hearing, like a lot of the women, they it's a if we I was thinking, I'm like, if we ever do another women's panel, I really want to address this topic to a small extent. I want people to understand like how prevalent this is, how maybe disgusted some women are of it. And like I said, I brought up the thing that I learned earlier and recently of like they are circulating those pics. They have whole group chat. Some of these people have whole group chats where they're sending those videos, they're sending those pics. So be careful guys, be careful what you're circulating. Let's see. Comments, y'all doing some numbers with these comments. Yeah, I mean, there's so much insecurity in some of these men. The body count, and we keep banging on that topic, but the body count, there's so much insecurity baked into that. Why do they really want to be with this? They don't want virgins. Let's address that. Because if they wanted the virgins so much, like they're saying on social media, they'd be wifing these virgins up, and they're not. They would be, jumping over the fence to try to date these virgins. They're not. They would, like I said, they would. I'm losing my point. But like they do not prioritize this. They push this purity culture hard, but they don't really keep the same energy in the people they date. And when they try to pursue these women with these low body counts, I think it's really out of sexual insecurity of like they're lazy in bed, they are selfish in life, even and in bed. They're selfish. And they want to have, their ego is so fragile that someone could have been, every man is different in terms of like genetically. Use your imagination. And I think that's breaking them, that, oh my gosh, she might have been with someone who was, had different, better genetics than me, or whatever the heck. They'll try to sell it on the height. They do it all things genetic. And these men are so insecure. There's a video I've got to show that. And it's like, before I show it, it's like they can't look at it and say intimacy between a person to a person is different from every pair of this one with this man, this woman, that same woman with another man. They can't look at it and say, my intimacy with this woman is special. They look at it and they trivialize it and say, man, it's no different than when another man was intimate with her. Yes, it actually was. The relationship, the intimacy, the affection, the feelings, they're all different, but they can't see past that. They can't see that. They got to see it and say, nah, man, I'm I'm getting a worse deal because look, everybody else got the same thing. I'm the loser that's, coming in here and doing all these things for the guys who didn't have to do half as much. It's so immature. And it's like you would expect this from like 20-year-old men, teenage men, but no, it's men who are like in their 50s and 60s, perpetuating this crap. Let me get to a video and show this. I've been doing a lot of talking. Let me show something. Okay, let's show it. Let me grab this link. It's going to back up what I just said, but it's going to show it in video form. Just give me a second. Okay, so let me share the screen. Okay. Like I said, I really feel sorry about the gender war men that feel insecure. I'm losing my timestamp. Give me a second. So like 311. Let's go to 311. Fair use. Let's go for 310 for just for good measure.
Men don't fear the woman. The woman is good. They like the woman. They don't fear that. They fear the way that they'll be viewed by other men. Men are such pick-me's for other men. It's ridiculous. And I just need men to outgrow it. Now, mind you, this type of stuff never fucking happens. I don't mean that literally, but this type of shit like never happens. It never happens. That's why you always see this like in a skit form and you never actually see it in real life, and you never see anybody catch it on camera or on text message or anything like that. You usually can only catch it in skit form because it almost never happens. It definitely don't happen to the average dude. But this is the fear of men. The fear of men is what I'm talking about.
I had a good time with you.
I had a good time with you too. I ain't gonna front you a vibe. I ain't gonna hold you.
So what are we doing? Like, you've been over about 20 times. What is this?
I mean,
are we gonna make this official or what?
You vibing. We can do whatever you want to do. What you saying?
Okay, since you want to be scary, I'm about to post you right now. You
better post me on your social media?
Right now.
Go ahead. I ain't got nobody. I'm good. Make sure it's a good picture of me, too, because we got a lot of pictures, so.
Oh, my God.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, that's a good one.
So he been with this girl. He been with this woman. You know what I'm saying? He been with this woman. I don't know. They got a bunch of pictures together, so I'm guessing they've been together a while.
Let's skip to like 5:17. Let's go 5:15. Let's do it. Actually, I skipped too far. Hold up. Let's go back.
Be scary. I'm about to post you right now. I'm about to post you.
This woman. You know what I'm saying? He been with this woman. I don't know. They got a bunch of pictures together, so I'm guessing they've been together a while. You know what I mean? And he like her. He likes her. She just said, 20 times. You done been over here 20 times, and we done linked up and hooked up and chilled and whatever, right? Cool. He has no reason to not like her at this point. This is what I'm saying.
That's a good picture. Hold on. Somebody calling me. Let me do that. Yo, what's good, bro?
What's good, Cub Daddy?
What happened?
Yo, Super Soaker just posted you on page about you guy in a relationship.
Super Soaker?
Yeah, I just squeezed it the other day and you cuffed it, bro.
It's funny, but it's so sad that dudes are taking it seriously. Okay, enough of that. But I'm just saying, like, that is such an immature. I would expect that from like teenagers, 20-year-old men, not 30, 40, 50-year-old men, and really taking it to heart. Like I said, and I really mean it, a conversation about a woman's body count is something I'm never going to do. If a woman wants to talk about certain experiences, okay, fine. It might be something to just laugh about. Like, oh, wow, you had that experience. That's crazy. Wow, that's cool. That's what's up. I'm not going to be like, oh my God, like, I can't wife this. Because like that passes in the past. It's not on. These guys are living their lives like all these women's sexual experiences are like live on OnlyFans for free. Like everybody can just ingest it and see it and download it and see it. Your mom's seen it too. Your priest has seen it. Everybody's seen it. It's all on the billboards when you drive. it's just so immature, and it's just rooted in insecurity. These guys want to, you see all the excuses come out. My red pillar best friend would say, well, Chris, his name is Chris too. He'd be like, yo, well, this dates back to like back in the olden days, because like back in the olden days, like you couldn't, verify a woman paternity. You wouldn't, the only way you could know that the baby was yours is if you married the woman and she was a virgin. And I'm like, well, we're in 2024, 2025 now. And I'm like, that's not a thing anymore. You can, you can pick a woman of a certain pedigree. You can, date that woman for an extended period of time and not rush things. You can get a paternity test at any given point when that baby's born, and after that baby's born. But like this notion of, man, I gotta always be on guard at all times because I could be raising somebody else's baby, even if I got married. Man, does that happen sometimes? Yeah, but like, let's stop projecting these fears of like what Pookie has gone through and say that every black man's gonna go through Pookie's experience. Like, let's stop. But like I said, it's all rooted in insecurity. So like I said, I don't want to talk about a woman's body count. I think, as I said on my previous podcast, if these dudes were really living that life, they would have put on their Hinge profile, yo, I just want to let you know, full transparency, if you've been with more than 5 men, don't even swipe on me. Don't even, if I swiped on you, don't even confirm me. They should be at the bar talking about, you know what? Let me go get you a drink. Oh, how many bodies you got? Bartender, let me take that back. Sorry, she's paying her own drink. They need to be keeping that type of energy. They're not. So I think that it's one of two things. It's like either this is internet talk, or a lot of it is probably patriarchy and misogyny, where it's like these dudes are like, do you really want a woman to have low self-esteem? I don't want that. I want a woman with a lot. I've said I want a woman with chutzpah. I want a woman with like a big personality. I don't want a little house on the prairie woman. I don't want a woman to look at. I want her to be confident. I don't want anything to be given off low confidence. I don't want her to. I'm not going to be one of these like I am the prize type of dudes. I think that it's really telling that these guys have to beat these women down, because they're not going to just, hey, I'm going to disqualify you because you have a higher body count than what I want. Get out of here. Leave me alone. Don't ever call me ever again. They're not doing that. They're going to hook them back in, but they want them to come back in on a renegotiated deal of like, I want you to know that, I'm better than you. I want you to know that you are beneath what I would typically date. I want you to know that you are even lucky to be in my presence. And that's emotional abuse. Let's see. I remember trolling Black Planet as a kid. That's what the pigs on Bumble remind me of. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Sending. Yeah. Wow. You should report him actually. High key. Let's see. Tell him I'm trans. Wow. Let's see. Okay, hold up. Men's value to women since the beginning of time has always been an artificially manufactured concept. Yeah. I mean, that's it. I've been trying to say it like, in other words, like these guys, they fear like the misogyny and patriarchy. They feel like patriarchy is going to go away. It's never going away. It's can you afford it? It's never going away. It's just that your options to actually have that are dwindling. And they're crashing out because of it. They refuse to evolve. And if they like it, I love it. I'm not going down that route. If they want to down that hill, they can down that hill. But they don't need to make everyone else feel bad about their lived experience. Like at some point they need to kind of like either do their work, acknowledge the work they need to do, or they just kind of need to make peace with the decisions and the outcomes. Like maybe some of them need to realize like, I have high standards and I haven't met anyone that's been able to meet those standards. And maybe that means I'm not gonna be able to find a wife, or I'm not gonna be able to find a girlfriend, or I'm not gonna be able to have any kids. Or maybe I need to change some things up and compromise on certain things. But if you don't feel like compromising, you need to kind of accept that reality of like what you're going to get as a result of it. Let me see if there's like, I know there's other stuff to show. There's other stuff to show. Let's see. I had a great video about like Kevin Samuels lied to black men. I might save it for another stream. Let's see. Trying to find something else to show. I want to show the men built the world thing because I know we had a guy named guy earlier on the stream talking about how feminists men are only using the build the world things. Okay, I don't really have the timestamps for the Kevin Samuel ones, but Kevin Samuel one, but I'll show it. Okay, and then I gotta show some stuff too, other stuff too. It's called Kevin Samuels Lied to Black Men by this great channel that I just recently discovered. And listen, let's be clear about that. About this, Femi has done the Lord's work for years, exposing the impact that Kevin Samuels has had on manospheric men, and ruining relationships and hurting the Black community. She's been doing that, and they've been trying to get her deplatformed as a result of it. But let me share this video. It's a new channel. Y'all should support him. And like I said, I didn't give the props to it. Shout out to Public Offender too. I love his channel. He's super active. He's putting out videos like every single day. But let me share this video. Let me set it up real quick. Wait, hold on. Maybe I copied the wrong video. Give me a second. Okay, fair use. Let me share this. Y'all gotta support this guy's channel, Marquise Devon. He's like an educator. He's like a teacher, I think. Awesome channel. Let's try to find the timestamp when he talks about. Let's start off with some context. Let's let it rock, and then let's try to find the timestamp where he's talking about Kevin Samuels. Fair use.
Hello to niggas and niggas only. This is your boy Keith, and welcome to the next episode of This American Negro. This American Negro is a show where we're going to talk about pop culture and we're going to talk about society and all of the things that are going on, but with a much more specific lens. And I'm super excited to get into this iteration of This American Negro. So today we're going to be talking about Kevin Samuels and the lie that he told Black men. It's going to be a long episode. Not really. I'm trying to keep it condensed. However, it is super important that we have this conversation. It's been happening more and more as I go around and I'm listening and we're thinking about his legacy. So again, I'm not necessarily going to be attacking the person. However, I am going to be talking about his ideas and what he actually told us as Black men.
Let's skip. Let's find it. Let's talk about some male masculinity. This sounds good. Let's start with there.
So I think it's just an interesting conversation because as we're having to develop our own sense of identity and our own politic and whatnot, in order to truly, truly understand how a Kevin Samuels exists, we got to be honest around like our own relationships to masculinity. And our relationship to masculinity can be very violent the more that we want to protect it. And what's the best time to protect masculinity is when we think it's under threat. And right now, we think traditional masculinity is under threat because of more queer people being visible, more women actually being able to acknowledge the fact that, hey, actually, I don't accept this. And I don't need you. I would want you, but I don't need you, right? That's kind of the conversation that's being had. And oftentimes, if it is needed, I'm thinking of myself growing up in a lower class and now working class environment. There's a certain set of choices. If it's a single parent, oh, I actually just need you in the house to ensure that my kids are safe. I actually need you here, even though you might not be financially compensating, but at least I know that there's some sort of social thing happening because of my mom being like a head of household, right? And so oftentimes we find ourselves, and I'm thinking about our own development as Black boys into Black men, we're always told that we need to provide. we're also expected to grow up a little faster. And so in that development of growing up faster, I think we also get this warped sense of what masculinity is, right? And I'm not putting this blame necessarily on the single parent, right? It's not their fault, because at the end of the day, it's a system that's working against us that doesn't allow us to thrive. And there's some personal decisions that are in that, so I'm not going to take away complete accountability, but we also have to be super, super intentional around how we're talking around our own emotional development and our own identity and how we develop that identity. And a lot of the time, if Black men don't have someone to initially look towards, right, to see what a man should or shouldn't be. I had examples of what men shouldn't be when I was growing up.
Me too.
Right. But I had to find this example of what I wanted a Black man to, what I thought a Black man should be. But I had to find that through something like media. And I was able to quickly identify, like, oh, I like this thing about Uncle Phil, but I really don't care about this thing here. Oh, I really like this thing around so-and-so's dad, but I don't really care about what they did here. And I want to emulate these best parts of them, acknowledging their flaws, but here are the things I want to take from them.
All right, let's skip. Let's dig into the Kevin Samuels content. Let's see. There we go. Let's start. Pink. So
Kevin Samuels, he's an image consultant. He's a social media personality. Really found his rise. What was that? 2020 mid-pandemic type situation, and he's getting a lot of this notoriety because he tells people in a way that we don't like. He tells people the truth. He tells people what we should know. He's giving hard love. He's expressing all of this stuff, right? He's also an older man who appears to be well kept. He's in a suit all the time. When you see his videos, he's at least polished enough. He got the look, a silver gray, a gray fox, a nice beard type situation going on, right? So this entire image that he's even presenting himself as already allows us to buy in, because symbols mean things to us. So at least if you see me in a suit, I look like I have some form of wealth. At least because I can talk around these colognes and this lifestyle and all of this, the image and the illusion of wealth then appear. However, where Kevin Samuels also was able to really leach in is because, remember that emotional development piece and the sense of accountability? Black men wanted to see Black women have a lashing, a verbal lashing, and be dehumanized, because at least he's saying what we all want to say to them. At least this form of accountability is just violent enough to make you feel lesser, to make you feel like you need to depend on me. So at least now that you were taken down a notch, I can come in and build you up, because a man's supposed to provide in that way. Again,
Toxic.
They're still impressionable, because the lack of an identity, or maybe a lack of a father figure, or not knowing a politic, will actually lead me to believe that his harshness is what everybody deserves, is him doing us a favor as a community. But I think his age also played a role in it, because now I can say, oh, this is kind of like a father figure, because I never heard a man tell me about myself in that way. But my question then is, why do we think it takes this form of tough love to feel like we're finding a sense of identity?
I gotta press pause. I don't really want to. For the sake of fair use, I will. I mean, listen, I was raised in my mom's side of the family being a disciplinarian type of family. I've said on previous podcasts, my late grandmother on my mom's side was a pistol. One of the reasons why I have like the kind of like ironclad self-confidence that I have today. My maternal grandpa, late grandpa, he was like no nonsense, ex-military, just like my paternal grandma, but he was just like so stern, so stoic. He was the essence of like no nonsense and discipline, just a disciplinarian spirit. I kind of like the younger me, you know, I kind of adopted that kind of a mindset, like knowing from both my maternal grandmother and maternal grandpa, this embracing the notion of a tough talk, because I can eat the fish and spit out the bones, but everybody doesn't really want to receive, communication like that. I had to kind of change my approach as I kind of like learned that was not necessarily going to be a way to a way to communicate with siblings and other family members, or other people in your life. I had to kind of move away from that, where I kind of changed my approach now of like, I had to learn that like you have to have a relationship with people to be able to offer that kind of advice or that kind of perspective. You can't just give an unsolicited opinion on people that you're not really close to. And also some people don't necessarily want that tough talk. But for whatever reason, I think it's kind of like rooted in insecurity. It's like a lot of the black men, specifically the manospheric black men, they feel like black men have gotten a bad rap of in the community, and somehow they feel like black women don't love them anymore, think less of them. I saw something in the Lapeef chat about someone posted this video about how apparently to this content creator, black families have this hierarchy where it's like, ooh, I wish I could have posted that video, where it was something like black mothers at the top, like elderly black women at the top, then black mothers, then black girls, then black boys, then like, I don't know if it was like older black men, and then eventually like black, reasonably adult black men. And I was like, that is not my experience at all. I don't know what kind of families they have grown up in, where black men were seen on a lower tier, on a lower sense of importance. I did not grow up in that family. I have not seen that in my family, nor any family I've ever seen, black family I've ever seen. I haven't seen anything less. And I've seen my ex-wife's family was like basically like a matriarchy, where her grandmother had like 4 or 5 children. None of the fathers stuck around. I think there was I think they might have all had different fathers. They were raised on welfare. It was such that they knew the grandfather could be living across the street in the house, not really present. The father was had another family, never acknowledged you, but had another family on another side of the city. And with all that going on, when I come in as a boyfriend and eventually a husband, or there's other people who are married to the people within that family, there was no disdain, there was no disrespect for black men or black boys. Nothing. I've never seen anything like that. So I think that either people are spreading some misinformation, or they're coming from some really toxic households. But back to Marquise's point, I hate to say it, but like, I don't know if I can fully trust manospheric men in suits anymore. They kind of ruined the esteem of a suit. And to his point, Kevin Samuels and people like him kind of roped you in with this like image of opulence, and he's got a suit, he's well groomed, he's older, he must know what he's talking about. He's a pillar of the community. We got to listen to him. And like, I'm taking my impression of, man, some of these older men are schmucks. Just because they have years on you, just because they might have more experiences than you, doesn't mean that what they're saying is true. Doesn't mean that they are further in life than you. Doesn't mean that they are people that you need to be listening to. So I was so glad, so blessed to like have really positive and strong male figures in my life, specifically my dad. I'm very blessed to have the dad that I have. He's where I get the patience from. He's where I get having my dad. I didn't have, when I saw people, I've said on these podcasts, when I saw people like Anton Daniels, when I see people like the guy from Romania, I keep forgetting his name every once in a while, but seeing some of these manosphere influencers, I look at them as charlatans. I look at Dr. Umar Johnson. Listen, we kind of agreed on a recent comment of his saying, we need to get the respect of black women back. We need to like straighten out these young black boys. I agree with him on that, but other than that, I think he's a charlatan. I hate Dr. Umar. But what I'm trying to say is like the cohort of black men were very impressionable. as misogyny was being challenged, patriarchy was being challenged, Black men, in my opinion, are in a crisis. I'm not saying every Black man, but like we're seeing with the stories of like Hampton University, I think it was Howard University, 24% Black male enrollment, Black men leading, they're the least educated. Any pandemic, we were hit the hard, Black people were hit the hardest, but it's like the image of this sole provider Black man, it's not under attack, as the Manosphere would like to say it. It's not really financially viable. It's these ideals of the 1950s were really never mainstream. They were never really commonplace for Black families. But things like religion. I was saying this in the Lapeef chat, and I'm going to go right back to this. I was like, I feel like it's so weird that men are looking to stats to understand all women. They're looking to other men to understand all women. They're looking to religion to understand all women. No disrespect to religion. Let me just be very clear about that. But I'm saying they're looking for all evolutionary psychology people to understand all women instead of going to talk to women. Because the men and these misogynistic men will say you can't trust women because they don't really know what they want. You've heard Phyllis say this. My red pill best friend will say, well, he'll say the same thing, but he'll also say women don't really know what they want. Or they'll say one thing and they actually want the other thing. So they're sowing this, you can't trust women because they're going to lie to you or whatever kind of a notion. But all I'm trying to say with ramblings on is like, I had a really strong father. And because of that, I'm not going to look, no other man is going to be able to sell me wolf tickets. I'm never going to look to another man as daddy. Never going to do that. I'm not going to look to another man for his tutelage. I'm never going to do that. I'm not going to be easily, brainwashed. I'm not really brainwashable, but like I said, I'm sorry about the rambling. Let's keep going.
To feel like he understands where we're coming from, right? It's super interesting to me because as you develop your own personality, we need to ensure that emotional development and that idea of conflict resolution and understanding where that harm actually originates from. Kevin Samuels shouldn't have been that guy to be able to say, yo, bro, this actually ain't right. Or you're not good enough. Because Kevin Samuels also professed this idea of a high value man. The idea of a high value man also works in his favor because we all want that. The high value man at least has a job. The high value man has access. The high value man is making more than enough money to be able to exist in this thing. And at least that's where I feel like I'm a man, because at least I have ownership over something. At least I have ownership to know like, I can chalk this money right here. Oh, all my boys are also like in this elite squad. You can't tell me anything. And that's that land ownership piece of like what our ideals are founded off of in America, right? Ownership, land, wealth, kicking my feet back, or the American dream of you need to work X amount of hours. You need to work this hard in order to have some sort of value. All of that shit exists. And all of this idea together and the shifting tides of more of a gentle masculinity allow someone as hyper masculine as a Kevin Samuels to exist, because at least he is a leader that straight Black men can look to, hyper masculine Black men look to, and be like, that's what a man is. That's who I wish I had in my life growing up. But he's verbally abusive.
Right.
Right? Because he also talks shit on Black men too. So to me, it's this weird idea, and people talk about, well, maybe it's just a little bit of sensitivity. Maybe our sensitivity is a little different. No, I think people are actually able to explore their emotions outside of just being like, oh, he an asshole, he a dickhead, da, 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 da. No, he's actually degrading Black men, right? Because most Black men and a lot of his audience, and we can talk about, his objective audience, and we're looking at his numbers, a lot of his base are women, right? He has a strong women base. However,
that's confusing.
The Black men who are just like, this is what I aspire to, are the ones who also worry me, because we still have a certain level of social capital and systemic power that we can still enact this kind of violence and we think it's okay to talk to each other like this, right? And Kevin Samuels is also trying to sell you a pipeline that in reality doesn't exist. So we should be more concerned around like, hey, this is how much money I am making, but this is how I can also provide in this kind of space.
Yeah.
But we can also talk around the systems that don't allow me to make this amount of money because of that being the harsh reality. So when I see a bunch of niggas in community with me who are just like, yes, Kevin Samuels, that guy, this, that, and the third, I'm just like, how? Because he don't respect your ass, right? He doesn't. And so to me, I'm just like, you have this idea of being a high value man and you want to have a certain level of capital. You want to have a certain amount of money. You want to have a certain level of respect. But in reality, this very man who's telling all of you these things would never respect you because 9 times out of 10, for us as Black men right now, we don't have enough wealth to do that. We don't have enough political power. We don't have enough capital as Black men to become this high value man. So he preys on the dreams and aspirations that Black men aspire to, but a lot of us don't get all the way to that 6 figures, a consistent 6 figures. A lot of us is a check away, but we got to be honest about that. It's hard for us to be honest about that because at the end of the day, this is still something I can get to. Because now if it's something I can get to, the people we want to partner with will then just be able to invest in our potential. But what happens when we don't reach that potential? That then leads to us lashing out. It then leads us to being disappointed. It then leads us to being angry and frustrated because I was told that I should have this thing. I should work 10 hours. Oh, no, what did he say? We should be working at least 60 hours in a work week and still have time to go to the gym and still have time to do all of the things. But no time for rest, no time for memories, no time for genuine human connection. You will work like a workhorse to attain this happiness and this high value. And then at least by the time I'm 40, I can have all of these things, right? So to me,
and we're ended there. Everybody should go watch the video in its entirety. There were some great talking points. I don't think we hit on all of them, but yeah, it's like I think we talked through some of these. We've kind of broken down Kevin Samuels on different podcasts. I think one of the ones that I broke down early last year was this notion of this dream deferred, how you can be, you are aspiring to be a high value man and you're going to just overlook all your opportunities right now. You're not going to take any of these women serious right now because you're trying to build yourself up to this high value man that's going to attract this ultra desirable woman, this 20-year-old smoke show. You're just a check away. You're just one big idea away. You're just maybe a promotion or two away. Once you hit 6 figures, the life is just going to change and it's going to get so easy and all the problems will be solved. Kevin Samuels didn't see what the economy was going to be, was where it was headed, because 6 figures is, as you know, America Talks Lives will say, like, depending on where you live, 6 figures is not really all that's cracked up to be. But it's like, the thing is that these men don't understand what a true man, what the real traditional man or the real great man was. The great man is not necessarily someone who's making a ton of money. You know, my dad was a sole provider, but he was never this braggadocious, never this, because Kevin Samuels also said men, high value men don't cheat. They just explore options. So you're trying to usher in this. You got to let them cheat a little bit too. You got to kind of accept that they're going to cheat. That's just what they're able to do. That's like what they're able to get away with. My dad never did that. So, and he didn't push that kind of culture. He didn't push that on us. He didn't push that on anyone. You got to be, regardless of like how much you're making, I think you just need to be the best version of yourself. I think that these guys in the Manosphere of the Red Pill, they're trying to find a quick fix to say, hey, if I can get this money, I can get everything I want. I'll get the woman to submit to me. You're not even factoring in the fact that, you can also lose that job. A lot of these men have been brainwashed by this red pill and said, hey, I can go overseas, or I could just leave with my money and I can be a sole provider. The minute they lose that job, it's a house of cards. The whole thing falls down. Like, a lot of these men don't really know their love language to pivot to something else. They believe like love is for kids. They think that, let me get off this video. They think that love is for kids. They don't think that, they'll say crazy things like men love authentically. Women don't really understand. They don't really love like men love and stuff like that. And it's just like, it's so problematic. You know what, matter of fact, I'm gonna cue up another video in a little bit, but it's just like Kevin Samuels has done so much damage to Black men. But it's not to say that if it wasn't for him, it would be someone else. I look at the Black community and I say, Black men let just Pearly things stand up a platform on the backs of Black men. They let Fresh and Fit stand up platforms, and they're charlatans, and so is Just Pearly things. They let Charleston White, who couldn't penetrate government and white culture, he had to come over and grift on Black people, and now he got just in. He's feasting based on the resources and the eyeballs from the Black community. Black men, they claim to be protectors, but they let a lot of people just set up shop. They're not. Their attention doesn't seem like it's focused on the male negative influencers or the male negative the bad actors. They're only focused on women, and I'm not speaking about like all Black men. I'm just saying like these guys who think of themselves as patriarchs, or they aspire to, they're conservative men. They have traditional values. They're not. Like I said, they want to make those statements, like I said earlier, like men built the world, and it's like, you didn't though. You did not. Women built the world in ways too, and the people who built this world did not do so it could be used as rhetoric to slam, to make sexist comments or gender wars. They didn't do that. The traditional men, like my father and some of these other people's fathers, they weren't traditional men to slam it in women's faces or slam it in other men's faces. They simply just stood up scholarships for people that didn't have as many resources or didn't have fathers, or tried to mentor other kids who didn't have fathers or have as many resources. They didn't do it to just as a flex. They didn't do it as like a put down. But like these conservative men, like they will reach so far to try to make these like low blows. They don't want to accept the fact that the world is in a different place. You kind of have to give respect to get respect. And they're not willing to accept that. Let me find another video that I wanted to show. I really want to talk about Scott Galloway. He made this comment about the men have to swipe 200 times to get a date. That might be the video I show next, but I want to show something else from like We Need to Talk and their trash podcast that is really trying to incite gender wars. Let me see. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, Irv Gotti, quiet as kept, died from diabetes. I was saying a little earlier on this at the beginning of the stream, like we as men need to talk about health and stop pushing this. You got all the time in the world to do this. Man, the woman who I'm dating right now and we were having some serious conversations. I think quiet as kept, there's some serious health conditions as we know, black men are the least healthy men of any race in this country. But I think there's a serious epidemic of erectile dysfunction, men post 60, that is not being exposed, that's being swept under the rug. So I was preaching to men like, yo, I'm just gonna say that for myself. I'll re-say it. I'm not drinking anymore. They said smoking weed, stuff like that can affect erectile dysfunction, hypertension, diabetes, all those other things can affect it. So it's like we need to have these conversations. And I was saying this video from like this food tuber Dame Drops, he scared the life out of me when he told me he was explaining how he has diabetes and how he's got severe erectile dysfunction, and when it's gone, it's gone. So like, yo, man, focus on your health. Go to your PCP. If you're seeing issues, go talk to your urologist. Don't disregard your health. But let me try to share another. Let me try to get my timestamps together. Because I really want to show this new video, but I got specific timestamps I want to show. Let me try to see if I can get it. Okay, hold up. Fair use. Let me share this again. Okay. Hopefully I get the right timestamps here. I took a lot of different little timestamps. Let's try to go 107. I'm probably going to miss it. I'll try here.
Men are concerned about, and put it that way. Because men weren't the ones begging for women to become masculine. Women becoming masculine is a consequence of men's failings, women's circumstances, but men weren't asking for women to become masculine. With that being said, women now, to your point, are asking for men to become more soft and feminine, and as you put it, in touch with our feminine sides.
Can I say something? When you done,
of course.
I'm sorry.
So with that being said, I think one of the difficulties, like if I'm thinking as a younger dude, like for instance, I use this analogy. Do any of y'all play guitar?
No.
Have you ever played guitar before?
No. Attempted. I picked it up.
Okay. One of the tough things about playing guitar is that it'll hurt the shit out of your fingertips. You have to build calluses over time to be able to play guitar. So with that being said, or use a pick, but if you really want to get good, you gotta, use your fingers. And with that being said, over time, your fingertips will become rough as hell. What's tough is women, this is a metaphor. Women are asking us to learn how to play guitar, but maintain soft hands.
No.
And that's, why do you say no?
No, because you picked up the guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Who told you to pick up that guitar?
Mate selection.
Who?
Mate selection. Because we knew that playing guitar, again, using the metaphor of playing guitar, can differentiate us from other men and give us a higher likelihood to seduce women.
So it's men that did this to each other.
We're doing this we're peacocking, right? We're trying to mate. And we understand that what is going to help us become more successful at mating are things like size, attractiveness, status, money, the whole nine. So we go for those things, right? So the guitar analogy is just saying that if I know how to play guitar and Steve doesn't, and we both have the same level of riz, I'm gonna pull more than he does. But one of the consequences of me knowing how to play guitar is my fingertips are gonna be callous. Let me take it to the animal kingdom.
This is trash analogies.
Take it to the animal kingdom. So like bucks, right? Bucks usually die, male deer or whatever, bucks. They die from arthritis. Why do they die from arthritis? Because they have big, massive horns. Guess what female doe select for? The man with the biggest horns is going to mate first. If our biological code is to mate and we grow the biggest, most elaborate horn that we can grow in order to mate, but that thing is simultaneously killing us, that is the dilemma of a man. So in that example, it's the horns, but there are other things in our communities, whether it's, the gangster dude or the athlete or whatever the case may be. And I'm just saying it would help if women considered the role that they play in some of the things we do to seek your affection.
So what are we supposed to do though?
Give
To
them
be-
the grace that they want.
Grace, that's it.
Okay, but do y'all
That's
like,
it. Because what tends to happen is women, and going back to the guitar analogy, you're complaining that my fingertips are rough without acknowledging the fact that I learned how to play for you.
now can I
Well,
ask
we
you a
didn't put
question?
that down.
Now,
We
now
didn't
yeah,
ask you to
like
do that.
in this case, did the woman ask, like the woman that you were interested in, did she say, like you went up to her and said, hey,
Mhm.
what do I have to do to get with you? And she said, you got to play the guitar.
No, again,
And then you pick up the guitar.
again,
and you
I'm
learn the
I'm
guitar.
talking about on the macro.
Okay, because
So
I'm
I'm using guitar as a metaphor, but this could go for some dudes in the hood, they
No,
turn to crime, getting money, the whole nine. Those are different quote unquote guitars. And are women walking up to individual men and saying that you need to learn how to do this? No. However, when we look at the men that are getting selected, it is the taller
by
guy.
who?
By women. The
okay.
majority of women.
No, you guys create
It's
this
the guy with
comparison.
money and the whole
you are
nine.
you are pitting yourself up against these other men. You are thinking
Absolutely.
for women.
It's a
That is, you
cycle.
cannot expect a woman to
Mm.
give you grace for a situation you created with other men.
Thank you.
And also that grace part, well, you say men give women grace that women don't give to them.
Mhm.
Women have had how many years of having to be graceful?
Mhm.
And when the moment we step into our own and we start to realize that
Mhm.
we can exist in the masculine and feminine energy together,
Mhm.
men are all of a sudden, well, notice me, see me for who I am, but let me be. You see what I'm saying?
So,
It's like that. Hold on. It's like you want us to
Mhm.
fix ourselves, make sure that we're not giving off masculine energy, make sure we're being this feminine woman for you. We're making sure that we see this table as this construct of us working together, but also in all those things, make sure if the man don't have this and this that you've set forth these standards on by other men, not women, by other men, and in your back of your mind it's because you think that women want this, but you're really doing it because it's what you think women need. Then if you don't have those things, that woman also has to give you grace on top of everything else.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm gonna just hit pause for like fair use. I remember seeing this video, I think like last year or so, and I was just like, I know the guy in the Bass Pro Shops. He's the main content creator. This is his channel. I was like, man, respectfully, the guys on this panel, they got cooked. They weren't really as intelligent as the women that they were on this panel for the debate, that the conversation they were trying to have. But on this topic of, I think as men, like we got to get away from this. I gotta this mate selection point of view. Like we're so beyond that as a human society of just purely these primal physical characteristics, attributes. This is not like I said, it's not the Lion Kingdom where it could be life or death of defending your family, fighting for the right to mate. Come on, man. Like I said, like 80% of black men at 40 have children. I know the master loves to cry about, oh my God, a third of children, a third of men don't procreate. Listen, a lot of those 30% can't read. They might not like women. They might just not want to have children. But like I said, the Manosphere and Red Pill, they try to like tug on heartstrings of, oh my God, the Chads and Tyrones are taking all the opportunities. They'll spread this other lie of, hey, I think I don't know if they say just period or just the black community. They'll say like 20% of the men are creating 80% of the men, 80% of the children are born from 20% of the men. And that's false. That's an absolute lie. But they'll spread crap like that to try to like beat men down and make them feel like, yeah, the game is rigged. Most men aren't even getting an opportunity. That's not true. It's these weird dudes. It's a lot of, like I said, weird dudes, people who don't want children, people who, a lot of just different strands of weird dudes. And yes, there are some guys who are trying, who are just not very conventionally attractive, and they cannot procreate. But listen, 80%, 40-ish, 40-ish years old, 40 to 45 years old, that 80% of black men have children. Look it up. But like I said, like men need to get away from this primal, sense of worth. Growing up, it was always the women are going to prefer men who are 6 feet tall. I'm 5'9". I'm over average height, But like I said, one of those bigger things was like, nah, man, the men who are 6 feet tall, they got all the women. I don't know about that anymore because like after a certain age, like I'm just giving my experience. These women want relationships and they want to get married. And this lie that the manosphere and these conservative dudes want to spread is women are willing to share a man regardless of their age to try to get the best man. Man, I don't know. The experience I've had, after a certain age, they've had enough of that. And they're trying to find a man who's willing to intentionally date. Because let's be clear, that guy, that prototypical guy that we're talking about that, is the Chad, he's not intentionally dating at all. Maybe never in life. And after a certain point, adults are trying to they're tired of that. At some point, you should be intentionally dating, regardless of whether you want to get married or have children or something like that. And I think that some of these consequences, I'm going to get back to the primal nature, but I think some of these consequences that men are experiencing is that they've been sold to play this game of dating and the game of life in a very selfish, a very self-centered way. And then they're mad that and confused why women, think that they were in a relationship, or women, they can't find dates or things like that. It's just, after, like I said, after a certain age, you need to kind of grow out of that, in my opinion. And I think, what I was trying to say this from the Lapeef was that was a journey for me, coming out of my divorce and having to, at relationship after relationship, take feedbacks, whether it was implicit or explicit, or just within myself, my own thoughts, and saying, I've seen this pattern happen again. How do I, find a different outcome? What work do I need to do to kind of correct this outcome and things like that? And I think that there are some men who are not doing that self-work, whether it's said or not, and they're expecting different outcomes. They're expecting these optimal outcomes, but they're not willing to put in the work. So the work they think they need to do is, well, if I just drive a fancy car, I'll be able to get this woman. If I have a certain amount of money, I'll be able to get this woman. If I go into the gym and I'm the Chad, if I'm the athlete, if I'm the celebrity, I'll be able to get this woman. What woman actually is that? And they're taking for granted the organic outcomes of something that truly works for them. They're aspiring to have. They're assuming that these opportunities with certain women or certain people is going to lead to chemistry. It's going to lead to happiness, that both people are going to be happy, and it's a lot of assumptions. But like I said, if you're not doing the work on yourself, if you're allowing the manosphere to just sell you on fear, they're taking Black men and who are in a community where there's opportunities abound, and they're convincing them, no, the women don't want you. No, these women aren't raised to be wives. No, these women are boss babes if they do have their life together. They're selling you that there's really no opportunities. They're only telling you fear. If you're going to come into life fearful, I think that's one of the things I want to hit on. Been rambling all night, but like, these traditional men weren't scared to death. They had courage. They had the strength that these maspheric men are trying to look and get from the gym, or get from a car, or get from a paycheck. These men had it were strong-willed. These men they weren't scared to death. Like I said, I grew up, my dad never talked about child support. My dad never talked about going to jail for child support. My dad never talked to, I don't have, when I go for that, but my dad, the person who they think the traditional man is, kind of like makes them sick to their stomach. They want to be the playboy, but have the reputation of the traditional man. And it doesn't work like that. Like, there's some sacrifice that the quote unquote traditional man is making. And the world is, I think the last thing I'll lead on it with is, the sacrifices that traditional man is making, he's making sacrifices for his children and his wife. He's putting himself last, versus the way that Kevin Samuels and some of these Red Pill and MANOSPHERE dudes are selling the high value man is, it's all about him. He's the prize. He's waiting till 40 or 50 to settle down and then all of a sudden have a family. It doesn't work like that, really. And like I said, I am 40 and I'm up against the gun with that. I waited too long. I advise any other man, don't wait till you're 42 to start start a family. It is a lot of these men, and I'll close it with this because I'm being so rambly. A lot of these men are just really upset because the requirements, like I said before on another podcast, the requirements to get married, they increase with age. So you have all the time in the world to an extent, but the expectations are going up too. And at some point, the woman who you think you want or you think wants you, her standards might have excluded you by the time you really want to get your settled down. So you got to accept that. Let me try to go to like one more timestamp and then we'll end this video. Let me see. Fair use.
To listen to me and talk with me through these things, because if she's a real woman, she's going to walk you through it. She's going to help you through that.
Let's pull it back.
Where you don't have to feel like that anymore, which is a reflection of you as leaders. So I guarantee
Let's
if
pull
you
it back
were
again.
leaders that were saying, I'm going to work and I'm going to make this money.
Never mind.
And then if your partner too is making that money as well, and you don't see her as a threat, but you see her as, I'm not going to say equal because we're different in our own ways, right? But if you saw it in that way, rather than her being competitive to you, and therefore you say, in order to make me feel powerful, you just got to be pretty, you got to be nice, you got to talk to me a certain way, then, that's what works for you as a man. But if you would see it as where you guys can collaborate and help one another, things will look so different, because then you're understanding from each other. You're able to acknowledge, this is who you are as a woman. This is what you can bring to the table. This is who I am as a man. And this is what I can bring to the table, where you can have productive conversations as to what each other really needs and what they want, not based on what the society tells you what you should be and how you have to be. So a cycle has been created, which has created all this rigidness of now expecting a woman to make up for that rigidness that leaders that are male leaders have created in this world. When it comes to, when we talk about, and I'm bringing this all together, when we talk about our grandparents that were together and they had to be together, that's because there were men that did not believe that women should be on their own, they shouldn't be making money, and that they should rely on a man to do so. But now when she gets money, or now there's that woman that came out of that situation where she was shamed for making more money or being able to do what a man does, when she has taught another woman, get your money, and she's going for a man that's got the money, now she's a gold digger. Now she's all these different things. That was all a projection and a cycle that was created by male leaders that wanted to feel powerful. Not, it could have been, I'm powerful and you're powerful. How can we be powerful together and make this work?
But we have to fix it.
And
because
now we have to
grace.
fix it and give grace.
No,
But
no,
the
no.
reality is we've been giving grace this whole time. It's just you don't recognize it because you're not tapping in a certain part of yourself. You're not allowing yourself to tap into a certain part of yourself, which is the femininity side, and saying, dang, you know what? This is really hard. Let me share this with my lady or a woman that's going to be able to listen to me and talk with me through these things. Because if she's a real woman, she's going to walk you through it. She's going to help you through that, where you don't have to feel like that anymore. But because you're a man and you want to feel powerful and you don't feel like you're good enough, you keep putting this pressure on yourself, and you don't have to do that.
All right, we're gonna end it there. Let's see. I think it's like maybe like one more. Appreciate it. I think it's like maybe like one more video. I wanted to maybe show something from like the Lapeef network. I was on a live stream of them a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about one of the things that came out of that was, some of the guys on the panel were saying like a guy has to earn the right to cry, that there's certain situations where a guy can't cry. I think that's wild. Listen, and I'm not gonna sit here and act like I wasn't that guy before. I used to be that guy where I, wasn't able to really explain my feelings, didn't feel like they mattered. Didn't maybe felt like maybe some people would judge me if I cried. I don't care if they do now. Let me find this. Earn the right to cry. I thought I had the timestamps for it though. Give me a second. I gotta find this. I think I have it. I'm gonna share one more video and then we might be done. Definitely thumb up showing content. We'll talk about Scott Galloway and his bullshit ass archaic beliefs. Maybe in another stream. What I will say to that as a fast preview, us solving this incel, this fall of patriarchy, fall of misogyny, if it truly falls, if it truly even just changes, I hope that men like Scott Galloway, I hope that we see more younger people at that table to solve this, because it was the older men that allowed this stuff to fester, and it never should have been around. It should have been challenged a long time ago. It shouldn't have to come to today and the climate that we're in today for it to feel under threat or challenged or maybe irrelevant. It should never, some of these things should have never been in place. But we got people who are older men like Scott Galloway who want to kind of masquerade and pretend like they're allies, but they're really not. And they're no different than the Angry Mans and Austin Hallmans and Anton Daniels. They're just trying to grift. So let me show like one more thing, and then we'll end the share. We might even end the stream. Let's see. Okay. Let me get my timestamps together. Give me a second. 50. We're gonna try. We'll have to. I saved so many different timestamps from this. We'll try to see if we can find it. Okay, fair use. So again, this is on the Lapeef network. This happened a couple of weeks ago. Let's see if I can find it. 349. See if we can find it. That ain't the one for you. Okay, let's pull it back.
Stop to figure out why she's crying.
Who said
when
that?
A man's
precedent?
crying, they'll be like, "Why are you crying?"
Let's pull it back a little bit more.
And it required certain sacrifices for her to make in order for the household to be taken care of, right? And I think that for you specifically, I think like your daughter, you think that we're saying that you always get a chance to just live in a fairy tale, right? But in all actuality, like a lot of the tangible things that women are allowed to do, like certain protections that women get, like men are more willing to die for women than women are willing to die for men, right? And you got the chivalry aspect. Some brothers still open up the door for the woman. Like even women that they're not even with, they'll literally be at the store, they'll open up the door and they'll let you go in. If they see other men trying to do stuff for other women, sometimes they might step in. Like there's.
Let me pause it real quick. I think I'm fucking the stream up with these banners. Can we take this banner off first, and we're gonna go right back. Because I know sometimes when I rewatch this stuff, the banners, y'all can't see the whole damn screen. I'm getting better. When you know better, you do better. I think I went back too far, but we'll try to like play through this.
Small stuff that women have
Very
the
useful.
freedom to be, like as far as expressing their emotions or being able to hit men and not go to jail, because most of the time, reason why men won't send a lot of women to jail is because, one, we're not really that hurt, and two, we look like the bad guy for sending you to jail even though you broke the law.
Let's skip.
Opposed to doing the same thing that I was talking about. Just like y'all at boys about like knowing how to express themselves, you know, the right way. Girls need to be taught the same thing.
I agree, but guess what? If I were to tell a lot of women, because you can even start asking just even women in the chat, right?
Except for when
You can't hold women to the same standard that you hold men. Not even Chris will hold women to the same standard that he would hold. Like, you can't hold people to the same standard. You just can't.
Say that again.
You can't hold women to the same emotional standard that you would hold men. You just can't.
But I just want to say this, HD, we got to get rid of this emotional thing where it's like, what is whiny really? If you had a bad day, if you had a horrible week, like you are putting harm on yourself by bottling that all in and saying, I can't talk to anybody. Trust me, I've been that person before I went to start going to therapy. And that's just not healthy. So like, we got to like say, yo, if that woman's not going to allow you to cry and talk through your emotions, that ain't the woman for you. It's not the woman for you.
Bro, what are we talking about? This is crazy. Go ahead and remain and be an incel. Like this is incel training 101. What are we talking about? Don't you dare cry in front of in front of a woman that's not invested in you. Like that shit is crazy.
No.
You go find yourself a room and pout and be a little bitch for the amount of time you need to go be a little bitch. Come out of that. Make sure your eyes is no longer dry and get back to work, because your job
AP,
as a man is to get to solutions. This is silly.
But that's
men are crashing. Those men are crashing
you can't
out.
hold those standards. Like, mistaken. What you're saying sounds good. I get you. I'm with you. Makes him look weak.
And
because of that, he internalizes himself as being weak because other people view him as weak.
Can I share a story time real quick? Judge me if y'all want to. I'm a lead. Like I said, I was a captain of a pool team. I led a pool team to Vegas. But I want to run it back. We were playing a pool championship. This was the second year in a row that we were in the pool championship, league championship. I was playing the 5th game out of 5 game. We were up 6-5. All I had to do was win against someone who was just one rank above me. I got swept, and I didn't know that since we had we were first place in the regular season, that we were qualified for the tournament. If you won that league championship, you go to that tournament anyway. I cried. I had to be consoled because I felt like I let the team down. I felt like, man, I just beat somebody who was like, I was a 3. I beat someone who was a 6 the last week, and now I can't beat a 4. And I just felt like I let the team down. I let myself down. I was like, man, how did I just go from this performance to this one? And I was just like, man, it's just. I wasn't prepared to cry, but I had to let it out. I had to be consoled by my teammates. I had to be consoled by the league administrator. And I told my teammates, I said, yo, I'm going to push past this. I got to continue to practice harder because I don't want this to ever happen again. I've got to get better. And I got better. And I ended up leading a team to Vegas, which most people who play APA pool never do. So like you can cry. And listen, when I cried in that pool hall, I was crying in front of the people who beat us. I was crying to anybody who could see. But I got that cry out. And like I said, I'm a grown-ass man. I'm 42. That happened when I was probably like 40.
But see, Maroon, the problem with that is that's an acceptable cry for men. Men accept other men crying over sports, competition. That's the only time that I've actually seen where men understand why the dude is crying and it's acceptable. But crying
he put in his 10,000 hours was great, and he feels like he let not just himself or let the team down, but also himself. Like, bruh, I feel your pain in that scenario. I feel your pain. Let it go, bro. I was boo-hoo crying. I was like, bruh, I get it. I promise you, I get it. Trying to finally fight and win the last 3 games of our conference season just to get a fucking bowl game, bro. Got in the bowl game, got smashed. Man, I'm talking about I'm sitting back turned to everybody crying like a little bitch. Because you work so hard, you put so much effort, so much energy into achieving that one. Bruh, sports is an acceptable cry in that scenario. I feel
one more
mistaken is 100% correct.
One more quick story time. When I filed, because I filed my divorce, when I moved out of the place and I was staying with my baby sister for one night because she's in Atlanta, I cried in front of her and I said, I'm gonna miss my wife. I'm gonna miss my brother-in-law who was living with us at the time. I'm gonna miss my whole in-laws. I'm gonna miss this whole reality that it's changing now. I'm gonna miss my wife. I lost the friend. I'm gonna miss that. I cried over that. So
bro, that's like a death, bro. Like that's a true like loss. Like,
so what is an unacceptable cry? So what's
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
What's an unacceptable cry?
Oh no, I don't cry. My tear ducts are dry.
Wow.
An unacceptable
If
cry.
I was your wife, I wouldn't trust you.
Listen. An unacceptable cry is when you, in the middle of the night, you stub your toe and you hit that random thing and your eyes start tearing up. Listen, that's an unacceptable cry. You gotta stop.
That's an acceptable crash.
Okay, I think that's enough. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Yeah, you don't have to. I'm just saying, like, you are entitled. Us as people, like, we're entitled. We have every right to be able to express emotion. If guys want to be in relationships and feel like, hey, I'm with this person, but I know if I cry, this person's gonna lose some respect for me. As I was saying in that stream, I was like, listen, you have all this, you have so much time to be strong. You don't have to. You can cry and show some emotion for just a little temporary time. Yeah, it's just like I said, I'm not gonna accept that. Yo, I'm not allowed to cry thing. Like I've broken up with people that I've dated over the last 3 years. I've cried on again, off again. I've cried a few times I think damn near every time we've broken up, I've cried. But you know, you have every right to be vulnerable, in my opinion. I'm not going to allow myself to have to, be performative to the point where it's like, if you don't want to cry, it's fine. But if you're doing it because you're like, oh my gosh, this person's going to lose respect for me if I cry. Wow, I'm not living like that. I'm sorry. Nope. And I was going on to say in the video, I was like, yo, what happens if you get fired? What happens if you get just destroyed in the meeting? They're just like, yo, we just lost millions of dollars because of you. I don't even want you on my team anymore. Like in front of the whole company or for the whole team. That's embarrassing. You don't deserve to cry. Like, I don't know. Like, that's how they want to live, but I'm sorry. They to piggyback a little bit of Cece's point, like we gotta stop looking at crying as weak. It's not. Like you're dealing with your emotions. Sometimes it's uncontrollable. As I was trying to tell the person on that live stream, I was like, yo, I get that you don't want to cry, but there's an emotional closeness. There's a vulnerability that kind of comes out where you get to kind of share that with that other person. That person's going to maybe also feel comfortable, and you're going to reach a different level of like closeness. You like I said, if you choose to not cry, that's fine. But if you feel like as a man, if a woman ever told me, yo, I'm never gonna respect you ever again if you cry, I am now having to be less of who I potentially feel like being or deserve to be just for them. That's not fair. And there's other things we could flip it to the same thing for women. It's like there's ways that there's different gender role things where we place it on women where it's really just dehumanizing that person to say you have to be this, you have to uphold this, you have to maintain this. You let that slip, I lose respect for you. It's Let's see. Hold on. Yeah. Then he doubled down if I don't cry. Right. Yeah. I respect it. Like I said, I used to feel like that a little bit, but no, like um, everybody deserves to have a good little cry out. And like I said, like Luther Gonzalez, the guy who joins this live stream, he was one of the people consoling me. I mean, next time I see him, I'm gonna have him explain like how bad was I crying in front of him. Um, let's see what she's saying. CC. Women aren't even allowed to cry. They call us emotional, but then we can't be masculine. Okay. When women cry, man, that does something to me. That high key stopped me as a kid from being disobedient. Seeing mom cry, because like we were like, mischievous kids at times. We would talk back sometimes. And that's where it kind of like ironed into me, like, stop talking back. Because if we keep pushing back, mom's gonna cry at some point, and that wasn't fun then. Because for most of the time it was me, my brother, and my sister, so three of us, a trio of us, and you can only imagine, like, as we're coming into our own kind of like, getting confidence and speaking up for ourselves, and it's sometimes challenging, thought or what's been going on or whatever. So like I said, even back then when I was a kid, like seeing my mom cry, like eventually I started getting sick of that, and I was like, I don't want her crying. I don't want to make her cry anymore. Like I'm gonna stop pushing back. I'm gonna stop talking back. And I don't anymore at all. But no, I think he was serious, and there's nothing wrong with that. The dudes who don't want to cry, because like I said, hey, yo, what happens if you get fired? You don't deserve to cry to then. And he was like, nah, like I ain't got time to cry. Almost like that Rambo, I ain't got time to bleed. I get it. But let's see. Woo! This is a damn good question. This is a damn good question. I would say yes and no, CC. Because I think there's some dudes who grew up with misogynistic fathers where they were putting their mom down or they were spreading misogynistic beliefs, and that's going to lead you right into Andrew Tate. That's going to lead you right into Fresh and Fit. That's going to lead you right into Kevin Samuels. My dad didn't say anything like that. Both of my sisters, they both got law degrees. One passed the bar. My mom went back and got a I saw her in high school go back and get a master's degree. I saw her like get her PhD that she was working on for like good 5 years in like 2017. My dad never said, I don't care about your money. I don't care about your degrees. He never said shit like that. Never said shit like that. He never said shit like that. He never said shit like that about my sisters. He didn't discourage them to say, what the hell are you trying to go to law school for? He put in place, I want to try to do it too, just to the best of my ability. He was like, the thing he tried to do with us was, I'm going to help y'all through bachelor's. I will help you through master's. The master's loans are going to be on you, but I'm going to help you to, get to, help you with, the room and board and all that other stuff. Stipend, all that kind of stuff. He really worked his butt off for us. Like growing up, he would always tell me, like later in life, he would be like, man, I kind of miss not being able to go to like your soccer games and stuff like that. I get it. I hear you. So he was like, he learned through, me being the oldest, like, I wish I would have been able to spend more time, because he still to this day probably works like 6 a.m. to like 10 a.m. like damn near every day. Doctors work, a lot of doctors work damn near every day. But I appreciate it because like he opened the resources he was able to afford, opened up doors, made things a whole lot easier for me. So I'd say yes and no, CC, to your point, like having a strong dad, a non misogynistic dad, it destroyed the opportunity to be an incel, and having my grandma who, like, when we were kids, she was building our confidence, telling us to curse and stand up for ourselves and and have strong egos. And people see me from this channel. I don't really listen for much. Like people say Chris. I mean, the knock on me from Red Pill Best Friend is like Chris is gonna get his hand burned on every stove. He's gonna keep touching that stove. Well, I'd rather touch that stove than be indoctrinated and tell people and let other people lead me. I'm not gonna do that shit. But no, like having a great father stopped it because like I don't look to any other dude trying to preach manhood to me. I'm like, I got everything I needed from my dad. I ain't gonna learn. I ain't gonna be, I just found a manlier man. Fuck what my dad taught me. I had a great dad who, like I said, he set the example. And I see other great men. My ex-father-in-law, he was a military guy. He was another great dad. I've seen a lot of great dads. They probably all bring something different to the table, but it's just like having a great dad or having a non-existent dad, having a really misogynistic dad, selfish dad, probably leads you right into the red pill. One of these days, if I ever get my dad and mom to come on to this platform, I'm gonna start asking them about their day and asking them about, did body counts matter to them in their day? Did some of these misogynist shit that people do in this generation and recent generations, did they do that back then? Because it's just like stacking the deck of like, you can't appreciate what's in front of you because, oh my God, it's got a high body count. What does that matter to you? Or I can't date a woman who makes more than me. Like the win in life, like I said, I keep saying the win in life is just being happy, being able to pay your bills, being able to thrive. But like these dudes that want to do it on like Superman mode, they got to do it as a sole provider, regardless of the economy. They got to their wife can't work. The wife's got to fully submit and, trust their leadership. Listen, like there are women that are smarter than us. It doesn't make sense for us to like have them, just let me lead and you just follow. They smarter than us in some cases. So like there is no, I was trying to say in the Lapeef chat, there is no universal relationship. There is no universal spouse. Misogyny and patriarchy are trying to sell society on, play your gender roles, play your position to basically create this universal spouse, this universal relationship. But all men aren't the same. And I was also kind of saying in the Lapeef chat, it's kind of stupid how the gender wars that really it's overwhelmingly dominated by men, started by men. It's like they're trying to have conversations at a macro level when it's really stupid. Like all women are not the same. Not all women are the same. Like we cannot solve problems at the macro level. Like there's too many. Everybody's relationship is going to be different. I don't want to be led by Andrew Tate or anyone else to try to pursue a certain type of archetype of woman. I know what I want. I know what I'm attracted to. I've had the experience, and I'm still learning too, like what works for me, and stuff like that. And like I said a little bit earlier, hours earlier, these dudes who want to be sole providers, they didn't get a lick of that experience. I said like a year ago, I wish they could give these traditional, quote unquote, traditional conservative men a wife swap for a year or two where they got to pay all the bills, even when the wife makes more than them. And I guarantee you they're going to come out and then they're going to say, yeah, I don't want that shit. I mean, like working together opens up so many opportunities. And yes, some people might judge you and say, yeah, your wife makes more than you, or you're not the sole provider. Look at me, I'm the sole provider. And then they're going to have some really tough times when the economy changes or they lose their job. Teamwork. It's not to say that teamwork is easy. Teamwork offers its own challenges, but like, don't lose track of like what the win is in life. It's not about impressing anyone else. I don't care if my spouse is lame to my siblings. I don't care if my spouse is unattractive to my siblings and family and friends or whatever the heck. It's about that happiness that they will never see. I don't have to explain that to them. I don't have to convince them of that. It exists for me and that person. It doesn't need to be special to everyone else. If they can see how special it is, that's great. But I don't need to. Y'all see how special it is? Do you think I should? You think it's the right thing to marry this person? So I think the last thing I'll say was this. Going back to that Travis Hunter situation, it showed you how a lot of these men, some of which, like Bow Wow, that had been engaged twice. Bow Wow was engaged to Sierra. Russell Wilson is living his best life with Sierra. But, Bow Wow was one of those guys saying, man, don't wife up that woman. Don't wife this, judging her on her past, perceived past. And it's like, man, some of these manospheric dudes will like jump in front of a bullet to stop a man from just like being happy because it didn't make them feel comfortable as well. I mean, it's just weird as fuck. Let me see. I like that someone said that. One of the other things about that Lapeef, and they cut it up in videos. It's the reason why I kind of like titled this live stream that men are trying to, seek government. The manospheric men are trying to seek government assistance, high key on a low key level, but they're on a low key level. They're really trying to advocate for government assistance for men because they're jealous of all these resources and things that women, are perceived to have, and men have it so hard apparently to them. I've said it on previous podcasts, like, a childless man with no wife, how hard is life really? But let me go back to this comment. Like that someone said, the women need to work on themselves as well. Yeah, they do. Yeah, and that's one of my challenges too. Like, if I stop dating the woman I'm dating right now, like I think one of the challenges I need to face, and we've addressed this on one of the previous podcasts, the married woman breakup episode, like I need to embrace being by myself and really, with all the stuff I got going on, I didn't even say it. I'm taking this 24-week data engineering course. It's kind of rigorous. It's taken definitely a lot of my bandwidth up. Got the job. That IT course I'm taking, like it's cutting into the dating opportunities and stuff and the quality time there, and it's for a good reason. Like you got to position yourself career wise and all that other stuff wise, and like part of my journey might mean at some point it needs to be like just being. Richard said it. Chris needs to learn how to be alone. He's right. Richard is 100% right. But yeah, what I was learning, y'all should watch that Lapeef thing that cut up in videos. They have a live stream too. But I was stressing like, man, men need to do their own work. The manosphere, they're like banging on women, like single moms this, single moms that, and women this, women that. It's like what I'm seeing is a trend of like men aren't really holding other men accountable on a collective. They're really uncomfortable being called out. They feel like they are above reproach, and they're not really as comfortable doing their work as they need to be. Let's see. Let's see. I'll try to let me see. Yeah. My grandpa was like that, just like stern and stoic. And he had like that old man strength too. Like I never tried to test that dude. I probably would have got my ass whooped. But yeah, just you never wanted to test that dude. Like, and he was not like the big broad dude. He was like the skinny, stern, angry, kind of like angry demeanor. No nonsense. That's what he was kind of like. Very stern, very stoic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like great dads, great stepdads. My dad never told me don't marry a woman who has kids. He never spread bullshit like that. I mean, he never did that. Thanks. Yeah, I'm taking this this course at MIT. I'm 4 weeks in out of 24. And for companies that offer like educational, continued, to support you through education, I'm going to try to take advantage of that benefit. I should have been doing that years ago, but I think it inspired me. Like I'm going to try to if I didn't say it, it was a data engineering program. So I'm happy that it's getting me programming in Python again. I'm hoping that the MIT, name carries some weight, and it's inspired me. I think that by the end of next year, I'm gonna start an MBA. I've been on the fence about it for a little bit of time. Like, is it even worth it? Why get it? I think I'm gonna get it. I'm the only child, really the only person in my family who doesn't have a graduate degree. My mom has a PhD and a master's. Dad went to med school. My brother went to med school. My two sisters graduated from law school. I was the oldest. And you don't, in my line of work in IT, you don't need an MBA. You don't need a graduate degree. You just need certs. I have certs. You kind of like live and die on your skills, but and there's different little kind of career directions I want to go into. And I think the MBA would help make the case or whatever. But I'm trying. I'm really trying. I'm really trying. I think that's one of the things I want to kind of like improve a bit to like start a family. But also kind of like having if there was an opportunity where me and the spouse could work, I think it could work that way too. But yeah, I like I said, I want to improve that on the money front. I'm in a decent spot. Oh, oof, yeah, we gotta okay. Glad you've been here since the start. Yeah, like I said this on the PEEF thing. Like I was kind of saying, like, yo, the house is burning for Black men, specifically for that education piece. And one of the banners I did not show was like, I want to start finding some of these. Ignore the bad grammar. I did it on purpose. But like, yo, this whole gender war crap. Let's stop talking about child support. That's just fear. Let's stop talking about alimony. That's fear. Let's stop talking about divorce court. That's fear. Let's start talking about graduate degrees, investments, healthy boundaries, emotional intelligence, education, let's start talking about, let's start putting the swords down. And I feel like the men got more their swords up off of fear of what other men have been saying. But I think what I was trying to also say was, let me try to find it. This is one too. I kind of jumped around about it a little bit, but true, like we're gonna get to the education piece. I kind of push back on this men are protectors because, like, if men were protectors, we wouldn't let Charleston White be able to stand up a platform. We wouldn't let just Pearly Things, Kevin Samuels stand up a platform. We would there would have been at least some pushback. We wouldn't be allowing people to kind of really emotionally abuse women on panels. We wouldn't be, on panels saying like our women are undesirable. We wouldn't be allowing people to make those kind of claims. I was saying this, the whole manosphere to me, it's like Tony Robbins for Black men. It's like you got these, very charismatic figures who are able to kind of like snake charm these men, making them all feel like they were wolves, but they're really just dogs, in a sense. So I was thinking about like the "We was wolves" meme from Dogs. Let's see, thinking that they're stronger than who they are. This is another one. Let's see where I'm trying to find the one that I want to talk about. Let me see 1 second. There was something I wanted to talk about. Give me a sec. Matter of fact, give me a second. Where is? Give me a second. I'm trying to find the right banner. I'm gonna get to the education piece, but education is like super important. The idea that men are dropping out of. I know OB has made the claim that like, yo, it's true. Like, not everybody is able to start right after high school. Okay, that's true. That's 100% true. But I think there's some other things, and I want to dig into it about how I think that there's a shift between the same guy that I showed the Kevin Samuels Lied to Black Men. He made this one about how black boys in education. You know, we could show it. Maybe I might save it for another live stream, but I'll probably save it for another live stream. I'll talk about it a little bit here. This is another one. We might talk about this in other live streams too. But this country and this world like really embraces racism, sexism, patriarchy, misogyny, all this other stuff. And what we're learning through social media is like, these people they're finding the way to trigger these heartstrings and these incite violence and incite anger through people, most specifically men, by just finding the right buttons to push. And it's very effective. I'm trying to find this panel, this topic, and I'm gonna like go answer and talk about what True Poetic wants. Yeah, it was this one. It's like one of the funniest things about like the manosphere is like, you guys are dealing with you're banding together with misogynistic white men, alt-right white men, racist white men, conservative white men. Some of these black guys are conservative, but I'm just saying. And as we've seen from like the first Trump administration, a lot of these white men are crashing out, and like they're crashing out because they're facing obsolescence. They're obsolete. And they want to fight against it. They don't want to acknowledge it. They don't want to change it. They want the world to change for them to have a better situation. That's what Manosphere really is all about. Is like they want the world to change, the laws to change, so that they can have a better situation. They don't want to do the work to control their destiny. What I'm trying to mean from like this banner is like, the white men, specifically these racist ones, you need to be as far away from these men as possible. You do not want our community. The black community is completely different than the white community, in a lot of different ways. The fact that black men are banding together with misogynistic white dudes. A lot of these guys are tiki torturers, and coming down with the same opinion of like, man, modern women this, modern women that. There's no wives. Specifically, then the black men took to that. I don't think that was really a white dominated thing. But how they're having these shared experiences, coming from completely different communities, having completely different individual opportunities, but they're all going to accept one form of truth, one form of seeing the world. It's giving cult. It's giving, how in the world you're fucking up your opportunities because you're allowing someone else to like gaslight you about your reality. Man, it's so sad. Okay. I'll drop the link. I wasn't gonna stay up too much. I forgot for most of the stream that I did not post the link, but let me drop it. But yeah, it's a True Poetic part. True Poetic, like, we're losing our boys. They are being influenced by patriarchy, by misogyny, by just this girl craziness. I get it a little bit. I get it. At certain young ages, and I remember like a long time ago, I went to go speak to a high school in Atlanta and try to inspire them to come into IT. Like I was trying to inspire them and say, it doesn't matter if I know some people do want to see, they want to migrate into places where they see people that look like them. I get that. There's nothing wrong with that. But I wanted to like help them understand, like, you don't have to be a coder. I'm more of a coder, not a pure coder. I'm starting to embrace it a little bit more, but you can be on the business side of things, the project management side of things. You can be there's so many different sides, and there's a lot of great money to work in IT, especially with AI going up now. Like I noticed, like somebody created a program to just auto apply for jobs through AI that just like spams these job listings and just auto applies for you like at lightning speed. But like so that they're making some money is being made with this AI stuff. But yeah, I think that I was listening to this great live stream with these women educators, and then I have another one with that guy that we showed the Marquise. Okay, Wacky World is joining. What's up, Wacky World?
What's going on? What's up? How you doing?
I'm surprised you're still on. You got quiet.
Oh no, I left and I came back about 5 minutes ago and I saw that you were still on. And I
Yeah.
see you dropped the link. So I would like to say, because when I commented in the chat, I think you misunderstood where I was coming from.
All right.
Because my initial comment was in response to a point that you made. You made a point stating that in the manosphere, a lot of males speak about how the male gender built the world as a way to shame females. Now,
Right.
my response to that was that I don't think the reasoning to make that point, and which is true in the sense that yes, there are males within the manosphere who do speak on how males built this, males built that. But
Yeah.
my position was that the reason why males in the manosphere state that is to respond to the narrative of feminists stating that men are insignificant, right? Or men are not needed by society, because there are a certain number of feminists, or there is a narrative going around where people believe that the male gender isn't needed. So when I made that statement, it seems like you was arguing how men are not insignificant, which was not my point. I'm just saying there are people who believe that. Therefore, people in the manosphere respond by saying, hey, well, if men are insignificant, then how come men have built this? How come men built that? And that's their reasoning for making that point, if you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I get that piece, but it's just like what I think is weird is that they're quoting this stuff of when they'll use it in different forms. They'll be like, men built the world, and if men stop working tomorrow, the whole world will crash. And it's like, I don't know about all that. A lot of this stuff is automated, but it's like the thing is this: why are we going back and trying to cite accomplishments from men from like yesteryear when we live here today? Like, why are we doing that? We're not living back then.
Well, even in today's society, a lot of things, like the majority of the construction world, are a lot of people who make up the construction industry are men. A lot of people who make up the majority of the logistics industry are men.
Right.
You know, so that is a true point. If men stop working today, the world would shut down. It is a true point. Not saying that the manosphere have not done or promote some dysfunctional stuff, because that's a good point too. But yeah. But I get, I sort of get where you're coming from. Where I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, where what you're trying to say is that when people in the manosphere make these statements, they say it in bad faith. Is that where you're coming from?
Matter of fact, let's show one clip. Men built the world, because I understand we shouldn't be tearing each other down and saying men are insignificant. I'm 100% on board with that. We shouldn't say we don't need women. That's problematic too.
Yeah, correct. I agree.
I think some of the pushback I might have is like, if there are women who say we don't need men, and because there is a 4B movement that says, hey, to hell with marriage, to hell with having children, and it's not because they don't want to have a family. Probably, maybe some of them don't, but a lot of it is like they're sick of the problematic stuff from the manosphere and red pill, and or whatever. But let me go show this right quick. We got the fair use on. That's good. Let me see. Do we have a banner on? Let me take the banner off so we can see this whole video. I'll put it right back. Okay, we'll play it in its entirety. Not the whole thing. We'll play it up until a point. Let me share this. Again, it's Lapeef. Love this network. Bruiser, don't really like Bruiser. Fair use.
Okay. Then someone made a comment about, is she willing to pay the bills if he loses his job? I don't understand. How is being a supportive partner? It's like, I'm not understanding how, like, what is the measuring stick? Because it sounds like y'all are like, if we're talking about healthy relationships, sure, you're supposed to pick up the slack when your partner may have, lost a job or went to the hospital or had surgery. Yeah, those are normal things. So I don't know. Maybe we need to like specify exactly what we're considering to be equal, because having an equal say, being able to say how you feel, equal in the sense that my feelings matters just as much as yours do. I mean, I don't understand what's going on here. Like, can we just break this down in some type of way where it's just easier to consume? Because I feel like people are just saying like anything. And
look, are you independent? Andrea, are you an independent woman?
Yes. How can I help you?
So you're independent. How are you independent? Just in short, if you can explain that.
No, I'm not going to explain anything to you. I'm sorry.
Because there's no such thing as an independent woman. The roof over your head, engineered by men.
Okay.
The water you drink, piped in by men. The car you drive, designed, built, and maintained by men. The electricity that powers your apartment, full of Amazon packages and ring lights, generated and distributed by men.
A lot of assumptions.
I'm a homeowner.
Well, whatever you got. All came to you by man. Everything that you sustain on is by man. Point is, everything that you have to sustain with, if you call yourself self-made or whatever, came from a man. There's no way you could be independent.
JR, I got a question for you, if I can ask.
I think that's where I cut it off. We'll see where it goes.
So the parameters of these discussions that we have on these panels, because I'm kind of new, this is like only my third panel. We are talking about in the confines of a heterosexual connotation with a man and a woman, correct? Because if we not, it's time for me to drop.
Oh yeah,
what are we talking about here?
Yeah.
Okay. Be Gucci then. All right, let's move on. Because I don't know. People keep introducing alternative lifestyles to the conversation. I was just
I think we can end that there. Let's stop this. Okay, we got Richard. So yeah, I wanted to show that Wacky World is like, maybe we see different content, but like I'm usually seeing this thrown in. Y'all think y'all are really on top of life, and you got your life together, but you wouldn't be anywhere without men. It's like, listen, we wouldn't be here with a lot of things. When men went to the war and women were sustaining the economy and stuff like that, there's a lot of contributions. Like, why do we got to single out just men?
But let me say something as far as the clip is concerned.
Yeah.
As far as the clip, the guy who was speaking, when he was talking about how men built this and men built that, what he was doing, he was combating the concept of an independent woman, saying that basically his whole point is that nobody in this world is independent. You were dependent upon someone in order to have the roof over your head that you didn't build yourself. I don't think he was making that statement to try to shame the female. He was making a statement to debunk the concept of an independent woman, because remember, he said that there's no such thing as an independent woman. Thus, he was giving his reasonings behind that. I don't think he was shaming anyone.
Well, I'm saying, like, what I think the context when people say I'm an independent woman, it doesn't mean, and no one ever built anything and I built everything for myself. No one is saying that. Like, I could say that same thing. I could say, hey, I've worked really hard in my life and for my career, and I've accomplished a lot. And you could come back and behind it and say, you didn't really do this on your own because your dad and your mom did all this other stuff. And I was like, do I have to give the whole story? Can I please just say some of the stuff I did for myself? I didn't do it all alone. I didn't all do it with help too. So yes, like, why do we got to fixate on what people did in the 1800s to help us get to today? Why? No one's denying that. No one was ever denying that.
But who said the houses were being built who said that the house that she was living in was built in the 1800s? You know,
Well,
but
I'm saying, yeah, I'm
but
gonna take
but
consideration.
can I let me move forward? But okay, when you said that, or when someone utilizes the term independent woman, they don't mean in that context. Then,
Right.
but the thing is, what does the term independent means? It means to not rely on anyone but yourself. If you
In
really want to
current
break it down,
time.
if that's the thing, having then someone must utilize a new terminology to actually be specific in what they're talking about. Because when you say the term independent, right, the
Mhm.
definition, once again, it means to not rely on anyone.
Right.
So if you're saying that, then you have to live by it. I think that was the guy's point in the clip that you was playing. That if you're going to call yourself that and label yourself as that, you have to live by it. Now let's see if you are living by it. Well, hey, the house that you live on was built by someone else. The phone that you have was built by someone else. So I don't think he was shaming anyone. You know what I'm saying? He was just giving the reasons as to why he don't believe that the term independent woman is a realistic term.
And I think the
But
pushback is that everybody means when they say that, they're saying, I'm an independent woman or independent man. That doesn't mean I built my own house and I built my car too, and I made my own clothes. No, they're just saying I have positioned myself in a place where no one else is paying my bills. No one else. I'm leading myself in my career. I might even have my own company. I don't have anyone else in my life. No one is cooking for me. I'm taking care of myself, just like a guy. Like I don't think that pushback ever comes to guys when guys say, "Man, I built my own company." Yeah, but did you build a building that you have your company in?
yeah,
No, they don't say that shit.
yeah, but the guy in that position is not saying I'm an independent man. I don't need no woman.
Well,
You
but
know
if
what
we
I'm
say,
saying?
no, no, but see,
A lot. Let's keep it real. A lot of females are saying the quote unquote, I'm an independent woman. I don't need no man.
no one's
Okay.
saying that.
Man, let's keep this thing real.
Yeah.
Let's keep this thing. A lot of females have said within the past 25 years, I'm an independent woman. I don't need no man. Come on, especially in Black America.
Okay, let's get back to that.
Especially,
But let's say this: when Kevin Samuels coined high value man, why didn't he knock the high value man and say he's not really high value because somebody wrote him that check on some dame dash shit. He's not really high value because he's driving a car that he didn't build. He didn't do this all by himself. He didn't say that shit. He gave the high value man all the praise because he did it all himself.
well, I don't even think Kevin Samuels is a high value. I think he's a scam artist. So,
Right.
and I think that high value terminology is just as ridiculous as the independent woman terminology. Oh, I'm like, I know you don't watch my content, but years ago, I actually made a video actually debunking the term high value man. So I think they're both equally as stupid and as disgusting, excuse my language. So but at the same time, right? As much as Kevin Samuels utilized that term high value man and made it popular,
Yeah.
he never stated how, boom, I'm a high value man. I don't need a woman. He never said that.
Okay, let me ask you just a little pushback. I honestly think, like I said, I could be wrong. I'm being a bad host. We're gonna kick it to Richard in a second. I think that this notion of I'm an independent woman, I don't need no man is propaganda pushed by men. I have never seen, and now I will say this to Wacky World. There was an era, maybe about 15 years ago, where some women were on that type of time. But that's not, I'm not hearing that anymore. I'm not hearing that anymore. And some of that thing was, I don't need a man. I said that earlier in the stream. Like, if I have a daughter, I want to make sure that I'm going to do everything I can so she can get an education and position herself that she does not need a man financially, because that is a very difficult position and vulnerable place to be in. I'd love for her to have her own house paid off, whatever, or house just period. And then, she's dating and she's trying to get a man to kind of complete the family and all that kind of stuff. But I don't hear a lot, just the last thing I'll say is, I don't hear a lot of women say, I don't need no man. That's not the majority. We can agree on that, wacky world. Come
But
on.
it's you say you don't hear, but a lot of females do that, and not only that, within the term in itself, independent woman. This
Right.
is what a lot of females mean when they say that they're independent. They saying they don't need a man. That's what they're saying. Within just like that, just in the word, the terminology in itself, independent woman. You're saying that you don't need anybody.
I think men feel threatened by a woman who's on her own, doing her own, more than I think that's louder than the actual volume of women saying I don't need no man. It's more independent women saying, yo, I got my house together, I got my car, I got a Range Rover, I just need a guy who's got a stable career. And men are upset, like, oh my God, I'm not gonna get full submission. Shit, she don't need a man.
Who's threatened by that? I don't think any man is threatened by that.
All right.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there are any.
You don't hear these dudes saying, "I don't care about your career. I don't care about your degrees."
Oh, okay. I could respond to that. They're stating that in reference to when it comes to what they look for in a suitable mate. That's what a lot of these males mean when they state that. You know, when these males, they'll say, when I look for a suitable mate, I don't care about what degree you had in college. Or I don't care about which university you graduated from. I don't care about how much you make. I want to know if you're going to make a valuable partner in my life that's going to love me, respect me, and support me when I need you. That's what they mean when they say, I don't care about what you do for. That's what they mean by that. I don't see that to be I don't think that they're threatened by it. No, let me rephrase that. I don't think that most males are threatened at a female having owning her own home, owning her own car, having a good paying career. I don't believe that the majority of males are threatened by that. I'll say that they might be a minority of males who are threatened by it. I will agree with that. But as far as the majority male gender, I disagree.
I think specifically in the Black community and with this incel thing, a lot of men, this whole manosphere was created because the dynamics of the roles that we have been taught we needed to play are no longer really feasible financially to be able to assert anymore. And that's why like I said, I grew up and I haven't talked to all men, but I have talked to a lot of I've seen a lot of men who have said, I wouldn't be with a woman who makes more than me. Why is that? Because they're rolling that houses can be threatened. Not in a bad way. Not saying like you can get kicked out your house, that she's going to abuse you. I'm just saying they want to have a certain type of role in the house, and they want that money to be in my opinion, to be the leverage that they depend on me. I'm the last say so. Blah blah blah. Because it will change if you make the same amount of money or you make less. It can change.
Are we talking about? Or do you believe that the majority of the male gender feel this way?
Yes. Specifically Black men. The hyper masculine
Black men. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any data on that to prove this?
Let me think about this real quick. I mean, the manosphere is a great source of data that like they are discouraging women. The fact that they're going to college, they're spending it as they're racking up student loan debt.
Well, the majority of Black males in America are not members of the manosphere. So I'm talking about, do you have any empirical data, any statistics to back that up?
Give me a second. Let me think about that. Probably not, but like we can go. Well, I'll bring one to the next stream. Like I can't have stats on hand for everything. But
I'm not asking stats for everything though. I'm just asking for stats on that, what you just stated.
Yeah, we'll find some stats. But like I said, we are Black men. We live this experience. We know we see the kind of people we run into, and like I said, the predominant idea that I've seen with Black men is they do not want to be with women who make more than them for any circumstances. And like I said, I think I know the reason why.
Well, in my anecdotal experience with Black men, right, the majority of them don't care if a woman make more money than them. The majority of them don't care.
That's great. That's great.
But you know that. But I think that right now we're just being anecdotal. You know, because I will say there's no empirical data that I know of to back up what I'm saying. I'm just being anecdotal, and I'm sure you're being anecdotal also because there's no data to back up what you're saying. So
Yeah, a lot of
anecdote
it
versus anecdote.
A lot of it is like word of mouth of like there's this notion that like a woman won't respect a man if she makes women want men who are on their level or higher. There's some truth to that for different reasons, different contexts. But I think that a lot of men are expanding it and just being fearful and saying, I don't make more than this woman. I can't be a woman. Thus, I can't be with a woman who makes more than me. But it's like I was saying, like there's this notion being spread that like women only want men on their level or higher. And that's yeah. Go ahead.
I agree with what you just said as far as the manosphere is concerned. Yeah, yes, a lot of people in the manosphere are promoting that idea that what you just said. So that's what I'm saying. I agree as far as how the manosphere looks at it. You know?
Yeah. And let me see. Let me try to figure out how to say this. Actually, let's pivot to Richard. Richard, welcome to the panel. Sorry. What's up?
Greetings to the panel and chat.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing?
How are my levels?
It's good.
Thank you. Wacky World, please drop your link.
Yeah.
I want to sub to you. I want to tap into your channel. You are speaking such incredible facts. So I gotta connect with you again out here in these YouTube streets. I wanted to talk very briefly about this independent woman. I don't need a man, and men of the manosphere as a whole. And I'll try to keep it short. I live overseas, Wacky. I actually live in Thailand. What fascinates me, what I've learned, what expanded my mind is looking at construction sites. In my area, there's a lot of building going on, you know, high rises, stuff like that. How many women are on those work sites? And they toting bags and lifting bales. They pushing wheelbarrows, which is a unique skill. I used to work in construction when I was very young. You got to know how to roll a wheelbarrow when it's loaded. And seeing them work together, so there's no distinction. There is no separation of the human experience. What I have recently observed about America, because there's this divisiveness going on in that country, that everybody seems to want to crawl off into their own little corner and do their own thing. Whereas outside of America, and having been outside of America for almost 2 years now, for the first time in my life, in my latter years, it is so fascinating to watch the news and looking at how divided America is, not just black, white, Jew, Christian, whatever, but man and woman. It's so bizarre. So I say all that to say, these discussions need to be had, but I'll put it in part. James Brown sang a song, "This is a man's world, but it wouldn't be nothing without a woman or a girl." So it always puzzles me to hear these conversations. I'm going to drop you a sub, Wacky, when I park it. It's fascinating, you know, because I'm over on the other channels. I watch a lot of YouTube, and this discussion needs to be had. So I'm hoping that you folks will find some healing and some accord in these conversations. Bring the sisters back into these conversations. have the sisters and the brothers talking to each other. That would be nice. But we need each other. I remember back, I think it was like the 90s when sisters were talking, the first murmurs of, I don't need a man, started rumbling through the streets of our Black communities. And I used to say to a sister who, if she ever said that to me, sister, you have lost your nature. Because every woman needs a man and every man needs a woman. That's just what it is. So I'm gonna put it in park. Love this conversation. And I'd like to hear y'all's response to that. We need each other. Kevin Samuels, RIP, really threw some dirt in the game with all the dialogue that he had going on. Andrew Tate, come on, he's from Romania. I don't know nothing about Romania, so that's not going to have any influence on my thinking. But the fact that all these manosphere channels are sitting around talking about the pop the balloon concept, it's just so bizarre to me. And I am an older man, so I'll admit to that as well. I'll put it in park.
So Rich, is that Richard, right? Is that your name?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But thank you for your future support. And I just have a question. It's going to be a little bit off topic. Are you familiar with a channel called Travel Time with Paul?
I love Travel Time with Paul. I had a call with Paul. I joined his panel.
Yeah, I heard you on one of his panels. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. All right. But as far as your point on this panel, I mean, it's very true. Men and women do need each other. It's very true. Yeah, it is very true. So when you see these different grifts that's being passed around via social media that keeps people further divided, it just it's just bad for society, and it makes it even worse for the future of society. But one of my biggest things that I have against the manosphere, right, is that I think it is partially what Rich said, is that a lot of people in the manosphere, they speak on topics such as the dating pool, the dating game, and the downsides of dating, and they're not focused more on what's going on in the world systemically,
right?
That's negatively affecting people. If you guys understand what I mean. But you know, as far as certain, like the justice systems, for example, you have certain biases within the justice system that's biased towards the male gender in America, and that needs to be fixed. And instead of the manosphere talking about that, we're talking about what Richard just said, the pop the balloon contest, or or I want a woman that's fit, feminine, friendly. I mean, all do.
You must be listening to Zoom.
Zoom to Thailand.
Yeah,
but
Richie Mack. He live up the block from me.
Oh, Richie Mack. Okay, yeah, I heard about him. Yeah, but it's like a lot of people within the manosphere focus on these low-level topics instead of talking about fixing the ills of society. But
yeah, I agree. I mean, I was kind of saying that a little earlier. Actually, I'll kick it to Richard. I've been talking a lot. Richard, what do you think?
I can tell you what I'm seeing. I just met two Black men, brothers from America, who have recently moved here. It's like 2 nights ago, just hanging out, having a good time, slapping back some beers. My homegirl in LA is sending me clips of young Black folk who are coming to Thailand, particularly Bangkok, maybe Phuket, and Pattaya, if you can handle it. I'm seeing us make what I consider to be a modern day mass migration, the way that my Southern-born parents who were raised under Jim Crow migrated up north. I'm originally from Philadelphia, the city of brotherly shove. And I'm seeing that happen now with ADOS and FBA, our folk, the Black community. We're starting to think outside the borders of America to find our happiness. And this is the only reason I'm here. I mean, if I could live off what I make on retirement in LA, I'd still be in LA. That's where I moved from. I've been in LA for 25 years. I'd still be in LA. But the problem with America is that it's just broken. And there are things that are going to occur in the coming future that's going to make America look like an apocalyptic landscape, if not visually, which I saw in LA. LA is really a third world country in and of itself, but also in the minds of people, which I'm starting to observe more of now. I think a lot of these conversations about, and these derisive conversations about men and women, mostly in this space on YouTube where everybody can pick up their phone and create content. In the minds, it seems, is where people are struggling because there's nothing else to talk about it. While the Black community should be getting together and coalescing, using these platforms to help educate other folks. Instead, folks keep having these ridiculous conversations. Shout out to Razor Rays, no disrespect, but he's doing content that is getting mad money and views because he's sitting having a beer at night in one of the cesspools of the sex industry. So it's confusing to me that folks are struggling with these conversations. I remember, Chris, when I first came on this channel, when Zed was had open mic night and we all come up and talk our talk. I got kicked off. You were modding, of course, at that time. Y'all kicked me out. It was all good. We're still friends. I love you guys. I love what you're doing. I'm glad to see you back online. But I got kicked out because I was saying to Zed, this is not your conversation to have with us. We need to have this conversation with ourselves. Man to woman, brother to brother, sister to sister, soul to soul. We need to have these conversations amongst ourselves. So I think that's what is kind of getting hung up in this whole manosphere conversation, this whole Kevin Samuels RIP conversation, this whole red pill, blue pill. I still don't even know which one to take, honestly, Chris. Should I take the red one or the blue one? I don't take pills.
Right.
So it's really just a matter of continuing these conversations, having good minds up here. Shout out to Wacky World. I just subbed to him.
Me too.
Yeah. Great conversation. And again, I hang out over on the other channel. I'm not allowed to use either one of y'all name or either one of y'all channel.
Why is that?
Chris, when I'm over there, I have a lot of fun with them. I call them knuckle draggers. I called them that once when I first went on their panel. They never forgave me for it.
Which panel is this?
Do you really want me to tell you?
Yeah.
A shameless plug for Ronin Travelers.
Okay, I got you.
With Ronin and Fearless. And I love their channel. And there's lots of good conversations going on over there. I really wish there was some way I could syndicate. I mean, I used to produce radio, internet radio, and I had like 35 shows in my heyday. And that was me coordinating all of these incredible minds to bring these incredible conversations to an absolutely free platform that with very little investment will pay you back. But haven't quite gotten to that achievement yet.
Yeah, you said a lot. I want to get back to it, but I want to address this question from True Poetic. Like, I don't think the Manosphere has a Manosphere conclave where if you are willing to pay $500, $600, you can come to a conference, learn hear some keynote speeches, have some workshops.
Did you see the video, Chris? Of the Manosphere?
I saw it from their website, but I didn't see like.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, I saw the footage.
Yeah, I saw them like who they were highlighting, who the guest speakers were. That one, the fat lawyer, He was on there. He was one of the speakers, and he wanted to speak about the men of yesteryear thing. That's their favorite thing. It's like digging the past. Who was that guy? That lawyer guy.
I'm searching my
that Kevin Samuels.
My hard drive for it right now. I know exactly who you're talking about. It's not whatever. Jeez,
Donald Sperling. Donald Sperling. Dennis
There we
Sperling.
go.
Dennis Sperling.
There we go. Yeah.
But yeah, he was in it. But yeah, they have a workshop for men. But I was thinking about this, Richard. Like this whole thing about the gender wars, and it's like they could have approached this from such an educational standpoint. And I was also thinking about this too. They've probably had conversations like this before podcasts existed. You probably know better than me because, you know, you're a little older than me. And they probably had conversations like this about, you know, things going on with the community. How do we, you know, build strong relationships? How do we deal with current events, whether that was racism or other political things? But like today's manosphere and the recent manosphere, they really could have approached this from a standpoint of let's fix the fact that, you know, Black men are dropping out of colleges, they're not really getting educated. What are some skills we can build? How can we build bridges? How can we build bridges is basically the theme of how can we build bridges with women instead of trying to, you know, break them down. Like a lot of this manosphere, in my opinion, it's emotional abuse. I mean, if that's how conservatives want to rock out in their relationships, I feel sorry for those conservative women. But they're broadcasting and trying to paint with such a broad brush when they're not being honest about the community that they're part of. A lot of these guys are conservative Black men. No disrespect. That does not apply to all Black men. And they're trying to have this shared experience with all Black men. But to get to answer True Poetic's question, like I don't think they've achieved much. Like they're getting men's voices out. That's what they've achieved. They're telling the world that we want to be leaders. We don't want to have these problems in the community. They're not giving solutions, except for women need to do more work and they need to fix these problems. But like they're giving an outlet to men, and they're creating workshops to build skills and hear keynotes.
Well, Chris, if I could interject.
Yeah.
I will not begrudge them for their effort. And I'm sure you're not either. We have come to a time in life where there are so many men who are adult men and even older men who never had a father around. I did. You obviously did. There are men who come on this panel and their panel who have, but the percentages are so high of men who haven't seen what it's like to be a man modeled by a father figure, their real dad, right? So I will not begrudge the Manosphere Conclave because they don't only teach the basics, but they also get into things like tech and how to learn to code.
Entrepreneurship.
Yeah, entrepreneurship. Their intent is good. And Kevin Samuels, God rest his soul, man, I would not have wanted to die like him. Man, that's so embarrassing. But anyway, God rest his soul. Kevin Samuels started off with good intentions, teaching Black men how to be better groomed in an era where there was a term called metrosexual. Y'all remember that?
It's still here.
Yeah. And that's not anything to do with a man's masculinity. It is basically a well-groomed, good-smelling, upwardly mobile man, you know, the kind of guy that girls want to meet. Well, you know, then came the grunge era, and then came the hood era, everything changed, the whole game changed. But these are well-intentioned people. I'm sorry, I gotta get some water. Well-intentioned people who have a good idea, that I think if we could actually begin to pull together these loose strings, you know, you guys basically, I've said this before and on that panel and other panels, if I get up on them, you guys actually have a broadcast syndicate. Because I see True Poetic on other channels. I see OB over here and sometimes elsewhere. Now I'm going to be tuning in the Wacky World. You basically have a broadcast syndicate that you could keep programming going all day long through all of these different channels. If everybody could come together and agree, like we're all hoping to achieve the right goal, and that is to further educate our people and bring them into our fold so we can help them. If they want to move abroad, if you're having trouble with women, if you just got divorced, there are so many people in this mix. It's such incredible churn of intelligence. Everybody bringing their experiences and ideas together. It's just this divisive nature of America. And of course, the concept that if it bleeds, it leads. So if not a crash out, nobody wants to watch it. Doesn't matter. Just keep pushing, keep producing. That's the one thing I've learned. But in the end, these guys have good intentions. They really do. Richie Mack has good intentions. I do not know him personally. I am a sub. I watch him all the time. I have actually lambasted him. I came at him about some of the things that I thought he was misrepresenting until I learned to settle in to realize he has good intentions. And if anything else, judge a person by their intention more than the result of their actions, because they might have intended well. Like this beef between you, Fearless and Ronan. I want to help to bury that battle axe and have y'all come together. Y'all can argue it out. Y'all can fight it out verbally. But we need both of these. Not necessarily. I'm not campaigning for either one of you guys on either one of your channels, but these ridiculous conversations about they call me a male feminist over there. You didn't know that? I proudly own it. They intone your persona, if not your name. Your name is verboten over there. along with Zed. Shout out to Zed. How you doing, Ma? I was listening to her the other day. But it's kind of ridiculous. It's like a Tupac Biggie beef going on the internet when y'all really are basically almost talking about the same thing. I call them knuckle draggers because you got to realize you need a woman.
Yeah.
Incel, Vocel, take a break. I just watched some video yesterday about Lenny Kravitz. Dude, 60 years old, still got a six-pack. Got a grown daughter, just got memorialized on, I think, the Hollywood Walk of Fame. He's celibate. Now, of course, he's not an incel. He's Lenny frickin' Kravitz. He's a Vocel. He said he's not giving it up until he finds the next woman. Why? Probably because he had his litter when he was, a young man. The whole manosphere thing to me seems to be driven by this, and I talked about this on this other channel, is men trying to actualize themselves through their sexuality and their masculinity. Right. Chris, I'm gonna tell you one thing, man, that I've learned. I'm hitting 70 with a brick. You get a little bit more. I have to explain the concept of being a gentleman. And where does gentleness come from? It's the ability for a man to tap into both sides of his nature, both masculine and feminine, predominantly masculine, but being able to tap into that feminine side allowed me to meet more women, being a gentle man. So I went into this dissertation with them about this stuff. But the one thing about getting older, you will become more gentle.
Right.
When the fight, your vim and vigor has diminished, but you're still a man. That's where you'll come into that gentle side of life and be able to keep living, stop fighting, find love, not move just based on the need for sex, but find true love.
Right.
So, I'll put it in part because I see they lighten up your chat a little bit. And you might want to read some of them.
Yeah, they're
and shout out to CC. Men will never win this fight.
Really won't.
We won't. CC, drop your link, please. I want to throw your sub.
Oh, we got FLA Trucker in the building. Yeah, I mean, I agree with like CC saying like men are not gonna win this war at all. Not with the way things are positioned, especially with the way things are positioned. Like I understand that. Let me see when we look at what she's saying. Yeah, it's really immature. I think that, like I said, like the Manosphere, they really could have come at this with constructive conversations and solutions. And look, like I said, Dr. Umar, I think he's a charlatan, but I had to agree with him when he cooked up the daily wrap up crew and he said, if we want to get the respect back from Black women, we need to get these Black boys, and we need to straighten these Black boys out. We need to straighten out these YNs. And that's what I'm saying is like these guys, the Black men, these men who feel like, oh, we're protectors, we're this, we're that. It's like, then why do we have YNs? Like, why don't they have people to kind of like look up to and see a standard to kind of follow, whatever the heck. So it's like I agree with what CC's saying. It's like women are evolving, and that's where this is really. We got OB.
And men are not.
I think the Manosphere's claim to fame was men have basically been the same. We are basically the same. We basically haven't changed. What we want has not changed. Yeah, it hasn't really changed. That might not be a good thing. I don't think men have changed. They said they really stress on men haven't really changed, women have changed, and that's the problem, blah, 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 blah. But to PCC's point, going back to it, women are evolving. They're creating gaps that are going to, in my opinion, that are going to kind of change the dynamic of encouraging us to change and the dynamics of our relationships, families, and stuff like that, the gender roles. But I agree with what CC is saying. I keep going in circles.
Chris,
yeah.
I got a quick question. I heard you had some problems with Scott Galloway earlier in the show.
Yeah.
What's your issues with him?
Spidey sense is going off. I think the dude's a grifter. I've seen him. He is very slick with the tongue, and he's able to position himself in these different spaces. First and foremost, no disrespect. I think he's a Republican. He's a, what do they call it? He's in the middle. He's not Democrat. He claims to not be in the Democrat or Republican. He's like independent, whatever, moderate, whatever. But I think he's a Republican. That's one. Two, a lot of his videos, he's blaming this incel crisis on women to solve. It's not women's problem to solve. And I think that, in my opinion, this guy is just a grifter to grift off of this community. A lot of money and a lot of jobs are going to be made to solve this this incel and this
well, Chris, if I could interject, because I don't want to forget some of these points I want to make to you, my brother,
sure.
and allow us to have this conversation. But
that's it.
Grift and Scott Galloway seem to be so far apart to me because he's a decamillionaire.
Sure.
So he's got money, right? He's also, very learned in his field. So I'll give him that credit. I give him a lot of credit. I really love Scott Galloway. I'm tuned into him, a sub on his channel, and watch him every time he appears on other people's channels where he is a little bit more direct and intentional. But the idea that he's in any way grifting is no more realistic to me than anybody who comes up and gets on YouTube and creates a content is grifting. I mean, you know, aren't we all to some greater or lesser degree using this platform to get our voices out there, to share our ideas? This is how, you know, evolution happens, the sharing of ideas, of words. So I don't get that you have any issue with him, because he really is speaking the truth. I mean, he speaks a lot of stats about how many women are actually dating and having relationships, intimate relationships, and how few younger men are, you know, romantically and, you know, intimately involved with women. So, and those are statistics and facts. So it's hard to dispute that. So I just don't get what you mean by him grifting.
These, let me try to see if I can explain it better. It's like, I think that some of these people, Chris Williamson, Scott Galloway, some of these people I personally just don't trust. I think that they're trying to establish themselves as thought leaders where Scott Galloway, to your point, he's a successful, like, I don't know, he's in marketing. He's not a thought leader in the space that he's in. This is just something that maybe he's passionate about, or something that he has access to be able to make content in. He's, like I said, he's got a lot of money. He can platform himself easier than the average person. He has connections, things like that. But like, I think the thing is these topics that he's trying to talk about, they're not women driven. Like, he wants to talk about men they need to swipe 200 times to get 4 coffee dates. Any dude has to do that. No, I'm serious. Let me take that back a little bit. Yeah. Except for guys who are just like gorgeous. The average guy, most guys are going to have to swipe 200 times, because that's a deck of people that might not even be your same race. They might not be. You might be shorter than their height requirements. You might not even be their type. I've said on these podcasts, the dudes need to pay for these apps and see who swipes on them. If I don't swipe on women on these apps, because I'd be swiping 200 times. I don't do that because I'm swiping through a lot of, like, you know, pale women who are, you know, I want to date black women. So, like, how many times am I going to have to swipe through the deck to find black women? I'm probably have to swipe 200 times. I'm not doing it. So like I said, like, I personally think that, and I was saying a little earlier, is like, I don't want people like Scott Galloway solving this problem, because Scott Galloway even said on the podcast, it's like, the reason why we kind of have this incel issue is because of capitalism and people like him who became rich, and as a result of it, we have the incels. It's time, in my opinion, for younger people to solve some of these societal problems. We don't need. I don't want him. I don't want Nancy Pelosi. I don't want Mitch McConnell. I want some younger people. I think Scott Galloway, it's great for him to get on podcasts and give his opinions. I think some of his opinions aren't really putting responsibility on men to get themselves together as much as I would like to hear.
Okay.
He needs, like I said, I think he needs to kind of talk to the men. Keep the women out of this. The women are, I'm not saying all women, I'm not saying there's not work to be done for women. I'm not saying, but I'm saying women are not in a crisis. And the things that the men are
that's not accurate, Chris. I disagree with you. They're not in a crisis. They're in a crisis as well. Women are, especially our sisters. They're in a crisis. They need us to come back.
Right.
They really do. They need us to man up and come back.
Right.
They need us to own our faults of the past, move on, because I don't live in the past, because every day is a lifetime to me. Every 24 hours is a lifetime to me. Life is long. Only time runs short to me. That's how I look at life these days at my age. But no, the women are in crisis too. And I'm only going to speak on the sisters, because I also hear this from the other side. You know, women up on TikTok, women on YouTube. Men are men, women are women. There's going to be this, you know, separation of our nature where we eventually, hopefully, find some accord. But no, women are in crisis too, brother. Our sisters, especially, all of the stuff that floats up through my algorithm, partly my fault, they're in crisis. They want us back. They don't really want to date outside their race. That was my contention with Zed when I first joined this panel. They don't really want to date outside. They don't really want to be 304s. They want their men back. And some of their masculine energy that you see can completely be normalized if they had a man in their life, a good brother, and a dude like you in their life. There are thousands of women, Chris, who by your nature and your demeanor, your whole persona, who would love to have you. I'm no taller than you, Chris. I've never had a problem with women, ever. Now, I'm older than you, so times were different. So charge that to the game. But our sisters just want us back, and they're angry, and they're expressing that anger because we have both sides. Women have a masculine side. I've been arguing this for the past few weeks over there, and I will argue that here. We have both sides. A woman's dominant side is her femininity. A man's dominant side is his masculinity. But there is a percentage of each of us as men and women, boys and girls, that have both a representative percentage of us being able to connect with a woman, know how to make love to a woman, know where to kiss a woman. All those things equate to us coming together. Now, I'm not going to harp on that, but women are hurting. Our sisters are hurting. They want us back. They want us to man up.
Right.
They don't really want to move forward without us. They want to bring us along with them. And you're the kind of brother I was. You know, I hung up my gloves. I hung up my cleats. I laid down my pool stick in your case. But come on, man. We can't figure this out. It's not that hard. It really isn't. I put a post up. I don't know how many views it got. I don't get many views. But I just posted a track from Life Jennings called Must Be Nice. Go listen to that song.
I was singing that like a week ago.
Ages well as you age with it. And it is really the fact that we are a prize to each other. I got a married homegirl. Her husband is her prize. She ain't always happy with him. I got married homeboys. Their wives were the prize. That's why you went through the ceremony of it all.
Yeah.
So if we can just like break that fourth wall of understanding that a man needs a woman and a woman needs a man and getting back to that aspect of life, I think we'd all be a lot happier. I'll put it in part.
Hey, what's going on, OB?
What's up, man? Y'all
man,
been killing it tonight.
That backswing looking solid, kid.
Thanks, boss. Thanks. Happy to hear you safe, man. Me and the wife was talking about you and all that was going down.
Well, wait. How you hitting the balls?
No, man. How are you doing? Y'all had buildings falling.
No, I'm not in Bangkok. Bangkok's an hour and a half from me, number one.
Okay.
But OB, number two, I live in Pattaya, and I felt the rumble. We had a little shimmer, like a tremor, let's call it, here.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll remind you, I spent 25 years in LA. I've been through several earthquakes.
Okay.
So what happened in Bangkok, there was damage to buildings, high rises, people had to move out. That's pretty crazy. But I felt it here. If you've never been through an earthquake, the first thing you think is, did I drink too much? Man, that was some good. because you feel dizzy. And then you feel
Mm.
your body move and you're like, oh, that's an earthquake. I could not believe it. I'm glad you brought that up, and I won't belabor it. But no, I'm solid, brother. Best life ever. Yeah.
That's good, man. You were the first kind of thing that came to my mind when I started saying that. I said, golly, I hope he's all right. Yeah, that was kind of the first thing that came to my mind. But yeah, y'all been hitting on some good points. I like what you said. I think we need each other. I like Chris, you hit on so many points. If I would have got on here earlier, I done forgot them now though, man. But you hit a lot of good points tonight. Congratulations on working on yourself as well. Not that you don't always do that, but going back to school, getting certifications, good stuff, bro. Good stuff.
Appreciate it.
That's something that I never hear them really mention on any of their channels, these incel channels. It's always, and that's what something that American Talk, you say, and I'm not knocking you. I love that you always want to see us come together, and I think we need to hear that. But I also think that a lot of theirs is always get rich quick schemes. You know, never the hard part about it. Like Fearless. I know he's an educated man and had a pretty good job, but it's always like a rich scheme. It's never just I went to school and I'm doing good for myself and I'm building a family and my job's providing me enough to work out and be a good person. It's always a all or nothing, rich or nothing. And if you're not rich, then you're not a man. That's what makes it kind of hard to listen to.
Right.
Well, I think that tends to permeate the conversation across many of these channels that are, one, discussing manosphere issues, and two, relationship issues as it relates to our community specifically is where my focus is. And I think it's okay. Again, I think this is all well-intentioned by most of us out here, that we want to promote success and prosperity, incorporate that into the narrative. So I again, don't begrudge anybody, even Kevin Samuels, well-intentioned, because as I mentioned earlier, he started out educating brothers on how to be better men, metrosexual or otherwise. And then he moved into, or devolved, in my belief, into this criticism of our sisters. And that became this mantra in our community where we can least afford that. We cannot afford to denigrate our women no more than our women can afford to denigrate us. So as a side note, I've been watching this recent trend on YouTube that women are reversing their BBLs. So in as much as I applaud the fact that that era is over, I hope that there will come an end to this conversation that I think started with white folk about their problems with their women, and then leached into the narrative of the Black community once we got a chance to get online. This used to be really expensive just to broadcast live to the world at no cost. That used to cost. I used to pay that cost when I started my internet radio station. But anyway, that has leached into our dialogue and into our narrative in such a way that it's corrupted our thinking, because it has nothing to do with us. Black women love Black men. And in as much as passport bros talk about women love us around the world, we're exotic. Our women love you too, brothers. Them women want you. They don't want you going overseas, or if you do, take them with you. Our men love our sisters. And if there's a Black man on this panel, or anybody want to come up and challenge me that the Black woman is the queen of the planet, come up, pull up. I'll debate this with you all night. That is the prettiest, finest, shapeliest, sweetest honey on the planet. If God made anything better than a Black woman, he kept it to himself. That's my message to y'all. Just got to get past this confusion and all of this crazy dialogue that developed from the Andrew Tate type dudes, and how that became the grift, as you referenced, OB, how that became the grift. Let's create some narrative that, crashes and burns eventually, but let's drift off it while it's flying. We need each other, man. We need to come back together. OB, I know you're married. I know you feel me. I might be a vocel, but I'm voluntary. I'm like Lenny Kravitz. He actually validated my position. I'm not giving my body away to anybody unless they're worthy. And women feel the same. They should stop giving their bodies away to just anybody. Luther Vandross had a song called "You're a Busybody, Giving Up Your Loving to Just Anybody at All." I'm auditioning, so let me know if anybody out there trying to sign an old artist. So let's just get past, let's keep the conversation going, don't get me wrong, but let's get past this notion that sisters don't love us.
Absolutely.
Or brothers don't love sisters.
I was flabbergasted in 2021 when, listen, my on again, off again ex, I'll see her Saturday. She was just like, on the first date, she was just like, we meaning black women, we just love y'all. And I was like, meaning black men. I was like, why? Like, with all the stuff that's going on, how, like, and y'all dating exclusively black? I don't get it, but that's what I'm saying. Is like, I didn't really agree with like Wacky World. Like, I sure that maybe there are some women who are saying, yo, we don't need any man, and they're probably like the what's that black content creator woman that that got kicked off of YouTube that was like, don't have any black sons. I forget her name. I should know her name, but I think they take like these extreme situations out of context for one. And they try to like take that statement from a black woman and say, well, they don't like any black men. It's like, no, yeah, Cynthia G. Thanks, True Poetic. And they'll try to explain, they'll try to like, take it and say, oh, they feel this about all black men. It's like, no, they're talking about like the low lives. They're not talking about all black men. I've seen nothing but love from black women, as like from me, like from my dating experience, nothing but. I haven't run into women like that.
One thing that I did notice from Wacky World, he named all these things that women don't build. I said it in the comments. I wanted to answer from him. They were all white people's things, all white man's creations. He said, would a woman drive a car? Well, black men don't own any manufacturers. We have no brand. We own no Volvo, no Chevy, no Ford. Asians have a car brand. I'm not so sure if Mexicans do, but it wouldn't shock me if they didn't have their own car brand, or it wouldn't shock me if they had their own car brand. So that was the first thing. Then he named Amazon specifically. That's owned by a white man. What else did he name? Like everything he named, black people aren't really doing it. Definitely not the black man. I was just a little curious on that because he was saying it as like all men. Like they don't mess with us like that. Like we all know that. Like for a matter of fact, the faster you know that, the quicker they are willing to mess with you because they know you're going to prosper. You know what I mean? Because you got an independent, you got a builder mindset. You're not wanting something for free. What's your thoughts on that, Chris? I mean, tell me if I'm wrong.
I agree. I mean, it's we got Luther making a post. Okay, Mexicans have their own cars. But
see, told you, I figured it wouldn't shock me.
But like, I agree with what you're saying. It's like they're making this statement. It's not, like I said, they're not quoting actual stuff that black men created. They're just trying to make this gender specific thing of like, yo, you guys are even lucky that we allowed y'all to work. Like, you had nothing to do with that. But they want to make this statement of like, yo, y'all should have never been able to work. You know, that was a mistake and men allowed y'all to work. And it's like, man, y'all speaking to women who are more accomplished than y'all. And y'all don't see anything weird about that?
Well, I mentioned the campaign from World War II where they had Rosie the Riveter, right? Yeah, she was white. But of course, the movie Hidden Colors showed how black women were involved with the World War effort. So women have been there all along. I often reference the notion, think about this all the time, what it must have felt like when you were told, you, your wife, your kids, maybe divided families as slaves, you're free now, go. And we left. Some of us stayed, but most of us left and built stuff. And if you think that a Black woman's hand wasn't involved in the building of places like Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street, if you think Black women aren't involved, some of the biggest movers and shakers in the world, beyond Oprah Winfrey, not just entertainers. If you think Black women haven't built, here's something I wanted to say on this other panel. I just didn't get a chance to. I was taught as a man, as a young man, that when you go into the company of prestigious people, Black or white, they judge you by two things: your success and your probability for prosperity is based on your shoes and your wife. Now that hit me right to my soul, because I'm thinking like, well, you know, I can afford some Stacey Adams. But if I got a beautiful helpmeet, this was mentioned on the other channel, helpmeet, someone who is my partner, that means way more to married, prestigious people than anything else you're wearing. Having a good woman by your side, in other words, it means everything to powerful people. However whatever you deem power is, you know, knowledge, money, experience, all those things count to me. But having a good woman by your side, that case closed. So again, I go back to this notion that if in fact we can put aside our differences, because our women are not our enemy, our women, I'm talking about FBA and ADOS, FADOS, I call it now, Foundational African Descendants of Slaves, hashtag that. Our women are our greatest prize. They are, Black women on the planet, to me, are our greatest prize. Black men on the planet are our greatest prize in our community. And we're the only ones who are struggling with this discussion here in 2025, which is so ridiculous to me, because we really didn't have a problem with it when Luther and Anita and even big bands were creating music that brought us together. We need to get back to some of that.
I noticed too, American Talk, I agree with everything you said. I'm hopping in before I forget my train of thought. You were saying that you noticed when you watch the news that we're so divisive right now. No one's together. But I mean, coming from your generation, hasn't that always been America?
No, sir. No, sir. Not at all.
Elaborate, please, if you don't mind.
Well, I would suggest this. I came of age in the 80s. I'm not that old. And up until about the crack era and gangster rap, brother, we was in the clubs having fun. So to me, I guess the struggles that I have and the reason I even join these panels is in the hope that I can take us back to a time when we were not fighting each other. Hey, relationships are what they are. Marriages are what they are. I get it. Been there, done that. But for us, fade-offs, to be struggling with the notion that we need each other, our sisters are saying, I don't need a man. That's just a knee-jerk reaction to the fact that men have failed them.
Right.
Their daddy failed them. All the boyfriends they had, all their baby daddies, all the promises, you know, the dope boys that they fell in love with, thinking they were gonna, you know, crime their way out of poverty, commit crime to get out of poverty. That didn't work. So the dope boy's dead or in jail. I have a friend, an ex-girlfriend. We still talk. I've known her for 50 years, literally. We still talk. After we went our separate ways as young people, she wound up with a dope boy who died in prison. They had a daughter. Her daughter's in her mid-30s. I talk to her daughter all the time. So I understand, and I deeply am committed to the fact that we failed, not we, I did too. You know, I never sold drugs, never went to prison, but we failed our women.
Right.
And this is the fruits of that labor. This is the chickens coming home, the roosters, which ones come home?
Exactly. That's it.
Yeah.
But hasn't there always been? But isn't that just classism a little bit? A separation of classes. Like I'm reading a book. I can look it up if you want to know. But it's just basically about the growth of China, their economy, where they were. It discusses Japan a little bit. And even like, you know, today when it comes to education, people say if you don't have an engineer degree or a law degree, basically, you know, they say it's a water weaving degree, whatever it's called, you know, and it's not worth anything. But then like when I go read these books, being an engineer, even in those days in the early 90s, the 80s, the 70s, like that was rare then. Like it's always been a rarity. That's always been for the well off. Like, I feel like kind of we're getting away from that. I don't know if that kind of is connecting to what I'm saying.
I get
like,
where you're
I get, so when you say like a good time, like, I don't know if there was ever a good time. Like, look up when child support was invented. Like, that was invented because men weren't, you know, taking care of their kids. The government had to do something.
Take
Okay.
care of your children. If you have them, take care of them. I don't care nothing about, and my friend who is married, one of my homegirls out of LA, her husband is on child support. He owes over $140,000 in back support. And they're taxing him $400 a month on his monthly income for the rest of his life. And she's married to him and dealing with it. There's lots of brothers out there who are hooked up with sisters who are dealing with these struggles together, better together. Thank God he's got her to help him through this process. And she's standing 10 toes down on an OB. But the concept of classism, see, it's funny, when I first heard the word classism, I thought of that in the context of something Europeans were dealing with, not just American white people, but Europe. Classism, that's not even a black thing to me. That's something they're struggling with. Class, you know, the stratification of income and all that stuff. Our experience, our shared experience has been struggle, unfortunately, because of our commitment to the land that oppressed us and enslaved us and did everything else that anybody could imagine to exterminate us. But we, you know, we don't die, we multiply. But that's not even a part of our struggle, classism. Because I've known poor black folks and I've known rich black folks, and I've been on both sides of that fence. All of us know that struggle. So classism to us, I admire the fact that you're reading that. Education is important. But that's, to me, not even a black issue, classism. Period. You're not enough.
But isn't that what this is? I feel like it is.
When you say this is, what is this?
Just us sitting here having educational conversations. Most black people, one of my favorite Chris Rock's jokes, he said, I did something the other day that a lot of black men just don't really get the opportunity to do. And then he said, think. He was like, just sit around and think. Isn't that what we're doing? Like, this is kind of, not everyone can just sit around and bull crap on a weekday and just talk about life and ways to improve. They're too busy worried about themselves.
I would beg to differ, OB, because I see a lot of black people up on YouTube these days, seemingly having plenty of time to sit around and kick the bobo. So I don't know.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Maybe it's just me. You have the time. I have the time. I'm retired, of course. Sucks to be you. Chris has the time. He's not retired yet. Sucks to be him. And any one of you folks up here, including FLA Trucker 1024, yeah, just keep waking up and you'll get to be an old head just like me. And you'll have the time to sit around and kick the bobo on the internet for free and talk your talk. But no, I don't consider that classism, OB. Through the different stratas of my life, I've never looked at it as class. In terms of
let me give you another example. So at work, a lot of people eating fast food. Most of the time, I have whatever my wife makes me, whatever she throws in my work bag or whatever is what I eat. I noticed a lot of the people that are more on the struggle, they're eating the Wingstop and that type of stuff, and they're not even eating it for enjoyment. They're just always on the go. You know what I mean? At the house, they sleep, family don't warm out, whether it's kids going to jail or kids in trouble or kids wanting them to babysit grandkids, or they done had to go borrow some money from whoever to help pay rent this month. So when they get home, they ain't got time to cook. So they're eating Wingstop out of convenience, not out of it's been a good week and I want to enjoy a good meal, just convenience. They're looking at my little turkey sandwich like I kind of rather have that than that apple over this Wingstop. I look at that as classism. What's your thoughts on that, Chris? So I guess kind of like, I don't know, when we had these conversations, I kind of think it's just important to kind of keep that in mind a little bit.
Wait, what was the question?
I'm not saying give up. I'm not saying that it's just, have this idea that it's always going to be some people who are going to willing to educate themselves and some who aren't. But I honestly just think it has a lot to do with classism. So like Austin Holloman, like that, I would consider that lower class. Like he really can't go stay with his father because I think if he could have, he would have. He'll be over there arguing probably. He stays at home with the mom. She threatened to kick him out after 2-3 weeks. Little brother needs help. Like that's classism. You don't see too many well-to-do kids in these groups, these incels who come from good homes and, were able to get the Mustang in high school and parents helping them get the car. You don't really see too much of that. It's the downtrodden.
Wait a minute, OB. You don't think that, what's his name? Not Donald Trump Jr. Donald Trump's youngest son with his
Barron.
last, huh?
Barron Trump.
You don't think he's an incel? You think he's on that college campus, getting bodies? Honestly,
but that's always been the case for them, though. I was speaking on blacks. When it comes to white, that's always been the case. Warren Buffett has even mentioned that in his books. Like his dad was a politician. Yeah, at one point he was the richest man in the world, but his father was also a politician. His dad was a businessman. I got Elon Musk's book before we knew Elon today is running with Trump. I just wanted to see what all the hype was. He talks about flying planes in Africa with his grandfather. So obviously he was well-to-do as well. Like, he hustled and he built something, and he wasn't the richest man in the world, but like his grandparents had money. Like flying planes was just a Saturday afternoon. And he's as cuckoo as they come. So that's always been the case for them. But I was speaking more so on, I guess, minorities.
The concept of classism to me, once again, is kind of foreign because I've been on both sides of the extremes, not extremely rich or extremely broke. But I've certainly, like all of us go through, had, the ups and downs, the vicissitudes of life, let's call it. But in the end, I only reference Barron Trump to separate the conversation from, the sexual aspect of, getting bodies and, meeting girls and, having conquest to identify manhood, which I think too often happens in our community with our brothers who think that having many conquests, a high body count, all the while wanting a woman with a low body count, that's part of our masculinity, how we come to define it. But the classism aspect of it, I really think that is a European construct, because when it comes to us, we all know the ups and downs of life. So I don't get the class part.
You're saying, I think what you're doing, you're using knowing racism as the same thing as like Emmett Smith's son. I've used him. I'm in Dallas. That's what comes to my mind. His son understands racism and faces racism, but I'm not in the same class as Emmett Smith's son. Like my dad's not going to leave me enough money, $2 million, to where respectively, I could give myself a salary of $80,000 just off the interest of the $2 million my dad leaves. Like $2 million in a savings account. That's about, I think that's more. That's like $140,000 a year at 4.5% interest. That's classism. So yes, he knows racism, but that's still class.
But I would have thought by now, and again, news hits different over here, OB. I would have thought by now everybody would have come to the realization. And when you talk about classism, if I have any thoughts on that, I would have thought by now with the tariffs and the Chinese content that's pouring into social media, I would have thought by now people would come to their senses and realize the concept of classism as a part of that, it's part of that construct, realize that none of this shit matters. Nothing's worth anything. What is gold? A shiny gold rock. What's a diamond? What's leather? It comes off a cow. How does it come off a cow's body and then become a Birkin bag that's worth tens of thousands of dollars? I would have thought by now, just in the past few weeks that have passed, that the concept of classism, the way you're defining it, or at least the way that I'm understanding it, would be a foregone conclusion, because nothing's worth anything. I would think y'all would realize by now. See, over here, OB, certainly there are different stratas of Thai people, but because they own the land and no one can buy any more than 49% of it, they're solid. They don't worry about homelessness. Now, have I seen a few homeless Thai people? Sure. Totally on the fringes of Thai life. There are classes. I live in a monarchy. I kind of like it, a democratic monarchy. There's a king. He's not writing executive orders, changing the lives of tens of thousands of people, firing them, rendering them unemployed, and who can get a job in America. It doesn't work like that over here. And that's why I always talk about like the broader scope of things, having the blessing and the guidance through God to come here so I could look from the distance and see that it's a forest, not just a tree. You know, Americans.
I don't feel like my life's changed that much, Richard. I think if anything, what I learned, I feel like with anything, what people should learn from this president is do like the Asian people do. They don't even involve themselves in politics. And they're prosperous. Everywhere I've been in the world, they're prosperous. Everywhere I go in the world, they live exactly as they do in the U.S. All small mom and pop businesses that are low cost, they start them and they work together. That's been true in every country I've been to, and I've been to 26 of them. So as much as you see from the political level, I don't let it bother me. I don't even think about it. Like, it doesn't affect me.
That's been a
problem. But then it comes to
classism
classism again, thinking right. You know what I mean? Like my way of life. Like I don't need a lot of stuff now because I've seen a lot. So I save 50% of my salary monthly, and I've been doing that my whole adulthood. But once again, I think that comes to classism. The middle class people I was around, not upper class people, but just middle class, hardworking people.
This classism thing, I don't get, man. I guess because I was raised middle class all my life, and certainly
Me too. Lower middle class at that.
Yeah, lower middle class.
For me, I'm saying, yeah.
We just didn't have those conversations about class. You had class was an
I guess the
embodiment.
point that I'm bringing it up because I feel like we're where I want Chris to keep up the good fight. I want to keep up the good fight, but I want to keep it in perspective. Like some of these things is just not. It's always existed. Kind of like I said, he said, well, where do you think this red pill stuff comes from? I said, I think it's always been around. It just wasn't an internet for guys to be on here. Bumble. Someone was saying that. I don't know what the chat is. I never used any of those things. I was in the cool clique, and I'm doing air quotes as I say that. Too cool for school. Don't want to get on a dating website, even though I don't think that's true. But the point I'm trying to make is I remember in the 90s getting on AOL when it still had the dial up, and then getting on Black Planet and trolling. Like, this stuff has been around. Like, this stuff isn't new. I watch a lot of old TV shows too. My wife loves watching Love Boat. She just started watching that. A lot of these topics that we're talking about, they were talking about then in the 70s, 60s. Like, none of this stuff is new under the sun. So like I say, I think we all should keep up the good fight. I'm just trying to put a little perspective on it. Like, I don't think any of this stuff is new. Like, I feel like we've all had that uncle who always gonna tell you women ain't shit. And it's always a woman's fault, but yet he always needs to borrow 20 and needs a woman.
I've never had my mama, raised in the Jim Crow South, I like to say, in North Kakalaka, had a bunch of brothers and sisters. She comes from like maybe 8 of them. None of my uncles ever were like that. Now, I get that that's a different day and time, a more genteel day and time, a kinder day and time. Men wore suit coats just to go to the store, when women wore dresses just to go to the store. So I get that. I know that's a long time ago. I understand the complexities of the current times that our young brothers and sisters are faced with. However, I said this on this other panel: let a woman be a woman and let a man be a man. Hit song by Sam and Dave. And I think that our younger brothers and sisters have lost track of that, especially in this quagmire of what is a woman and what is a man and all the LGBT stuff that gets discussed on these panels. It's not hard to be a man. And I'm almost 101% confident in saying that it's not hard to be a woman for our sisters, and they want our men and we want them. But again, this classism issue, I know sisters who dated broke men. I've dated broke women. It's long been said that Black men will pull up to a McDonald's drive-thru and give his phone number to the girl on fries. Come on now. So the classism issue with us, keep reading, but lay down that idea when it comes to this discussion about us getting back together and figuring out where it all went wrong. I like to reference music because it has taught me so much. Where Did We Go Wrong by LTD and Jeffrey Osborne.
But women were getting beat when you grew up, Richard. That's a fact.
Not that much, OB. I know that there's that narrative out there, and I've heard that on different channels. I've heard young women talk about that. My father didn't beat my mom. None of my uncles beat their wives. I don't know that life. And I'm not talking about highly educated individuals. These are people who at best got their high school diploma. That was the pride of the family. Just graduate high school, which was easy. But I don't know that life. Now, when a man and a woman gets in a struggle, I have the notion that all violence is domestic, because if you look at the stats, people normally commit, crime and violence in their own communities. If that's not domestic, I don't know what domestic means then. Maybe I'm misinterpreting, the word. But have people, human beings, men and women, struggle with each other? Of course. There used to be a comic strip. And when I'm on the other panel, I joke with them and call them troglodytes, knuckle draggers. Because every Sunday, there was this comic strip of a caveman who, to get his woman, had a club in his hand. These are white cave characters. Clubbed the woman upside the head and drag her by her hair to his cave. And that became his wife. I think cartoon strip was called Og, O-G. Og, not old gangster, but O-G, Og, like Trog, troglodytes. That struggle has existed since time immemorial. How we are struggling with the notion that if your woman is nagging you, well, maybe women nag. I've always been taught that women are going to complain. I hear women don't know what they want. Yeah, they do. They want you to be there and talk to. And if you call it nagging, okay. But that's their nature. What a man wants, you want to come home, you want a meal, you want, intimate interaction. Those are simple things that I don't understand why men are struggling with what a woman is and women are struggling with what a man is. I think the struggle with women tends to be more that men have failed them as providers and protectors.
So are Black people failures?
Well, OB, quite honestly, I'm a failure.
No, I said are Black people failures as a whole?
I'm Black.
As a whole, though, not you specifically, are Black people as a whole failures? At what point do we blame ourselves?
I was going to finish by saying, I have failed and I have succeeded. I've learned to not focus on failure because I know it's part of my path as I figure out life. This long walk of life. It's a long walk, yo. Just keep waking up. I promise you, it's a long life. You've lived a long life. I think you're in your 40s. That's a long
I'm not quite there yet. Not quite.
But you lived a long time. So are Black people failures? I think all of us fail and all of us succeed. It's just a measure. So I don't focus on that aspect. But are Black people failures? Hell no. Have we succeeded?
But we're last in everything. How are we not failures?
I think
if
some of
we're
that
last
narrative,
in education,
I
we're
think some of
last
that
in income.
is untrue. I think some of that narrative is untrue to perpetuate the myth that Black folks are failures. No, we're not failures.
Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. Chris, whenever you come back, I'd like to get your opinion on that. Could those statistics be fake? That's tough.
Yeah, I mean,
what about if they're just doing that, telling us that our income's the lowest, and then, I mean, if you don't see it positively working, what would motivate you to keep doing it or do the right thing if it doesn't seem to come out to be a good outcome? Is that true, Chris? Is it possible?
The same thing that brought Michael Jordan back to the court year after year. He only won 6 championships. And how many years did he play? The same thing that brought Barry Bonds back to the batter's box. How many strikes did he have against him? The same thing that brings a boxer back to the ring. I can speak more to that because I used to box as a kid. What makes you get up off the canvas? The same thing that drives the human spirit and life. This is why I say life is long, only time runs short. It is that aspect of life, the energy of life, the breath of life that God breathed into your little ass.
Okay.
When you came out. Didn't know nothing, didn't understand anything, mind a complete blank. And look at you today.
But are we failures? Because I don't know. Maybe you're about to get back to it. Forgive me if you were getting to it.
Well, we all are failures and succeeders.
Keep saying individually. If we're last at income and we're all sitting up here saying we know why we're last, but we keep doing the same things that perpetually, or we just keep doing the same thing that puts us in last place, are we not failures? To me, that would be a failure. If you have all the answers and everyone keeps telling you the answers, but you consistently not do it, wouldn't that make you a failure?
OB, the black dollar is worth, like, I think 16 trillion somewhere in that range. I'm sorry, I might be wrong on that. But the black dollar is 16th in the world. So how are we failing? Meaning that we earn. And
okay, so let me go. So according to myself, and according to what a lot of the women said, we don't own nothing. We don't own nothing. We can't give nobody no jobs. So we're always walking around with our hands out. And then the white people say they say the black dollar doesn't go around the community more than one time.
That's not true. Because if you go to a black restaurant in whatever city you're in, they hire black people, like a soul food joint.
Yeah, but I'm saying, why don't we own any of these logistics companies? I work in logistics. There's so many logistics companies. Why don't we own any of these? Like, why aren't we hiring someone on that? Like, I know, Jay-Z, the only one, and I don't know, I've never met someone who worked for it, but I thought that was a pretty good one, the streaming company. I remember my wife working for, I can't think of whatever one it was, Chris, like when it first came out, they said we're going to have internet in the cars, and then they started, and Howard Stern, them all took the big paycheck. I remember her working for them, Yeah, that was like her first job out of high school. I remember that. So I think like the Jay-Z, as far as the music streaming was good, but he instantly sold that. But other than that, like, I don't really know any just everyday things that a black kid can just say, I'm gonna get a fair shot here. Let me go work at this discount tire because I know this is black owned and I can get a fair shot.
OB, I would say to that, again, maybe it's just me, maybe I'm just too old. I know I was born and raised in Philly. I know a lot of black businesses. I supported those black businesses. Those black businesses supported other black businesses. I actually banked back when I was in Philly. I actually put up $500 for the first black bank in Philly as an investor class to get that bank started. And they're still around. And I don't think the stock is worth anything. I could be rich, but I don't know. But we used to have that mentality. That's what built Black Wall Street and all the other black communities. Now that they got burnt down and stuff like that, yeah, that happened. It can't happen again. And I'm a little mystified by the notion that you guys think that this isn't actually happening right now in America, that black people are working together, building black businesses, that we have a larger percentage of young black people who want to do something positive, who don't listen to drill rap music, who aren't in the streets, who aren't committing crimes. We tend to focus on so much of our negative in our community, to me. Then I promise you, if anybody were to launch a podcast about all the successful black people in America, starting with the adults and then trickling down to all the programs that are training young black minds in STEM and STEAM, agriculture, things like that. It's just a part of the process that we're going through. I mean, we're one of the youngest races on the planet, African Americans, ADOS, FBA. We're one of the youngest races on the planet. We're mixed with white people. We're Africans from the continent, and we were brought here. We don't have a country. It's not America. That's not our native land. And it's no longer Africa. It's not our native land. We need to have our own land. I will concede that, but we're still figuring this stuff out. And part of what we're going through, part of what I'm seeing, part of the way that I'm translating it or trying to make sense out of it, is that we're figuring our way out of 400 years of oppression. And that's going to take time. So there are a lot of positive things going on in our community. It might just look ugly. It certainly does from over here, seeing what I'm seeing, but there's a change coming. And we just have to be patient enough and realize this is what a race goes through. If we're a race, if we're ADOS or FBA or African American, Negroes, and the other word, whatever we are building ourselves back like the Jews did from their near annihilation.
You can't use them like that. You can't use them because they're successful. They're so successful they even got white people, white Americans hating on them, and they're not even a race. It's just a religion. So you can't use them. And yeah, it ain't been that long since who was that? Hitler had them. So we can't really use them as an example of what we're doing. They've already flipped it around. We still trying to figure it out. But I would love to get Christian True's opinion on this, because maybe I'm wrong. I'm just.
What was the question? Is it about the failure? What was the question?
Are we failures? And then, because I think all that relates, like this whole red pill, like I think all that relates. And then we're saying, how we're going to fix it, but I don't feel like we can talk about one without the other.
Okay, wait. So you asked about are we failures? What was the other thing you said about the red pill? And
hey, Chris, can you do me a favor at least?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the fact. Do you think that all Black people are failures, or
that question?
Are we failures?
That is a really tough question. I was like, I kept thinking while I was on mute, I was like, I hope he doesn't ask me to answer that. I will say this to soften it. I'll say two things. We are underachieving. I'll say that. I don't know if it's, and I think we need to, us as men, we need to kind of act. That needs to be kind of talked about in the male space of like, are we failures? Are we failures?
With a lot of fake bravado. And then I'm looking, that's why I said I wanted your opinion and True. Like True's bringing up, the Chinese, the discipline it took. And then when she says that, like I think of, damn it, what's that Crazy Rich Asian place? They talk about how that place was poor like 20, 30 years ago. Now that country's so wealthy. And then it makes me just kind of say, it's like, is that why we have this? Because no one why don't Black people like telling the truth? And then, like, do we need to say we failure sometimes? Like, when I think of Black, and I think all races, not just Blacks, but I think even white people, when they think of Black people, they always think of us in a sense of bravado, in a sense of winning, in a sense of, we always, the white man's scared of us. That's why they don't give us a chance. If they knew it was equal, maybe we need to start calling ourselves failures so then maybe we can work on some of these things. Maybe as kids woke up with the mind frame that, damn, the world really doesn't need me and my race really is in last place. Then maybe we can have a better sense of working with our women and cherishing our women and understand, damn, if we don't work together as a team and if we say we the leaders of the household, like that's really got to mean something. Like that's a heavy burden.
Yeah, like
just a thought.
I was trying to say that on the Luke Peef channel. I was like, if we look at other races, their general idea of Black men is that of failures for the family structure. They're like, they don't want their daughters, to have children with Black men because of the concern of what the stereotype or what some of what they see from a lot of the trends they see from Black men. But like, yeah, these are questions we got to answer. I think to help move things forward, OB, we got to ask these questions like that. We have to make the case yes or no. Like there's gonna be some truth that I was uncomfortable to answer that because I'm like, we're gonna be able to make a case. I mean, we're gonna be able to make some type of a case. I don't know if it's gonna win out, but like we're gonna be able to make some type of a case. And it's like, I think, like I said, I hate banging on this drum, but it's like Black women are trying to lift us out of that. They're really trying. But we need to address this as men. Like I think we have to answer that. We have to ask that question that OB asked within the male community of like, are we failing our community? Not individually, but collectively. And I think that the reason why kind of OB's point is like why we're able to like disregard that question, never ask that question, is we always like look only at ourselves and we're like, no, I'm not a failure. I'm doing pretty good. But we're not looking at the collective. And that's why I was kind of screaming on Lapeef's channel. I was like, yo, my opinion, like the house is burning for Black men. it's a serious problem. As we
You
were saying,
sound like Chicken Little. The sky is falling.
no, yeah, I mean,
stop putting that message out there. We need something more positive in our community.
well, yeah, I'm saying what I'm saying is I'm not saying it's hopeless. I'm saying there is
Sounds like you're saying that.
Yeah, and I had to take that feedback from Lapeef was like the feedback I got from Lapeef's channel was like, yo, you're only holding black men accountable. It seems like black men, in my opinion, they don't want to they want to point the finger only at black women. They're comfortable with that, but they don't want the finger only pointed at them. But what I'm trying to say is there is so much talent, there's so much potential, there's so much passion within within black men. But it's like we've got to. I think the problem is like we might hold ourselves accountable. We'll hold ourselves accountable on panels. We hold some of our friends accountable, but it's like the collective of black men. We're not really defending anything. We're not really stopping things from happening. We're not really taking action against things. We have to ask that question as men. But I love OB's question. Like, are we failing? A case can be made. I mean,
are we failing, Chris?
I think we're failing.
Yeah.
I was making a case about the concept of failure and how to embrace it and move on and build from that. But are we failures, Chris? OB, y'all really feel that way?
I like your idea about the data, and true, I'm reading all of your comments. I think they're all you fire. I wish you would get up here. But if you write like this, hey, I can read too. So yeah, these are all
true
fire
poetic
questions.
is truly poetic, for real.
Yeah.
We have failed our black women. Let's say that. We failed them. As far as family structures, we failed them. But as a community, like I said, we have to have those kind of conversations. I love that question. Like, we are definitely maintaining, and the things I kind of say on these podcasts is like we are maintaining. I said on Lapeef's too, we're maintaining specifically black men in a thing that's not going to be economically sustainable. Like we can't. The black men are in this manosphere are trying to say, take me as I am. Stop trying to raise the got accept me for him. Just lower your standards. And it's not, we've been maintaining these low standards for too long. We've got to start lifting them. So I've said on Lapeef's network, I said, we need to raise the bar as a black community. And unfortunately, it's going to make some people uncomfortable because they're going to be under the bar.
So where do we start at? I agree with you. Where do we start? I know we always say education, but even if it's education, what's that look like? Because education comes in many different forms. What does that look like? Does that mean just, we quit buying these kids 50 toys for Christmas and maybe 2 toys and educational things? Like, what does that look like? Does that mean that we start getting back together as families and brothers and uncles, and instead of discussing sports, we discuss real world events backed by information? Does that mean that we start supporting each other in the sense of trades, but at the same point at the same point in time, not putting down secondary education? What does that look like exactly?
I think we have to get the womanizing, the so your old's culture that needs to be, because like that's why women are succeeding. They, from what I'm hearing on the podcast, is like they're going through the same educational experience to a degree as us, but for men and just boys and girls, they have different types of pressures going on where women are they're celebrating each other's educational success versus boys. You're not celebrated as a young man like, oh my God, I'm on honor roll. You're looked at kind of lame. We need to stop that. We need to be encouraging black boys to be prioritizing their education. The same, like I said on these podcasts, when we these red pillars will say, yo, there was a guy in your 20s, a nerdy guy in his 20s that would have married you when you were in your 20s. These are spoken by the same dudes who were big men on campus that were calling those dudes lames. So they want to kind of like revisionist history and say, yo, those dudes are the dudes now. But no, when you were their age, you were talking shit about them. Like we got to we gotta like encourage, celebrate, the talents that all the black men have. If you're athletic, if you have other talents, if you have musical talents, if you have educational talents, those should be celebrated. Get rid of this chasing girl stuff. Put the education first. Raise the bar in that way. So our boys won't get so distracted. Like I said, I think we could really change some things if we, and I think it takes men of all ages. I was saying this on the Peace Network. Men of all ages, like the older men older than us, should be straightening us out. We should be straightening out the younger men under us, and before we know it, we could probably turn around we can turn around these stereotypes. We can turn around some of these stats. The problem that I'm seeing, OB and Richard, is a lot of black men, specifically these manospheric black men, they're like paralyzed by the outlook and the reality of the black culture today. I look at it and I see opportunities. How do you not look at a clear path to just getting married or having a family? There's nothing stopping you, because there's a lot of the black men, they don't value marriage. They're dropping the ball on that. But I see opportunity.
Nobody values marriage anymore, Chris. That's across the board.
Well, no, let's just say this.
It's not a black thing. Not in America.
Marriage has been going down across the board, but any trend that's going down across the board, black people are getting hit and rocked.
Why do y'all keep thinking that about yourselves?
No, it's true. It's like when
it's not true.
It's true.
It's your perception.
American talk. Let me ask you this, boss. Are you a believer that it takes two to make it? Like for most couples, or just?
I do not have a twin. I was born alone. And I think that the one mandate that God gave me was to find my own path. Marriage is not about finding someone who's going to bail you out of hard times. It's about being equally yoked and finding someone to be your soulmate, your helpmeet, and your lifetime partner. I was married.
Hold on. So you said helpmate, but you said bailout. But a helpmate is someone, basically a bailout. Bail me out when I don't see such and such.
Well,
bail me out when I'm not like thinking like such and such.
I beg to differ, OB, and with all deference to your experience, knowledge, and research. A help meet. I didn't say help mate. I said help meet.
Okay.
So, if there are, someone said this earlier. I think Chris played a video earlier, hours ago, about a woman saying that everybody goes through hard times. So a help meet is, I'm gonna help you and meet you where you're at. Meaning that if you're down, I'm gonna pick you up. That's what the lifetime partnership's about. And you seek that for sure.
So that's a bailout though. But if you're down and someone to help you out, it's a bailout. That's all I'm saying. But thank you for educating me on the wording. Seriously.
Maybe I should not have used the word bailout. I use that flippantly.
Okay.
But if you're going to enter into holy matrimony with another human being, a woman, of course, in my belief, or a man in a woman's situation, you are going to look for someone, I would think, equally yoked and who's going to be there for you when times get rough. Again, if you go look at that comment I posted from like Jennings, must be nice. Because look, I'm single, I'm alone. If I were to die right now, they probably wouldn't even find me until they smelled me. I'm cool.
So you agree with Chris? I'm not trying to cut you off and I'm letting you go, but I'm just saying right now you're agreeing with him. You said you were going to the opposite, but you're really agreeing with him because he said we don't value marriage. We need to do more of it. And I just asked, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I'm just trying to elaborate on what you're saying because you said you were going to disagree, but it sounds like you agree with him. Now I'm shutting up.
Well, I interjected on Chris's point that marriage is played out earlier. It is. No one believes in marriage anymore. You already are in the game.
Hold on, but you just, your words, I'm not cutting you off. I'm just saying what you said, and then I'm giving you the mic back. But you just said, a help meet someone is what we should be looking for to help you see those things you don't see that is coming that you need to see, and so on and so on. But now you're saying it's dead. So then if Chris is saying that's why we're failing, it's important, and you're saying that we don't value that or no one values that, but if we're in last place, then regardless of what other people or races value, we need to value it because we're in last place.
Yeah.
Good points, OB, but let me say this to you, brother. We're not in last place. I want to push back hard against that narrative that we are in last place. I know you're reading stats. I know they say that we got it the baddest, but that's not realistic in real life, in the Black community. A lot of successful Black kids, a lot of successful Black families, a lot of successful Black men and women. I am going to strongly push back on the notion that we're in last place. You're reading American statistics. They can flip the stats any way they want. You know, Femi said something that her father said that I wish I could remember or find about stats. But stats are what they are, and they can basically be manipulated the way they are. I remember reading a Breitbart, article that said that 90% of crimes are committed by Black people. And I thought that was real until, you look up stats. Crime and violence are normally domestic, meaning close to home to me, what domestic means to me, home or close to. We're not last. We're not number one in divorce rates. And
yes, we are. That's
impossible because we're only 30.
Well,
we're only 35 million people in America. We're only 10% to 13% of the population.
We don't lead in divorce volume.
And I will add to that as this caveat and prove me wrong. I've met so many white men, right, who come from broken homes, successful broken homes. Dad was a doctor. Mom was an educator. Divorce. That's like Love American style. Truer than the red, white, and blue. That was an old TV show. If you remember The Love Boat, you might remember Love American style. All white people on that show. They go through the same damn thing. Let me tell you something I learned about Thai people. They go through the same damn thing. Their husbands cheat. They have kids out of wedlock. It's just human nature. But we tend to personalize the impact of life as African Americans, as ADOS and FBA, like it never happened to nobody else. Listen, man, as I was taught as a kid, every man puts his pants on the same way. Period. So no one's superior. No one's inferior. Everybody's got to do a number two. Everybody's got to do a number one. Everybody's got to eat. Everybody's got to sleep. Even the animals. One of the things I notice more out here than I ever have in my life. I don't care what stats you show me. I'm going to resist those stats because the fact of the matter is that's part of human nature that people get together and break up. But to say that we're last in everything, I think that's a very negative narrative coming from a brother like you, OB, because you're such a positive guy. So I don't get that. We're not last in everything. And, living overseas and extracting yourself from the black and white of life in America will really help me understand that life is life everywhere. We're all on planet Earth. No one's more faithful. No one's more or less faithful. Men cheat on their wives. Men cheat on their girlfriends. It's just life. But we tend to, because we've been so oppressed. I'm not anymore, but we've been so oppressed to think that all the hardest things in life have happened to just us. No. It's not true. I started off my dissertation earlier today by talking about the women who worked side by side with the men to build the roads and the buildings. in the evening when the sun sets, I watch legions of men and women in construction clothes coming from the buildings that are being built in this area. So how is it that here we are as ADOS, FBA, FADOS in 2025, still trying to figure out the value of a Black woman in not your life, but our lives, these young brothers' lives. Chris, there's 1,000 women. There's probably 10,000 women, maybe even 100,000 women who would love a man like you. But it's all of this manosphere and foolishness and all of these crazy conversations that we're having about the fact that our women don't love us. Bullshit.
Correct.
Hey, look, I'm celibate. I hung up my cleats. Love don't owe me nothing. I should have been married 10 times before. I mean, I must have met 20, 30 women, 100 women that I could have married, should have married, but I didn't because I was, sowing my royal oath. Men are dogs and dogs are men. Please forgive me, ladies. That's just the way we are. But the idea that we're last in all the worst categories, I don't care about those stats. How about we find a black statistician to really drill down? I would give most props to Dr. Umar because I know he talks about a lot of this stuff. But how about we drill down into the stats of us who are succeeding and winning in life?
To OB's point, we are in last more than we're in first. We're in last more than we're mid. We're last. If you average all those things like the Olympics, the first, the gold, the silver, and the bronze, we're probably last. I mean, I think that's what OB's trying to say. Is like,
I disagree.
You think the statistics are real, Chris? What you think?
I mean, I think it's more real than we want to accept. Now to reach across the aisle to Richard's point, some of these statistics are more complicated, there's more nuance. It's not just black and white as much as the manosphere wants to look at. Like, oh my God, women are leaving 80% of the time, so it's just they want to leave with no reasons. No, but we got to be able to pick up. We got to be able to sit at the table and address these conversations. Like I said, like when I was on Lapeef, I got this growing concern of, black men are very uncomfortable. Men in general, specifically, they're uncomfortable being held accountable. They love to delegate. They love to hold others accountable. But you put the same Kevin Samuels type of energy directed at men, they get very uncomfortable. If we have this conversation that OB's trying to have with a panel of men or just a manosphere channel, it's going to get very uncomfortable. Bring this type of conversation that OB's talking about to the Angry Man's channel or Fearless and Ronin's channel, and you're going to get pushed out the fucking channel.
I'm
just asking a question. I promise
I nearly have been pushed off their channel. I told them, hang up on me whenever you get tired of me talking my ish. But the conversation still needs to be had. I say to them, I think black men have failed black women. That's an uncomfortable conversation. I don't think.
Hold on though. Why? If we're not last in income, we're not, the first to go to jail and keep getting locked up. Yes, I know there's systemic, whatever it's called. Say it for me, Chris. Systemic. There we go. Systemic reasons why that happens, that we keep getting locked up. But if we keep falling for the same tricks and we're last at income, then is that the reason why?
Yeah.
So what's confusing me about this conversation, this last thing, that we're last in everything. What's confusing me about this conversation is the notion that you live in the USA, right? Born and raised there. And you seem to somehow not be able to acknowledge that there are people in lower classes, in referencing OB, who are struggling harder than you. Do you honestly think if we're last, if y'all are last in America, first of all, leave America if you feel like you're last. But most importantly, if you're telling me that black people got it worse the worst in America. Now we talking globally. I didn't see the stats.
Hold on. I didn't say black people. I'm not cutting you off. Don't lose your train of thought, please. I didn't say black people are the worst in America. I say we are the worst. Like when it comes to numbers, like income, those type of things.
Puerto Rican or something? I thought you were black. You're saying we're last in everything. You honestly believe in America that black people are last in every class or category? Is that
For
what you're
basically
saying?
every category that matters? I think the one about the
overall.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
I'll go with that.
I'm summarizing what that's my opinion. What Obi's trying to say is overall, like, are we last in everything? Absolutely not. Like, we are having we're having children the earliest. We're not last there. That's not positive. You know what I mean?
Do either one of you? I'm gonna check y'all chin real quick. Do either one of you know of a black bank in your city?
Yeah, you got to check, man. There you go. There you go.
The first time I even thought about a black bank is when Black Lives Matter was happening, and it took Killer Mike to start one. As horrible as that sounds, smart brother, but something just about saying that out loud. Killer Mike was the one who brought it to my attention. Jesus.
I have
Christ.
another question for you. Have you ever banked black? You ever banked black?
And I remember Russell Simmons doing the rush card. I remember that too.
All right. So, but you're not. I think Chris answered me, but here's another question for both of you. Have you ever banked black?
No, I have not. I've always been with Chase Bank or something like that. Bank of America. I knew that a black bank existed somewhere. I wasn't oblivious to that, but
okay. So I have two last comments, and I'll put it in part. Number one, find out if there's a black bank in your city. Number one.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, or STFU.
Okay. No. Let me respond to that. I understand. And listen, you got a nice little checkmate about the bank black. You can get another checkmate. Are we buying black? No, I'm going to Kroger. I'm sure Kroger's not owned by a black person. I could be wrong. I go to Publix. I go to Kroger. I go to Walmart. I have been boycotting Target, so I do deserve some props for that. Well, I'm saying this, Richard, to Obi's point, the reason why it's so hard to consider the black community last, if you go on these Manospheric panels, they look at single parent homes as, no, the woman chose wrong. It's not a woman. It's not a man problem. It's a woman problem. It took two to tango. There's a blatant lack of accountability just in those answers. And that's why we're not. I said it on Lapeef's channel. You would think that the house is not burning for black men because the black community is doing such a great job of smoothing things over. And no, the black men are fine. They're so accepting. They're so welcoming of just our men, our culture, the reality. We're able to sustain with less. But the problem is, if things keep going the way they're going economically, what's the breaking point? When does it become not good enough to what we're doing? We're great at maintaining.
Can I add some context to this in terms of my question, just to clarify, so no one gets me misconstrued? Okay, so neither one of y'all know that if there is a black bank in your city or adjacent, neither one of y'all know that, right?
I said Citizens Bank.
Say again?
What was the question? You said we didn't know.
Neither one of y'all know whether there is a black bank in your.
Well, this is my first thought. So I really use my savings. I save money. So when I mess with my bank, I go to interest rates. So whoever comes up, whoever's giving me the highest return on my money, I have enough to where it matters.
That sounds.
So I can tell you that what came up for me on the last time I did it was not a black bank. It's not even a bank in my neighborhood. My bank, I just found it online. It gave me like a 4.7% interest rate. I switched all my money to it.
That sounds very self-centered and Trumpish, but I'll move on.
Explain that. I was getting a good return on my money, self-centered.
Richard is right.
Well, I can respond to that, Chris, but go ahead.
Richard is right. There's a lot of change that can be made, and one of them is us as a community, we could bank more black. You're right, but I'm saying that's
Chris. Hold on.
Yeah.
Don't go ahead. Go ahead. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, just in short, that's one component, Richard. We could bank black, we could eat black, we could whatever, but I'm saying that's not solving some of the social issues.
Well, how do you solve those social issues, Chris? Is by if you had a black bank and you banked black. Now, I know this is somewhat off topic, but these are the types of things that I'd like to interject or lethally inject into these narratives about what's wrong with us. Ain't nothing wrong with us. Here's the thing. There are black banks. There are black banks in several major cities.
Right.
Russ tried to, build that out. Killer Mike picked up the torch. But it seems that we're so fixated on what's happening, and I'm gonna say this from a distance, white America and what white people are doing, that we're so distracted by that. Here's something I posed to as a comment to another channel. Do you realize how much power all these black voices have on YouTube?
All right, it's a good point. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yet, it would only take a few $1,000s to set up a server farm, only a few $1,000s to start off with, and create something called BlackTube, let's just say, or whatever you want to call it, Ubuntu tube, Rastafari tube. Instead, we go right to them.
Right.
Give them all our free content. Do you realize that all of this stuff that we create could be pulled together? I was trying to think of the word, consolidated into basically like a 10 terabyte hard drive and made available through membership. You could put a paywall on it, or just give it up for free, or give some for free, or put some stuff on, behind a paywall. We could do this ourselves.
You're
YouTube
right.
is more than a freaking server farm, but it's a big server farm. It's warehouses all over the country and throughout the world. I get it, but we just don't try hard enough. There are black banks. There are black people who are consolidating content.
You're right.
I don't care about what they do.
But why can't you go buy Google stock? That's all I'm asking. I'm keeping on your
I'm
letting you have it.
I ain't giving them a dime. I'd rather start my own. It's not that you only need $5 million to go public. You only need $5 million to start a black bank. I know this from my own personal experience.
Are there any black-owned EV companies? I'll buy one, but until then,
I was going to say to y'all earlier about a black car company, and I just am too lazy to do the research because I'm old. But I already watched a documentary about a young brother in Los Angeles who built an advanced sports car. But of course, the powers that be burned down his Black Wall Street, like as has happened so often in the past. Wouldn't happen nowadays if you play your cards right. But look, we built cars. If you really drilled deep down into the history of the automotive industry, there are black men who are innovators in automotive technology. I watch this kind of stuff all the time.
So what's stopping it? What's stopping us?
There's a company called Derek Automotive.
It's people like you, OB, who think we're last in everything.
I mean,
what's stopping us? Hold on. So that goes back to my original question that you never answered for me. So you said black bank. I said best interest rate. Now I'm with you on banking black, but if someone's gonna give me a better interest rate, why wouldn't I take it? You never answered that.
So here's an idea for you, young.
And then my second question was, why don't you just go buy Google stock? That's public. It's open to everyone. And then when you get the money, the good return on that Google stock, since we're using a Google platform right now, then you can go start the black company you want to. To me, that just sounds logical.
You asked me 2 questions. I'll give you 2 answers. I'll start with the first question. Take a little bit of your savings. Find yourself a black bank that you can bank with online. Give them about $100 and open up a savings account. See how they treat you. It could be in another state. It could be an adjacent state. It might be in an adjacent city. But if you live in the Texas area, I think you said Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth area.
I'm in DFW.
Well, please find a black bank or black.
But you haven't explained to me yet. You told me take the money.
Wait.
You told me to start one with 100, but you haven't told me the benefits of it. Or the benefits to them, for that matter. I don't know what $100 is going to do for anyone these days, but I'm listening.
Okay, player, give them a $1,000. Give them $1,000.
What's that going to help with these days? But I'm still listening to the benefit.
You're building a black bank.
Okay.
It's not what the country can do for you. It's what you can do for the country. It's not what the culture can do for you. Those are the words of JFK.
No, I like what you're saying. My only argument, I see your sentiment.
Wait, OB, please allow me.
Yeah.
I just found a parking spot, finna put it in park. So it's what you can do for the culture, number one. That would be my first answer. The second part of that is, I really believe, well, I can't afford Google stock because I'm on a fixed income, and the way my bank account works is none for them, all for me. Now, but I believe that the money that I could probably buy a block of Google stock with, I could probably buy me a multi-terabyte hard drive and become a Google. I know this. I'm a tech from 1980. I was in my 20s in 1980 when the computer industry built out. I sold some of the first IBMs and Macintosh computers. I know how easy this is, and I attempted it. I failed, and I'm proud of that failure because it gave me an opportunity to look back to those earlier pages in the book and write the new pages that I'm living, and maybe share with you, brothers and sisters, if y'all really have a network of programming that you can block out on YouTube and then record it to a multi-terabyte hard drive and make that stuff available for 50 cents, 10 cents, and build wealth from it. But it's just these messages. The idea that there's a problem with black women, you know, if it leads, it bleeds. So let's go with that. Passport bro community. Man, you know how powerful that community is? You know how much money those brothers have? They're probably in the deca millions of both income and influence.
Who?
My point being that there is a syndicate. There is a I'm not going to get distracted by that. I just found the parking spot to put it in park. But Bank Black, Killer Mike has been preaching this to y'all. He's y'all age. I already banked black. I don't anymore. I'm overseas. But it would be easy for me to go to my B of A account and say, hey, put $100 in that black bank. There's a black bank in Los Angeles. There's a black bank in Philly. I know black banking, the concept. I vaguely understand the concept of compound interest. If I understood it better when I was younger, I'd be rich, not just by name. But y'all thinking that we're last, you're wrong. We're the original man. A lot of y'all got hung up on that blue pill bullshit about being an alpha. And I sat back in the background, actually wrote a script, never published it, about I'd rather be an omega. Because what is the alpha? What's the alpha?
The first.
What's the omega?
Last.
I like being an omega man because I've lasted. I'm still here. Like Antoine Fisher said, in that movie. I'm still standing. I'm still here. And to be a black man saying that and overseas, forget about it.
Tanisha Arnold.
The sisters are mad at y'all because y'all complaining about them. The brothers are mad at the sisters because y'all complaining about them. Y'all got it confused. It seems to me, from this perspective, this far away from all the fray. Ain't nothing wrong with us, man. We're just black people building our black lives from 400 years of oppression. I mentioned this earlier. Imagine what it felt like being a slave, walking off the plantation, you and your baby girl and the kids y'all made, if y'all got to stay together, and now you're free. They went and did something. Y'all lost that spirit. My mom and dad didn't have nothing. They came from nothing. They owned the house.
Hold on. You said you worked for IBM and another reputable company. What's holding us back? That was in your day. So if you had them opportunities, then I know damn well the new youth, 20-year-olds, they damn sure got the opportunities. So what's holding us back?
Our black youth are some of the smartest minds in technology. I've got a godson who's 14 who can probably code.
You're individual. I'm saying as a collective, not individual.
As a collective, that means get them young brothers and sisters together. Hey, I'll put this to you, OB, as a challenge. I don't know what your tech background is, and if you need me to zoom in or, teletransport myself to a classroom and teach these young black people how to code or how to fix computers. The plumbing is always going to be there. Electrical engineers are always going to be there. But how about we teach young black people how to take a broken computer, make it work, and take it back home and fix it? I had a concept for that in LA. I failed at it. I had a bunch of people donate iMacs, the little egg-shaped iMacs, look like eggs with different colors.
They were cute.
I donated them to a community center where they were teaching autistic kids. My goal was to bring together some young black kids in South Central. I'm not from LA. I'm from Philly. I was living out there. I had a homie out there from Philly. He managed the building. He had a rec room. I'm like, dude, I could put some computers in here. My goal was I was going to bring these computers in that didn't work and show them how to fix them because I knew how to fix them and let them take them home. Hey, OB, find a tech. There's black techs in your city. Find them. Listen, you might not be able to get a young brother, a YN, as Chris mentioned early, to want to, get dirty with plumbing, dig out toilets or sump tanks or shock themselves trying to be an electrician.
Why not? It's better than jail.
It's better than jail. Listen, I believe that the public school system in America really failed that next generation with not having shop class. Because I had shop class. I've been electrocuted. I've had to plunge a toilet or two. I used to be a roofer, OB, an industrial roofer, working with pitch, with creosote in it, going home with my eyes burning, driving like an hour and a half back to my crib. I know hard work. I get it. The school system failed these young people in stopping the shop system, teaching kids how to do those things. But I would challenge you, OB, and Chris, and any man or woman on this panel. I promise you, if you put on Craigslist, I'm taking all of your old computers and I'm creating a class to teach young kids. I ain't talking about the YNs who are already strapped, got sticks. They might show up as well. I'm gonna teach them how to fix them. I'm gonna teach them how to fix them, and then they can take them home and own them. You taught them the next generation of technology, because even coding might be dead. Fixing those devices. Teach them how to set up a hard drive array, meaning basically a stack of hard drives that are running 24/7 with a cooling system, and they can create their own YouTube. I promise you, I'm not lying. These things are real.
I hear what you're saying, but to me, it just sounds like kind of what I was saying earlier: all or nothing. Why do it's always $1 million and nothing? Remember, I was saying that earlier. I said fearless in my like, but it's never anything in reality. It's always stems from I make 200K when I look at statistics, and the average any race don't make 200K. It's always astronomical. Why can't it just be, man, I went to a good school, played some football, got an education, gives me good pay, gives me opportunity to maybe be a vice president or something of that nature, or just a high level executive. And who knows, maybe a little bit of luck, I'll be a CEO. Why is it always something astronomical? All or nothing, building computers, starting YouTube. Like, what about just basic things? I think that's where we fail at a lot of times. I was with you on the statistics, and I'm still kind of with you on the statistics. I wasn't asking that to be funny. And I really did, Chris, want your opinion on that. Like, could these statistics just all be a trick to make us think we're failing so we continue to fail?
I think
that's all it is.
No, I think that the way I feel about the manosphere is they're rocking black men to sleep. And this, listen, it's fair for you to have your opinion. This denial of the reality is just rocking black men to sleep. We got to wake them up and say, yo, it's not to say you're terrible. It's not to say that things are hopeless. It's to say, let's I understand the reality of the black community. It can be very intimidating. It can be some people are let me see, like kind of like mesmerized by the statistics. But they don't realize if they're not going to take action, if they're going to take that standpoint that the manosphere wants them to take, you are going to be a statistic. They're going to be, look at this generation of men who didn't take action and da 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 da. So what I'm trying to say is, like, we've got to we have to look at our culture. We have to look at some of the fatherlessness and the jail and dropping out of college and unemployment. We got to start to address this, and we have to kind of take maybe a little bit of Richard's approach of, it can't be all tough talk. I know the manosphere, they give nothing but tough talk to the women, but
that's not true.
All right,
it's not true.
But what I saw, like I said, you might be right. What I saw on Lapeef's network is, the men do not want tough talks to themselves, directed at them. They want, I want men to look at these problems and start to figure out some solutions. And it can't
Chris,
be
black men are tough.
Okay.
Toughest MFs I've ever met. Toughest MFs I've ever met. Everywhere I go. We are tough. For us to survive. I guess there ain't no tough guys on this panel other than me. Is that what you mean by that?
I'm saying collectively, I've been hearing that my whole life. I'm big fan of rap music. I probably only quit listening to rap music for about a year, to be honest with you. Big fan. All we talk about is being tough. But statistics wise, when I was in my youth, I talk about it like it was just 3-4 years ago, but really it was 15, 16 years ago when I was hustling and got in trouble and turned my life around. Damn near 20 years ago at this point. It was like 1 or 2 years out of high school. I got caught up in the system, all this stuff, turned my life around. First time offense, so I was able to hide it. I went to college in the meantime when I couldn't work, was on probation, that type of stuff, and turned my life around from it. So we do all this talking about we're so tough, but when I was in the courtroom, we wasn't so tough. There wasn't no one there to save me. You get where I'm coming from? Like, I'm hearing you say we so tough, but when I was asked out, like, it's hard to get a family member to let you couch surf when you need a place to stay.
Am I talking to a ghost, or are you still here?
You hear me?
Yeah.
I mean, you tell me, Chris. That's why I say so. I'm just laughing because it's almost comical. Because he's like, we so tough. I'm like, we in lab. What are we tough at?
He's tough. He's right. I think that we have a image that is tough. We have maybe a physicality that is tough. We don't have a tough when it comes to digging. How do I say this? Execution for sacrifices for our community. We're not tough on that. We're tough on individualism.
So if I could add some clarity to my point about being tough, because I'm a tough guy. I'm pretty much the toughest guy I've ever met. That's in my mind. But if I were to lock you up, right, in jail, and I'm going to use some basic numbers, for 4 years.
Woo!
Just 4 years. Yeah, life's long. When you calculate time, life's long. Only time runs short. But if I were to lock you up for 4 years, right, and in a year and a half, you got out and started your own business.
Yeah.
So black people, black men and women, ADOS, FBA, FADOS, hashtag that, were locked up for 400 years. And in just about 150 years had a black president. You telling me that's not tough?
I think it's good. I think it's a good starting point.
Brother.
It's something to build off of, but that's one person. That's an individual. Collectively, that guy got on the TV and told us the same thing. You're losing, black men.
Facts.
Wake up. I need your help out here. I need y'all to do something in the community. Didn't he say join the Big Brother program? I think that was like one of his big initiatives.
Yeah, Stacey Abrams, to back that point up, said black men are falling victim to misinformation. So that isn't really tough. We're very susceptible to
no, I disagree with that. Go ahead. Own it, black men. OB, Chris, own it like, yeah, we're last. It's real messed up for me right now, or us, or as a community, or as a whole. Yeah, we're failing. Go ahead.
I think that's true. I think once we come to that, then we can start to win, but you got to face the reality. Like, if you don't want to face the reality, then how do you improve it?
To Obi's point, black men, specifically the Manospheric men, they have no problem calling out that the black community is failing, but their problem is they can't admit black men are failing. They are failing.
I agree with Chris on that. This is why I'm here to kind of like bridge that narrative. Because tough, you can keep talking about the failures, or we can get together and talk about how to proceed forward.
What's wrong with being a failure? What's wrong with being a failure?
I agree that it's on your brother. We all win and lose.
Hey, Richard,
someone said to me, and I think this was on Oprah's show. They said this was a successful restaurateur who had failed and succeeded. He said, there are no failures in life. It's just people who give up too soon. And I think that there's a climate of like the giving up too soon mindset that is starting to permeate, the black consciousness. And again, I come from an earlier page in the book where I'm black and I'm proud. Set the stage for everything that got real progressive with black people. The laws were changing. The Bill of Rights were being rewritten. The opportunity to vote, the opportunity to be black and proud with, the power fist and the big afros, the Black Panthers, all those things. They got squashed. They got burnt down, but there's an opportunity to build it back up. I believe that is currently happening. So I'm not as pessimistic as you guys are. I would rather be more optimistic and think and push forward with a message that we can fix this. We got this. We don't need nobody else. We really actually don't really need no help.
I agree. And I think we don't even have to agree on necessarily the reality, as long as we agree on the path forward. The problem I'm seeing is like the Manospheric men, they don't really see the path forward. They see it through women, and it's like that's not leadership and that's not accountability. So like I said, if you want to look at black men as, you know, a net positive. All right, fine.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to stake my flag, Chris. OB.
Okay.
We're winning. I mean, OB's image on his YouTube channel is him in his backswing. Very solid, young brother. I think are you counting your score now or not?
No, I am. Remember I told you I'm trying to break 100.
Man,
That's my goal.
OB, I've golfed like twice a week in LA and throughout the valleys where the beautiful courses. First thing in the morning, 6 a.m., the grass is freshly cut. And the birds are chirping still. There's no experience like the first hole at 6 a.m. in LA or wherever you live.
So Richard,
but wait. I just want to say, I want to push this point very strongly so you guys get me on this. I know there's problems, and there's problems everywhere. I talked about Thailand. I talked about white people. I talked about white men that I met who came from broken families as well. Father wasn't shit. Mother put the father through med school or law school. Father wound up cheating on the mother, running off with the secretary. These are stories that have been told for time immemorial. My thing is, we need each other. That's my primal goal to express when I come up here and get long-winded. Please forgive me, you know, old people. I ain't got nothing to do all day, so I'm just going to sit here and talk to y'all. And thank you for allowing me.
I appreciate
it. Y'all,
I love it.
Y'all, listen, we can fix this.
Correct.
We don't need nobody else. We did this before, man. It was beautiful before.
So Richard, my question to you is, how do you challenge status quo if you can't acknowledge that, if you always push this narrative that, hey, everything is great, we're winning, we're good enough?
Chris, to you and to OB, when y'all talk, you said status, that triggers me. And then OB said, what was that word you said, OB, that I didn't like?
Remember.
Class. I am black. I've been black all my life. My mom and dad are black, blah, 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 blah. I don't see class or status in our community. I see me in every black face. When I'm over here, every time I see a black person, I nod. Some will engage me, some will not. It's fine. They're in their own world. I get it. I don't know what their class is in America. They don't know what mine is. This is what the great neutralizer of travel, OB, that I learned that you already know, bro. I was Philly born and raised. Then I moved around the country a little bit. And then when I came over here, I'm like, oh, I'm not even black no more. I'm just a human being. But when I see my brothers and sisters and anybody in my neighborhood, in my village where I live, which is in a city, it's not a village, it's beautiful. I live in a resort, very nice. Every black person I see, I don't think class or status. Okay. It's like, wow, you made it over here? Where you from? What's your name? How'd you get here? Why here? These are all, I don't see that. And even in America, when I moved from Philadelphia to Los Angeles, I hung out with some of the bloodiest Bloods and some of the crippiest Crips. I didn't even know. I used to hang out in South Central, smoking blunts with them. You know, slapping back shots with them, drinking beer with them. I didn't know they were Crips or Bloods. I didn't know if they killed anybody or not. They were just black enough for me. They were black. So no class, no status. Not with us. If we would put that down, if we would just lay that down, take off all your badges, all your, your designer shit, lay that down, you'd be surprised. And the great equalizer is travel. And I know you know what I'm talking about, OB. I'm trying to get Chris out the States.
I've been black everywhere I went. Chris, don't listen to him. I'm black everywhere I go. That does not go away.
That's only in your head. That's only in your head. That's only in your
Some
head.
people may be more accepting, but I'm still black.
Because guess what? In all those countries you went to, you ate their food, which wasn't black food. You adhered to the culture, which wasn't black culture. You're black, I'm black. That's just a mindset. We're human first, OB. We're just human freaking beings, male and female.
The women in Thailand just know you got money, Richard. That's all.
They don't know nothing, bro. I
Yeah, they
walk
do.
around like,
You're American and you living over there. They know you got money.
and I comport myself like I'm broke.
Don't matter. They know you got money. You're American.
Do I need to worry about that as a man? Should that be in my?
No, I'm just saying it has
radar?
nothing to do with them not seeing race. They just see money. The same way in our country, people just
Every
see money.
man who comes to this particular part of the country in particular areas, that's not all of Patia even.
What you're describing is no different than an NFL player saying white people don't see me as black. I'm in the NFL, but and they act like they're not in the NFL. They just see me as whoever NFL player you want to name. They just see me as Patrick Holmes. They don't think of me as having a black dad. That's basically what you're doing.
As I've stated here before and on any channel that I'll ever be allowed on, I came here to stop being black.
Okay.
I came here just to be a person.
You still
Period.
black, Rich. I love you, brother, but you still black. They just see a black guy with some money.
Let's keep that between you and me then.
Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough. FLA trucker.
Okay.
I am goofy. And the thing about getting old is you're allowed to be goofy. Just keep waking up. You'll get old and you will enjoy the experience of being goofy.
Okay, so Richard, my question to you is this. What are the areas of improvement for black men and the black community, in your opinion? Even though you see a positive outlook for the black community and black men, what do you think are areas to improve?
You know, when you say areas of improvement, and the question is very vague, but
You don't have to go. You don't have to answer all the things. Just like something.
Right. I mean, certainly, black men need to get back to work.
Okay.
Right, like the drug game is over. Like, you know, if you're on the corner, you know, you're only selling nickels and dimes. That's like minimum wage if you're on the corner selling drugs. Let's let that go. If you want to sell something called a drug, get into the cannabis trade.
I agree with that.
Right? There's money there, but it's very competitive. So it's not going to be easy. No business is. I've had a few. Learn a trade. Learn a trade, brothers. I know how to handle saws, hammers, drills. I mean, get that together. Like, get that down pat, period, as a man. Because, you know, there are women who are in the trades as well. And I would encourage women to do the same. Let's create a black Rosie Riveter, a Roxanne Riveter. Let's teach trades. Agriculture. Oh my God. What about these colleges that were the A&Ms? I didn't, you know, go to an A&M, but the agriculture and what's an A&M? Help me out, OB.
No, you're 100% right. That's what they're known for. Von Miller, I believe he went to school for that, and he owns a farm.
All the Southern colleges, all the A&Ms, all the black colleges, the HBCUs, I think, right? If I'm saying that right, I'm a little drunk. But all of those colleges, there were these agricultural colleges that taught black people how to plant something. When I was in elementary school, at a certain grade level, I was sent home with a little plant, basically in a cup. And part of that process was I had to bring that plant back every week, once a week, for show and tell. right? Let's teach young kids how to plant stuff. This is easy stuff.
Okay.
Chris, you're a tech. Once again, I will encourage you. I hate self-promotion, but I will share this with you as an experience. I told you about the Craigslist post that I put up. Like, if you've got an old computer in your garage, laptop or desktop, consider donating it to me. I'm going to teach kids how to fix them and take them home. Now, this is like 10, 15 years ago, truly, right? Chris, if you know how to do something in tech, reach out to your local pastor. OB, there's a program, I mentioned this before, called First T. I want you to look that up. Joe Lewis was a part of that program called First T. It teaches young kids, but First T specifically focuses or has a focus on Black kids, teaching them how to golf. Golf taught me patience. It taught me failure. Golf taught me failure and how to move from one failure to the next hole with no lack of enthusiasm. And OB, if you walk 18 holes or even an executive 9, you know what I'm talking about. Chris, you spoke earlier about your losses. How about you form a youth pool league and get young, because I used to play pool at 8, 9 years old. How about a chess league? If Black men want to step up and do some positive dudes, these things are happening, but y'all can make, I did these things. Real talk, brothers. I've been on that battlefield. I sat with a group of kids and took $1. They were all little entrepreneurs at Temple University. And I said, what's your business? I want to be a hairdresser. Okay. He is a hair products distributor. You need some hair products? Yes. Give him that $1. Okay, hair products distributor. What do you need? Well, I need an employee. Okay, pass that $1 to that employee. By the time that $1 got passed, it was 15 kids who understood how economics work. I ain't worried about what's wrong with the Black community. I'm incredibly encouraged by what's right with it, because we are still here. If you were really going to absolutely decimate a race of people, that has already happened to us. So come with whatever's next, come with it. Come with it. I'm still here.
I'll say, no matter what the chat say, you always gonna be my brother, and I'm always gonna support you. But I think that's the wrong message, Rich.
What part of it was wrong? Please clarify.
Just tell the kids the truth. Just tell them the truth.
What's the truth, OB?
In last place, man. If you're a dude, what's the statistics, Chris? Like 1 out of every 4 Black males going to prison or something like that? The truth.
I'll have to look. Most incarcerated, least educated, dropping out, most unemployed.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. The truth. So Richard, I work in logistics. I'm a supervisor. I still walk into young Black men. I'll tell them, hey, as long as you come to work every day, I'll teach you everything I know. That'll at least get you to a lead position. And then once you become a lead and you successful at that, which is the things that I'm going to teach you to get you to the lead position, you can apply to a supervisor. I got a whole master's degree and went to school for it. They can become a supervisor. Yeah, their check might be a little bit lower than mine because they don't have a college education or whatever. But the opportunity, I hear young Black men say shit like, I'm about to try to go hoop at this college. My guy, you're 23. Like, you're at graduation age. It's over. Yeah, so I just feel like we got to hear the truth, Rich. Even for myself, like I said, I went the wrong path coming up. I went to jail, did a little 6 months. I was on probation for 10 years but I got off of it early because if you don't get in any trouble, they let you cut it off halfway. Throughout that time, that's when I went to school and was like, yeah, I got to go a different route before my ass end up in the penitentiary or whatever. So, and I'm like, man, if I would have known what I know now, but no one ever told me that. Like my older brother, he still hustles to this day. 50 years old, still got the big body, new drug dealer Mercedes, the whole shebang bang. And I'm just like, man, if I would have known that I was gonna, and he was on probation at the time when I started, but he didn't come home and tell me things like, hey, little bro, you know, I'm at this house with mom and you here because you're in high school, but it's hard for me to get a job now. Like he never had those conversations with me. And some of it I get, some of it may be just embarrassing. You know what I mean? So I get those certain standpoints. But at the same point in time, like after going through it and when I went through it, my whole thing was just if someone would have told me the truth. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just need to know the truth. You don't know no better. Everyone wants to sugarcoat everything.
Right.
If by telling you the truth would be a message of failure, then one would follow failure. If by the message of truth, which is the real truth, that Black men walked off the plantation and became, even to today, smart, educated Black men like yourself. But to you, I would say this, OB, I bet if you started a class, and let me break this down real quick. Let's say you started a class in your local church on an off day to teach. You could pull up some video, you're tech savvy, teaching young Black men, a group of them. Just put a flyer out, church Sunday. I'm going to be doing a class, church Thursday when the church is closed, but I'm in the basement. I'm doing a class to teach these men what you just talked about. Then after you got through a couple of classes with them to educate them on those opportunities, you contacted one of your homies who probably has a trucking company, a Black man. That's very popular in the Black community. That's very popular in the Black YouTube sphere. Black men and women are getting their OTR license, right? Is that what y'all call it?
Correct.
And then maybe get a leasing company to sponsor your training program and teach these young people that there is somebody who actually lease a rig to you so you can start your own business. Now, I hear you want to teach employment. And I know that you have that entrepreneurial spirit. I can feel it through the phone. How about you? Because these young brothers might not connect with the idea. And there is a lot of bad press about what's happening in the trucking industry unless you own your own rig. I know y'all heard of Whack 100. You know, he got rich. He's a, OG, Pyro, Crip or whatever. He's all over that. Right. Well, good. I'm glad because it's bullshit. But he got out of prison and got his license and started driving a rig and doing, there are sisters who I follow on YouTube who do this. So why don't you teach them that? Because I'm going to tell you something about these young Black folks that I believe. I can't tell you nothing because y'all are grown, but I'll suggest this. They don't want to work for the white man no more.
Rich, I agree with that, but that's a sentiment that we got to fix. You're always going to be working for someone. When I got in jail, I couldn't get a job. So I franchised off a company. And you're still working for someone.
But hold up, check that.
You're always going to be working. And then if you can't get up and have the discipline to go to a 9 to 5 and make that work for a little bit to even save to grow your business, you don't have the discipline to run your own company. Let's be honest here. Like I learned that in the streets. Like a lot of kids want to sell weed. There's no money in it, or little bitty drugs, whatever's in their community, whatever it's pills or whatever. It's not a lot of money in it. I was successful at it, but it took discipline. Most people don't have that type of discipline. Most people don't know how to say all I have is $1,000 because most people are going to tell them that $1,000 ain't shit. You got to save. Most people don't have that type of discipline. Let's just be honest.
It's not for
Trucking,
everybody.
I've worked in trucking. I started off when I finished school working in trucking. I managed a fleet of 300 things for one of the top 3 companies in the U.S. when it comes to that. Them trucks are very expensive when they have accidents in it. They have 2 fuel tanks on each side of it. It's like $500 just to fill the thing up. Like I've seen people work for a company, they read the paperwork wrong. LA, Louisiana, same abbreviation. Drive halfway to the other state and realize, oh shit, I'm supposed to be in LA. I've seen things like that. It's not as easy as what most trucking companies, they don't wash those trucks. A lot of people don't know that. If you're not a person who doesn't mind being an uncleanly, yeah, you can get a little handy wipes and kind of wipe your steering wheel and that type of stuff. But those companies, all large companies that, like I said, I work for one of the top 3 trucking companies in the nation. So everywhere from Papa John's to Starbucks to even renting box trucks and things of that nature when Christmas times hits, from FedEx to UPS comes and rents equipment from us. A lot of those trucks aren't even washed, maybe once every 2 months. Everyone can't take that type of stuff. And then sleep, you on the road. Then sometimes now I'm working in logistics and I'm at a brand new facility. We have drivers sitting outside for 2 days because it's brand new. Companies don't care. They'll just discount them. Okay, the truck's not moving. So instead of normally getting, if you get 60 an hour, we'll give you 30 hours. And they're just away from their family. So the point that I'm trying to make, it's a lot to that. And it requires a lot of discipline. It's not as easy as what most people think. And it's even harder to just come by a $70,000 a year trucking job in the South. A lot of people, you know, they're away from their families just to make.
OB, everything ain't for everybody.
Everyone makes 6 figures. Let them tell it, but that's not how trucking works.
OB, everything ain't for everybody, but there's something for everybody. And I only use trucking as an example because I am tapped into several different truckers, Black truckers, men and women, brothers and sisters, who talk about the trucking industry. I'm fascinated by it. I drove from Philadelphia to Los Angeles the first time in the mid-'80s in a car.
Mm-hmm.
What I saw and that experience changed my life. It made me a wanderer, frankly. It broke me. It made me realize just because I was born in Philly don't mean I gotta die there. So let me wander. I get you. It's not for everybody. But again, I talked to Chris about tech. I also mentioned First T with you. If you want to see better as the illustrious president, be change you want to see. Be the change you want to see.
Richard, you don't even have to start those organizations. These things that you're saying, you can walk out your front door and find lost Black kids. We're everywhere. That's what Chris is sitting up here trying to say, y'all. It ain't as bad as what y'all think, and it ain't all the women's fault. Don't get caught up in watching this YouTube and have these men thinking that all Black women hate you and there's no opportunity and you can make 6 figures and you still won't have a chance. So you got to go to Thailand just to get a decent woman. Like, it's just not so.
Okay, so I see that FLA trucker mentioned this earlier, and I want to make this crystal clear. I have not met a single Thai woman. I'm not into Thai women. I have dated some Asian women, not my preference. I love Black women. I know a Black woman over here. She's not into me, but she's like a sister to me now. She's actually from New York. Her son and daughter are here. They're in the mid-30s. We all hang out and break bread together. It is just that fellowshipping that I seek at this age. It's fellowshipping. Love, sisters, and romance don't owe me anything. Been there, done that. I am a voluntary celibate person because those things are part of my past. I like my solitude, my stoicism. I like me enough to be with me by myself and don't even talk to anybody out here for days. Maybe the whole weekend will go by and I haven't spoken the English language to anybody other than Sawadi Cop when I go buy, some stuff at the grocery store. I like that. It centered me. So for anybody out there, and for the last damn time, I hope, it ain't about the women coming to Thailand. It's the peace of mind, the cost of living. This is the largest retirement. If I were to tell any person in America, black or white or Latino or Asian, I don't like to tell Asians, this is the largest the best retirement plan anybody could ever hope for, because you can afford everything. And
I gotta agree with you there, Rich.
Period.
I have to agree with you.
Yeah, you heard? That's why I'm here. It ain't about no women. I'm so complete in myself. I don't
That's
need
why I like to travel, Rich. And you said you wanted to get away from the black thing. That ain't. I was traveling. Your money goes so much further, man. So much further.
And listen, bro, I don't know what you look like other than from your backswing.
Yeah,
on your icon there or your emoji, whatever. But other than that, I don't know what you look like. But I swear to you, bro, you see what I look like. That's me.
Yeah.
They don't treat me like I'm black over here. Now, there might be some countries where they do treat people like that, but I chose this country intentionally. And I really
but they
gotta
don't treat you like you black in America when you got a good job.
I have worked in corporate America the bulk of my adult life, and I always got treated black. I have gone to nice restaurants.
No, I'm saying outside. When you have a good job and you're walking around with a certain stature, that kind of the majority of that goes away, brother. I golf. On the golf course, there's 3 black men to every 100. They treat me nicely up there. Why? Because they say if the dude can afford to come up here and golf, and yes, I'm not at some swanky country club. It's a public course, but I have a membership. But they know see me frequently. They see I'm young, and they're saying, obviously, the guy's got to be okay if he can come up here and golf 3-4 times a week. So they nice. Like that same things at a mall. I don't wear my pants hanging off my ass. So when I go around to the mall, I feel like I'm treated pretty fairly. When I go to a bar or restaurant, I'm dressed good. I'm gonna buy a drink. I'm not tripping about that. I think I'm treated pretty fairly for the most part. I live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I hang out in Highland Park. That's the same neighborhood that Jerry Jones lives in, same neighborhood that George Bush lives in. SMU is in that neighborhood that named the library after George Bush. Like, I'm treated well. Yes, there's nuances here and there to color, but I'm saying when I'm at it, when I'm out the country, to say your color just doesn't matter anymore. Come on now. Like, people know what color you are. It differs, but they also know that even the lowest paying job in America and Thailand is the highest paying job there. They know that $400 you can get a condo in Thailand, one of the high rises that people in America sell drugs for and kill for. You get it for $400, which basically everyone makes $400 here in America.
So, OB, to that, I would say this. I've always felt black no matter where I went in America. I'm just saying, that's me and my blackness. Now, how you wear your blackness, that's you and your blackness. However, when I used to go golfing, most often, if my golf buddy who introduced me to golf wasn't there, I would go out as a single. On a busy golf course in Los Angeles, they're going to pair you up with a 3-piece. Everybody else would be white. Very often that would happen to me. And I'd be the only black guy. But my experience in corporate America, I felt comfortable. But me coming here, to me, black is a shackle. And the reason I got kicked off of this show before in addressing Zed, and I mentioned this earlier, is that Zed, you're not black. And if you're from Africa, why would you call yourself black? You actually have a nation and a nationality and a race. Black people aren't really even a race. We're a conglomeration. English language is a bastardized language made up of a bunch of different languages. We're basically a stew. We're a gumbo of life as Black people. So for me to break the shackles of the concept of being a Black person, it took me up until the time I came here to realize that I don't have to be a color. And you aren't even Black. You might be dark skinned at best, but you're not Black in terms of the color. So maybe I'm thinking
so let me say
about,
this.
But
When
maybe
I was
I'm
in
thinking
Mexico City, it was was it Easter? Yeah, because they had a parade for it. A Jesus parade is what they had. As much as I wanted to take pictures to show on my Instagram, look at me, everybody, I'm in Mexico. They wanted to take a picture with me because, look, everybody, I have a Black person standing beside me that I happened to see at the parade. And when I was in Japan, it was extra bows and people being extra nice and extra friendly, and me and giving my wife origami when they see us on the train. It wasn't because we weren't Black. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying when you say skin doesn't matter, they don't see, like, once again, they may even treat you better for being Black because they rarely see you, but nevertheless, they're acknowledging that you're Black.
unless
That's
you
all
go
I'm
out
saying.
to,
I'm not saying it's a bad reason. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm
unless,
just saying we all see color.
All right, let's wrap things up.
Okay.
Unless you go out to the Amazon jungle and visit, ancient tribes, by now, OB, everybody everywhere has seen a Black person. What are you talking about? We are everywhere. The military alone explodes that notion that they're surprised to see a Black in Japan. Are you kidding? I promise you I went to Japan before you did. Probably, because I'm older, so,
Right.
I promise you I did. I'm out here. They don't see color. And in terms of things that people say about Thailand and the sex trade, they don't even see sex the same way that the primitive mind of the Puritan American sees sex. They don't see it that way. So the sex culture out here is totally different. I've dated Asian women. They'll give it up on the first date. I heard that I've never dated a white girl or slept with one. I hear that white girls don't see sex the same way that Black women do. Well, Black women are the prize, so I get that Black women are more protective of their sexuality. I'll say that just to throw a flashbang in the room. But look, they don't see us like that. There are dark skin. There are Thai people darker than me.
So you're saying what True Poetic is saying. They see it, but they don't focus on it. That I can agree with.
True Poetic, truer words have never been spoken.
All right. There we go.
When you leave
and that's
the
all
state,
I was saying. I just didn't want to put this false delusion out there that
when you leave the stage, and I know you know this, you leave that sense of colorism, and depending on where you go, even classism, and you focus more on humanism. Humanism, because that's all we are. I didn't pick this complexion. I didn't pick my height, but I did pick who I am in terms of my spirit. I got to mold that through my experiences, my choices. That's the only thing that I own, OB, panel, chat. That's all I own. Because this flesh, I already know. And I'm not speaking nihilistically when I say this. It's ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
What do you think about that question? That's a mean question, Richard.
Can you recite the question? I'm not looking at the chat.
So what about colorism in Thailand? Why is it that women be so accepting of Black men when all of Asia esteem white people?
I'll let y'all both answer this as the final question.
All right.
I know you got to go, Chris.
No, I might wake. I got to wake up maybe, let's see, 5 hours. Might work out in 3.5. But
you're nuts, man.
Yeah.
All right.
But
I wouldn't even do this on a work night, Chris. You're nuts.
Can I?
Yeah.
I'm going to close with this, Chris. If I can answer this last question, J.K. Perkins. Thai women prefer Thai men. Thai men are very good looking. They've got that hair. They've got that complexion. Most of them are very slim, flat stomachs. They're very energetic. They work hard. They look like them. Thai women prefer Thai men. Women who have to work for a living, and you know what I mean by work, have to go out and do what they got to do, but they go home to Thai men. The money you give them or send them from overseas thinking they're in love with you, they give to their family and their Thai husbands who may be a drunk who doesn't work, who's knocked her up and got kids with her. Thai women love Thai men. They don't love white men. They don't love black men. They mess with you. They might party with you. They might even sleep with you. It's because they don't think like you do. We're Americans. I'm an American in Thailand. I'm learning their culture, their customs, how they move. It's been mind-boggling for me to understand like some of the stuff I see happening in America that people degrade over here because how they move. This is their country. I've never had my own country. America's not my country. Your current president makes that very clear to me, even after all these years, after all them votes I cast, voting for Barack Obama. It all went all the way back. If I was there, I'd have voted for Kamala. It rotated all the way back, making me realize I'm so glad I left, and I left just in time, just before the spaceship blew up. Because I've been on that spaceship for a lot of years, believing that it was going to take me to paradise. I'm here to say to you, brothers, these Thai women don't give a damn about you. They don't love you. Kidding them about your large member. They got Thai men. And these guys work harder than black men typically. They be out here in the sun, building buildings, skyscrapers. It's very modern. It's not third world at all. LA is more third world than Thailand right now. If you ask me, particularly Pati and Bangkok, they first world. They're building America's deconstructing. These Thai women don't love you. And I know that. They don't love me. Yeah, they see me as a lick. I ain't no lick. Common reference in America amongst pimps and, pardon me, Chris, hoes. They call their customers Johns and pricks. They don't call you no prize. That ain't the vernacular amongst hoes and pimps. You a trick or a John. These women don't like us. These Thai people talk Thai. I don't know whether they're saying, look at this dumbass motherfucker. I don't care because I don't speak their language. So I'm immune.
Good night, Lisa.
And immunity is a great thing.
Good night.
So I say that in conclusion, I'm not under any misconceptions about where I'm at, other than the fact that I do realize I'm still on earth. And wherever I go, there I am. So, OB, I hear you. You make very good points, as always. Let me know when you break 100. One of my
Likewise, you know it's all love, Richard. I love coming on here talking to you. I was
Man,
walking by my wife's room talking about I'm enjoying myself, doing what we do, arguing with the old gang.
It ain't no argument. It's Discord. And ain't nothing wrong with Discord.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My last one. Hey, Chris, good things, man. Appreciate you as usual for letting us come on. I enjoyed all the topics thoroughly tonight. I guess mine just gonna end with a question. I used to hear Zed say that all the time. They don't like black women. Why don't they go to Jamaica, or why don't they go to this island? It's closer in proximity. Why do they go to these places? And I would say, it's just the women. They don't look like it. So my question to you, Chris, maybe you can end it on this and save it for the next show. Is it a fact that Black people, I would say women, because I think other countries, no matter how poor, I think the men, if they're that when it comes to Black women, when we're poor, we don't handle poverty the same. Like you'll see Mexican women in poverty, but they're not as overweight. They still try to focus on their teeth and things like that. And that's why men run to these countries. So that's my first question, in my opinion. But it's also a question, do you see that? And then my second thing, is that something that we should even be aiming toward? Like, why should it matter what I look like? You know what I mean? Like, if I'm in poverty, why don't I have a right to just be who I am? Like, should I be focused on my looks and my weight and this type of stuff to maybe get some man with more money to help me if I'm in poverty? But I just think that's something that Zed always brought up, but she never mentioned that part of it. Like,
what was the question again? You kind of broke up a little bit.
so, like, when it comes to island places, do you see the difference that the women don't look the same as handling their poverty, specifically Black women and Black islands, that type of stuff? Most of these passport bros don't go to these places. They would say, well, why don't they go? They don't like Black women. And my thing was like, come on, it's never about Black. It's just the women don't look the same. So clearly women of other races are taught to handle poverty differently than Black people. So I think like a lot of the Black countries, the women, they gain weight the same way as males do. When we're in poverty, we're stressed out, we're depressed. But I don't think that's the same when it comes to places like Thailand and places like that. That's why the passport bros run to it. So my thing is, do you see that? And then if you do see it, is that something that Black women in like these islands and places like that should be aiming for anyways? Or should they just be themselves? Like, shit, if I'm struggling and I'm poor, I'm not worried about my teeth. I'm not worried about no weight. And the reason I say that, because I thought Richard's comment was interesting when he said a lot of their stomachs are flat. I think we all found that interesting and a little funny. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. Let me see. I gotta like play it back and maybe bring it for the next stream. But
fair enough.
Let's see. The overall of that was what. I mean, you might have to say it again, but it seems like people in other countries.
Do you see women, they look better in poorer countries compared to Black countries? My reason, I think that's so we don't handle poverty the same. Do you notice that difference? Why is it that men will run to Thailand because these women are still small? Some of them teeth a little messed up, but not that messed up. But when you look at Black islands, it's not the same. Most of the women are well overweight. And that's why passport bros aren't running there. It's not that the opportunity to exploit these women are not the same. It's not that that's the reason for it. We know that because, I mean, we see it in America, in American strip clubs. So we know it's just the men not going there, why it's not happening at a high rate. So my question is, like, do you see that? Because they would always ask that. Why don't they go to Black countries?
Right. Well, I'll say, so the question is like not America versus foreign. It's Black foreign versus, I guess, like other versions of Asian or Latin foreign or something like that. Like, what's the difference? Why are there differences between impoverished women and kind of Black? Yeah.
Are you willing to admit that? Because they would always just say that. She would say, well, if they like Black women, and my thought was never, it ain't that they don't like Black women. Let's just be honest. The women don't look the same. And I feel like that's something we have to own. And I don't think that's something that necessarily they should change. Like I said, maybe their goal shouldn't be that let me look fine so someone can come rescue me. Because that's basically what they're doing in these other countries. Like, I don't have money, but they're going to make sure they're of a certain size and all this so they can go hook. Or if they're not hooking, just with the hopes of some man with money picking them up. But when it comes to Black women, they don't really do that with poverty. And that has to do with males as well, because obviously we're all in the home together. So we're not saying do differently either. But do we see that?
I mean, I don't know. I think I need some other people to answer this question, because it's like, is it really truly, if this is the kind of stats I'd like to push back on. Like we were talking about hours ago, we're like, hey, if we look at the Black men being the most incarcerated, is that true or is that fabricated? I don't know if we talk about the island, Black people from like Jamaica, if we're talking about Black people from Africa, are they heavier than the women in Thailand? I don't know. I don't know.
Have you been to Jamaica? I've only been on a cruise. And I'll say on the port, there were no just attractive women like that. They were just, oh my gosh, these people are beautiful black people living over here. Like it wasn't, most of the women were overweight, largely overweight. And like I said, I didn't even go wander around the island. I just kind of hung out where the ship docked, looked at a couple of things around there, and I went and got back on the boat. I didn't actually go wandering.
I went to Ghana, and most women I don't believe were overweight.
Okay. But see, I can believe that because they're running to Kenya now. So I think those places, but those are very expensive places to get to. And the living is not cheap like it is. And the danger is a lot higher. I've heard of even YouTubers who travel for content getting passport heavy, really big following. He got robbed at an Airbnb, $1 million Airbnb. They duct taped the whole team, the camera crew, everybody when he was in Africa. In an Airbnb mansion.
The other thing I'll say too is even if they were heavier, I think they would still be going to those countries because that's their preference. To Zed's point, they don't like the African American woman phenotype. They're gonna sell it like, oh, you know, they're fit, they're feminine and friendly. We're seeing them on tape, and that's not the case.
Hold on. So what about like when Austin was here in my city? Trying to holler at the girl at the mall, and she wasn't even all that. In his eyes, he would normally call her hood because she had red hair, but she wouldn't give him the time of day.
What was she black?
So we can't say that because he tried to holler at black women here, but it was no different than when he was in Uptown, which I know that area because once again I'm in his city, and the Asian girl shot him down when he was in the car, and everybody was like, "Well, yeah, fool, you're just hollering at these girls through a window of a car. Hell yeah, they ignoring you."
Correct.
Yeah, but it was both ends. The Asian girl shot him down and the black girl shot him down. So when we say that and they're messing with black women down in Africa, so is it that they don't like them, or is it just that those islands, like I said, it's just they don't handle poverty the same? Now, maybe there's something to this. I'm gonna look that up, do my research. Is it something in the food, the chemicals? But I thought all those islands, they're eating fresh fruit and that type of stuff, and they can eat no matter what, just because, you know, it's easier to get.
I think we need to go ahead.
I think it's a very racist statement there, OB.
Tell me how. That's facts. I can see it visually.
I think you're speaking.
I don't think we should be ashamed of that. If that's so, if we do not handle it. Once again, how are we going to improve it if we won't accept it?
A certain stereotype of a jungle type race of people who have fruit growing off of trees. And like monkeys, they can climb up in them and just eat. That's what that sounded like to me. Now, you know. So what do you mean you figure that they have access to fresh foods and fruit and vegetables?
Someone in the chat said, well, it's not that they're handling poverty differently. It's just that they have chemicals in the food in the Black Islands versus maybe like in Colombia, they don't have that. I've never heard of that. I thought once I say it once again, that's easier to come by. A lot of poor countries, fruit is more accessible than meat. I'm pretty sure Thailand is the same exact way.
That is an incredibly narrow-minded and racist statement about Thai people.
I want to do some Googles. I want to do some.
Wait, Chris. Before you move on to the Google. And understand, OB, I have to say that under Les Majesté law.
See, someone said, I don't know how black bodies work. See, this is interesting. So hey, Chris, we got a topic for next one. I want answers to this because I've always found that it has nothing to do with that. It's just, let's be honest, the women don't look the same. And it ain't got nothing to do. My wife's black. I love black women. It has nothing to do with that. But it's just factual. And it's two things that in common. They're looking for cheap women. So both places are poor. So that's in both places. So the only difference is, look,
that's where you get it twisted. I met a young brother out of Houston, been out here about a month and a half. He's retired military, 100% disability. He's set for life, right? He thought the same thing. I swear to you, if I were to put together a budget to afford a Thai girl, a Thai woman that I would like, my type, like, because they come like that. They can do curly hair and all. Most of them have that long, pretty hair that you like to see. They got cakes.
Hold on. I didn't say nothing about the hair and that. Now that's
Wait,
racist. I'm saying basic
allow
things.
me,
Weight,
allow
teeth.
me to finish.
Okay.
If I were to put together a budget for my dream girl out here, I promise you, it would be half that in the States. Meaning that I would pay more for a Thai woman to be my companion out here. Because I'm not just giving her the money, I'm giving her that money to send back to Isan from where I live, Bangkok as well. That's where the play is. You know, I would be paying her money. Like Richie Mack does this. Richie Mack admitted that he gives his girl, I forget her name. I just saw her last night. Richie Mack lived up the block. He gives her like about $600 a month. They're not married. They're in a committed relationship, even though Richie Mack does all this stuff with girls and booty shaking and stuff like that. But he admits to doing that. And I said, bro, you probably could have found that in America. Because I will guarantee you there are plenty of sisters. If you're a nice guy, you shower every day, you go to work, make money, even if it's your own business, bring that money home. There are sisters in America who would accept that offer for what he's doing for her. Because not only does he give her that money, he pays all the bills. Front to back. Food, clothing, shelter. That's all his overhead. He makes his money off YouTube and consultations and Zoom Fest now. I could do that in America. I didn't come here to do that. I've stayed in LA.
But he couldn't do that there. But that's the difference. He couldn't do that in America because he couldn't afford a high rise and to give up $600 there. Because that high rise is going to cost $3,400 versus there that high rise may cost $800. That's a huge difference. So it gives you a little leeway, an extra $600. And then that $600, yeah, he gives it to her. She might send $200 to her mom and dad, but the other $400 in her pocket. So he's still getting it back because she's spending it within the household. So that's not really, so I mean, yeah, we've always said that. We've always thought that. We know that's why they run off.
Go back
they just
to
can't
my
afford it in America. But I was just making it, like I say, you made the reference to flat stomachs. And I just always thought that because they would always say, well, why don't they go to the black place? And I'm like, let's just be honest. I've seen some of these places you name it, and the women don't look the same there. And then my question naturally just came, why is that? And then the only thing I could think, they're both poor places. And if the women that we're seeing, they're in these poverty areas, what's different? And so my thought was like, do they just handle it? Like, are they raising them differently and saying, hey, you know, your looks is your asset. That's all you have from childbirth. So keep that up. Because what is separating it? Because naturally, when people are stressed out, they gain weight and don't take care of their looks. That's just facts.
It could be a lot of different things. It could be different standards of beauty. It could be different. I don't know, but like I said, I want to do some research on it. But
all right,
y'all have a good night.
Likewise, thanks, boss.
Appreciate
we
y'all.
Enjoy coming on, chatting with you.
Yeah, this was great. I love it.
Okay,
Chris, OB, Sawadi Cop, and it's Thai New Year. Sawadi P my and Kapun Cop. I'm no longer black. I'm Thai.
What? Hey, everybody, go out and see Sinners this weekend if you get a chance to. All right, take care. Bye.